Hello and welcome in. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, I thank you so much for being here. This is the 365th episode of the Dean Withers Show. And you know what that means. Today's very special because it marks the 1 year anniversary of the show that we do here. Now, clearly, we've been running these live streams much longer than a year, but it's the 1 year anniversary of running these live streams on TikTok and YouTube simultaneously, marking an age of professionalism for me. You know, there was actually a stream of mine that I was looking at moments before I decided to go live. And it was my first ever YouTube stream. And it's just so crazy to see how far we've come in such a short amount of time. In fact, my first ever YouTube stream was literally out of a garage. So insane. So insane. Because it's the 1 year anniversary, I actually want to just kind of take a moment to show that to you now. I actually can't show that to you now. Yes, I can with this workaround. Yeah, I just want to take a moment to show that to you now, both on YouTube and on TikTok. So do just give me one moment. This is proving to be a little bit more complicated than I thought it would be. So bear with me here, everybody. If I've tried to figure out how to show the stream. I really should have thought this through before we went live, but I didn't. So here we are. You're having to watch me painfully figure this out, like while we're sitting on the live stream. So. Maybe we still have a couple more strides to go in the sense of our professionalism here. And maybe next thing we need to do is hire like a showrunner to help me out on the production side of things. All right, let's go ahead and at this moment in time, take a look at the first ever Dean Withers show, the first episode.
Anyways, someone in here keeps on asking why you can't send gifts, etc. Yeah, that's because we don't
Literally,
have monetization on this account, which I guess is another reason
day one
right
out
now.
of the garage. Look at that behind me. Dude, so first and foremost, we got an ad. That's annoying. First and foremost, what you'll see behind me is literally my grandparents' garage,
What the hell is
which is what I was using to run the streams out of. But this was also in California Colorado during the winter. So it was very, very cold. Very, very cold in that garage. So I would spend my days with one of my winter jackets on to account for the temperature. So it's just so cool to see how far we've come in the last year. Now, second thing I'd like to go through here quickly before we hop into the debates. By the way, we already do have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected into the live stream is the breaking news. We are now getting official reports from the OECD, which is a global forecasting economic group, telling us that we are set to experience a 4.2% level of inflation this year in 2026, primarily driven by Trump, his policies, and more specifically his engagement in war in Iran. And the third thing, so the MAGA movement is in ruin. Donald Trump ran on perfecting the economy, launching us into the golden age, but seems he's just launching us into an era of terrible jobs reports, high levels of bankruptcies, excelling unemployment, and now excelling inflation, which, by the way, is a terrible combination and amounts to the concoction required for a recession. So we may see one of those over the horizon as well. Now, the third thing that I want to go through here quickly before we do hop into the first debate is, I'm sure as many of you know, and I'm sure as many of you don't know, last night I got spat on, like literally spat on by a maniac, by a MAGA drunk. A MAGA drunkard spat on my face. And I'm talking, he's like less than a foot away. He spits on me, and then some of it even like oozes into my mouth. And then the next thing I know, this guy's saliva is on my face, on my lips, and in my mouth. And this was also completely random. I got off my plane. I left the airport. My mom was picking me up. I go to put my luggage in the back of my mom's car. And then this guy comes up to me and spits on me. The craziest thing ever. Now, right after he spit on me, I actually started recording. My immediate thought was, oh my God, I'm in an airport if I punch this guy and it's not ruled as self-defense, I could get travel banned. That would destroy me. You know, I have to travel so much for what I do for work. I can't, I literally can't get a travel ban. So instead, I pulled out my phone and I started recording him. And I asked him, did you just spit on me? And I got him to admit to it on camera. And then him and his idiotic wife then told me that it's not a crime. The craziest thing ever. They told me it wasn't a crime. Apparently, according to the Trump supporters, you could just spit on whomever you want, whenever you want. One of the craziest things ever. Super duper fucking wild. Now, thankfully, we were able to identify him. And that's thanks to you guys. Right after this happened, I posted that video on my Instagram story. And then I also sent it to another creator by the name of Tizzy. And then you guys were able to find him. Find him on Instagram. Find him on Facebook. You guys were able to find him everywhere. And his name, and I'll even show you a picture here. His name is Shane McDougal. What an idiot. Here's Mr. Shane McDougal in the flesh. Really crazy guy. And then that was all thanks to Tizzy, who posted a video asking people to try to find him, and they did. And now I'm waiting on getting the police report. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to sue this guy for damages, and I'm also going to try to get him fired from his job. So you're going to hear about this. This is definitely going to be dragged because I'm pissed. You know, not only am I pissed because some asshole decided to spit on me, but I'm also pissed because he then turned around and said it's perfectly legal and laughed in my face. Like, what a petulant child who thinks that accountability doesn't apply to them and they could just do, oh, excuse me, whatever they want. You know, no accountability, no law, only crime. So I'm going to try to get, you know, if you happen to know where he works, feel free to let me know, because I'm going to take this to his employer, because, you know, I'm not fucking around, dude. But, you know, I'll keep you in the loop with that. You know, long story short, I am pissed. Now, let's go ahead and hop into the debates. I already had the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the box. He actually just left moments ago. I think he was getting sick and tired of waiting, you know, whatever. We were talking for a little bit. We were yapping for about 8 minutes, so can't blame him too much. Let's go ahead and take another look at that queue. By the way, guys, I am just going to dip my head off frame here for a moment on YouTube. The screen might go black, just so I could blow my nose. Now let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you for that last guy that just left. If you actually want to join back, feel free. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Let's go to try to get that next guest, Marcus, connected to the stream. He got me sick. You know what? I have been feeling like shit ever since like he spit on me. I don't know, man. It's a little scary. You know, like what if he has some type of disease that could be transmitted by saliva? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, bro.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, I love you, dude.
Did you just spit on your desk for the bit? Yeah, go clean that up before your mom sees and screams at you. You need to keep her house clean. Let's go to get that next guest, Vanna, loaded up into the box, you guys. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Here we go. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I did not even mean to join. I'm sorry, being.
No worries, Vanna. All right, guys, we're going to go put the rules up on that screen. Take a good look at them to know if you are allowed or not allowed inside of that queue. Freya, thank you so much for the galaxy. We are only looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. We're only looking to talk to American adults that support Trump as president, so please do follow the rules. Let's go get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Appreciate everyone so much for being here. We got brain chips connecting. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi, yes, I do. I voted for him in the last election.
How old are you?
I'm...
Okay, they left. Let's go ahead and load up the next guest. Now, it seems like everybody on TikTok has decided to start commenting meningitis. I have prayed. Thank you guys for caring about, you know, my well-being. I'll let you guys know if I test positive for meningitis. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Austin connecting. Oh, by the way, another update on the MAGA spitter. He got arrested. He's getting charged with misdemeanor harassment now. That's not arrest and then booked into the jail because they just gave him a summons. In Colorado, it's a pretty low-level offense to spit on somebody, surprisingly. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yep.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in? Little Sam, thank you for the level ship.
2005.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life, dude? Seriously, Trump sucks.
I think that was the last presidency, to be fair. But
The last presidency, like Trump in his first term, that one? Yeah, he was also terrible then, dude. So real.
nah, I was talking about 2020 to 2024.
Oh, so you thought the president that we had in 2020 was terrible? Guess what? That's actually Trump in his first term. You just reaffirmed my point, buddy. Good work.
No, I didn't.
Yes, Trump was president in 2020. Come on now.
I said 2020 to 2024.
Okay, so you thought that Donald Trump and Biden were the worst two presidents of American history?
Okay, 2021 to 2024. There you go.
Well, that still include 1 month of Trump's first term. You got to be specific here. Because
All right, bro.
technically, Biden
All
was
right.
only inaugurated on January 21st.
All right, bro.
Thank you
My
for
bad.
that. Just tell us why you support Trump, bro.
All right. He's helping out with the illegal immigrants. He has a lot of traditional values that I agree with.
Traditional values? Which ones?
Let's see. Nuclear family.
I don't know. Does your notion of a nuclear family include raping a woman, cheating on all of your wives, and hitting on your own daughter?
Proof.
A proof of him raping a woman would come from the civil court case that determined he raped a woman in 2023. Proof of him cheating on all three of his wives would either come from him, the criminal court case that proved he cheated on Melania, or testimony from the other ex-wife. And then proof he hit on his own daughter was an audio clip of him agreeing with Howard Stern when Howard Stern called her a hot piece of ass. On top of him saying the one thing that him and his daughter have in common is sex. On top of him saying that if she wasn't his daughter, then he would probably be dating her.
Okay.
So is that nuclear family?
Him specifically, not exactly, but
So, but he upholds like values of the nuclear family for other people. Is that what you're claiming?
yeah, I'd say so.
How so?
'Cause he supports like a man and a woman getting married.
He supports marriage. Oh well, what does that mean to support marriage? Like, haven't all of our presidents supported marriage between like men and women, women and women, men and men? I mean, not all of our presidents for non-heterosexual marriage, and I think that's a big issue.
Yeah, I guess that's another part of the traditional.
So he doesn't. Okay, so what you mean to say here is that the rapist serial cheater is traditional because he doesn't support two gay men holding hands.
Well, you still need to prove the rape thing, but
before we go on and have an expansive conversation about the court case that determined he raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll, I need to ask you, why is it wrong for two dudes to get married?
it's not. It's just not. I would say natural.
Not natural. How do you use the word natural? Define that silly little term.
Just based on like nature.
Based in nature? Well, we
like
observe
that.
homosexuality in over 1,300 animal species, including our closest genetic relative, the bonobos. Now, what we don't see in nature is marriage. That's an unnatural human social construct. So,
Do we see two dudes having a kid though?
do we see two dudes having a kid? Are you talking about adoption or biological reproduction?
Biological reproduction.
Well, I mean, no, two males. Okay, two males
Do you
gotta
see-
naturally reproduce with one another. So, would you argue that they shouldn't be able to get married because they can't naturally reproduce with one another?
I wouldn't say it's natural, but if they can do what they want.
Well, I mean, now it seems like you're kind of walking back off of that claim that you made, where you're like Donald Trump is super traditional, and this is why you support him, because he disagrees with two men getting married. So, just to clarify here, your argument is you disagree with two men getting married because they can't naturally reproduce with one another, right?
No, I just said it's not natural.
Okay, but what does that inform us? You're telling us it's not natural. Once again, I think that's a weird way to use the term, right? I don't think that marriage becomes any more natural if the two people who are getting married could like naturally reproduce with one another. How does that make the action of marriage more natural? Because once again, the word natural is what we see in nature. We don't see marriage in nature. Marriage is a social construct unique to humans, not ununique to humans and observed in all species. So I don't think that quote unquote marriage is natural at a foundational level. So I don't know why you're saying here that it's more natural for heterosexual couples since they could biologically reproduce with one another.
Austin,
Yeah.
are you doing something natural right now?
Sure.
You think this is natural? You think going on a phone and being on TikTok is natural? You see animal species in nature scrolling on TikTok?
Nah.
No. So, like, obviously, just because something is not natural doesn't mean it's wrong, even if that was a correct designation.
Okay, but that doesn't mean it is natural though.
Okay, but like whether or not it's natural doesn't matter, right? It is natural, but whether or not it's natural has no relevance. Who gives a shit? What you're not doing something natural right now. We're talking on a phone. I don't see random animal species scrolling on TikTok. I don't see that. That's just us, and I don't think it's wrong for us to be scrolling on TikTok. Okay.
Sure.
So you got a response to that? You obviously don't care about what's natural. So why is it wrong for two gay people to get married?
I just think marriage is probably between a man and a woman. Like that's what it was made
Like
for.
why? Like do you have any argument, or is it just because your feelings and your tum tum?
I think marriage is meant for a man and a woman to come together and have
So
a
it's your
kid.
feelings, right?
The feelings in your tum tum.
Yep.
No, no. It
Okay,
isn't.
so then what's the argument here?
Marriage is when a man and a woman come together and they have a
Okay,
child.
marriage is when a man and a woman come together and they have a child. Okay, so older couples who get remarried, specifically after the woman has went through menopause and thereby infertile, thereby unable to naturally reproduce with her husband, they aren't truly married.
That's the exception.
Oh, okay.
So now
Okay,
you can
so
have
now
an
there's
exception.
exceptions.
So why
to the
can't you have
rule.
an exception here?
Exceptions don't make the rule.
Oh, okay, couldn't you say the same thing for the gay people?
Like what about it?
Just because they can't produce a kid through intercourse doesn't mean that they're not married. You know?
Sure, but I think marriage.
Yeah.
is
Thank you for conceding.
between a
So
man
like,
and a woman.
why don't? Okay,
Coming
you
together
keep
and
saying
having a
that. You keep saying that, Austin. But why only should it be that way?
I just think that's what marriage was made for.
But
Who's it
why?
made by? But I'm
why,
just to
Austin?
clarify here. Like, who is it made by? When was it made? And why is that relevant to the way that you view it today?
Just because that's what I think that's what marriage is
So
for.
the feelings in your tum tum.
It's just so his argument, Dean, is just because, bro.
Yeah, your argument is just because. So yeah, you support the adjudicated rapist that has now sent servicemen and women to die in Iran for Israel, which has in turn killed 174 girls in an elementary school and skyrocketed inflation to a projected 4.2% this year, on top of cutting 10 million people off of healthcare when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die every single year via lack of access to healthcare because of the feelings in your tum-tum about gay men and lesbian women.
Okay, I got to get going now, Dean. Good seeing you, man. I know I was just gonna be on really quick. Like, have a good day, everyone. Good stream, bro.
Right? Is that the argument?
bro.
Is that the argument, Austin?
For what specifically?
Oh, for why you support Trump?
Part of it.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. This is inevitably why. No matter what Donald Trump does, there's still going to be some low percentage of the population that supports him as president. Because you think with the feelings in your tum-tum, Austin. So tell us more about the feelings in your tum-tum. What are the other reasons why you support Trump?
Well, if I had to choose him or Kamala or whatever how you say it,
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious you would choose Trump just because.
Why is that? Why is it so obvious?
I think him being a man plays a part in it. Like,
Oh,
it's
okay.
hard
So
to
you
say
think
that
that
it
men are better at
doesn't.
leading than women?
Naturally, yes.
Okay, why is that? What are the biological distinctions between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
It's just naturally what they're meant to do.
Okay, according to whom?
Um, Biology.
So what are the biological differences between men and women that once again make men better at leading?
They're just naturally more dominant, more physically capable.
More physically capable. So like they're like physically stronger on average.
Yeah, of course.
So your argument is the person who's physically stronger will be better at leading. Who are you going to take as president? Donald Trump or a 15-year-old on steroids that can bench press 500 pounds?
Well, I wasn't comparing it to a 15-year-old on steroids.
Okay, well, that doesn't matter because at the end of the day, the 15-year-old on steroids that can bench 500 is going to be physically stronger than Donald Trump. And you're telling us that you think it's physical strength that determines how good somebody is at leading.
I think it plays a part in that. Like, I think.
Okay,
like,
so who'd be better at running the country, Donald Trump or the roided-out 15-year-old that can bench press 500?
well, I said it plays a part. Doesn't mean it's the only thing.
Oh,
that
okay.
matters.
Okay, but it's not the only thing. So there's other relevant factors. Let me ask you this question: who's the leader? Who's better at leading? The football coach or the football players?
I'd say the coach.
And who's physically stronger?
Could be the coach.
No, it's the football players.
How
Usually
do you know?
coaches, because typically coaches are older and retired. Meanwhile,
Sure,
the
but
football
some of them are
players,
certainly
especially at the professional age, you know, they're going to be top of their peak physical performance. It's their job to be physically stronger. So clearly, I mean, I don't think that you'd be able to point me towards a single NFL team where the coach is going to be the physically strongest person in comparison to the players. Never the coach. The coach is never the physically strongest when we look at professional football. Okay, so we just agreed that actually in this circumstance, the leader is the weakest. Okay, let me ask you another question. Who's physically stronger, the commander-in-chief of the army or the grunts running around on the ground with the guns?
Depends.
Well, what we see is that we actually require physical fitness and performance standards for the grunts running around with the guns during war. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief could be anybody, because what we're going to be primarily relying on here would be their mental fitness and war strategy. So clearly, once again, we typically expect, okay, once again, the grunts and the foot soldiers to be stronger than the sergeants, the generals, or the commander-in-chief. So it seems like another example of a structure of leadership where the leader is the weakest. Can you
Well, not
actually point me
exactly, though.
towards? No, it is. That's absolutely
Because like if
typically
the
case.
commander was weak, I don't think the soldiers would trust the commander as much to lead them.
Wait, so you thought that FDR wasn't trusted because he was in a wheelchair, therefore physically weak?
I'd say some people probably wouldn't trust him as much.
Oh wait, so I want you to
wheelchair.
give me evidence of that. Now you're making an empirical claim here. So give me empirical evidence that FDR was untrusted by subordinates because he was physically weak due to the fact that he was in a wheelchair.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry.
I asked you for empirical evidence that many of FDR's subordinates, when he was the commander-in-chief, didn't trust him merely because he was physically weak due to the fact that he was in a wheelchair.
I
That
think it's
was an
more so
empirical
like,
claim.
that wasn't empirical.
Yeah, but you don't know what the word empirical means. So you
No,
made a claim about
no,
what
no, I
was
do,
like
but-
descriptively true of reality. So I now want you to give me evidence for said claim.
I wouldn't say there's empirical data on that.
Oh, okay. So if there's no empirical data to justify the claim, then don't make the claim. Same thing with the armor. Same thing with the army today. You know, like most of the 4-star generals in the army are like old as fuck. You know, but they're just very well experienced with strategy, and they were probably a foot soldier at one point in their past. But due to the fact that they're old as fuck, they're not exactly too physically strong. In fact, can you please point me towards one structure of leadership anywhere in society that is purely determined on the basis of physical strength?
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry.
Point me to one structure of leadership anywhere in society where the hierarchy of said leadership is purely determined on the basis of physical strength.
Well, I wasn't saying it's the only thing that matters as a leader.
But you haven't been able to describe why it matters at all, right? I don't think that physical strength is concerned with one's leadership ability in the slightest. Okay, and the evidence for that is there's not one structure of leadership anywhere in anywhere in society where said structure of leadership is determined on the basis of physical strength. And clearly, even from your own perspective, you're going to argue here that in many circumstances, those in which are physically stronger are the subordinates, like football players to a football coach, are grunts to an army soldier, army grunts to an army sergeant, or the Secret Service to the president. So clearly, I mean, I think I've demonstrated quite well that there is absolutely no influence of physical strength within one's ability or aptitude to lead.
Okay. So I'd say if comparing to like someone that's weak compared to someone who's strong, I'd trust the person that's strong, like physically more fit than the guy who's
lead.
not.
Oh, what does this go back to the feelings in your tum tum?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, it goes back to the feelings
You
in your
want to
tum
say
tum.
that?
Yeah. So once again, who are you going to trust more to lead, Donald Trump or the 15-year-old on steroids?
Again, we were comparing Kamala and Trump, not.
So therefore you're telling me that it has nothing to do with physical strength and more so to do with other relevant factors, right? Because you just told us that if it were to come down to one person who's physically stronger and one person who's physically weaker, you're going to trust the person who's physically stronger. Therefore, you would trust the roided up 15-year-old that can bench press 500 over Donald Trump to be the president, right?
Well, no, because we're not.
No,
comparing
okay, so then you're not
15-year-old.
always going to trust the person who's physically stronger.
Sure, that's why I said it plays a
So
part.
then in what situations are you going to trust the person that's physically stronger?
If like they're a physical trainer and they're training you on like certain workout techniques and stuff like that.
Oh wait, that's actually a really great example. So would you trust a oh my goodness, trainer? Would you trust a physical trainer who's like pretty damn yoked, okay, and really knowledgeable? I mean, they have like a master's degree in health science, and they've been doing this for the last 50 years of their life. They're very well accredited. They're very good at what they do. Or would you trust the 15-year-old that could bench press 500 pounds on steroids?
Obviously, the one that's not the 15-year-old.
Even though he's physically weaker. So then in what scenarios are you going to trust the person that's
But
physically
how is he
stronger
physically
and
weaker
better?
necessarily, though?
Because the 15-year-old can bench press more than him, squat more than him, curl more than him.
That doesn't mean he like is visually more physically like fit than the other guy, though. Just
Wait,
because
but
he can bench more.
Wait, now you're saying visually more physically fit? I'm really confused because your claim was about strength, not about visual aesthetics.
Sure, but I think like it's both. Like, you know what I
Wait,
mean?
wait. So now you're just saying if you think that attractive people lead better than unattractive people?
Not exactly. No, that's not exactly. What I
But
was
just the
saying.
person with a more like aesthetic physique. So you'd vote for Gavin Newsom over Trump?
Well, no, because again, that's one.
Wait, why?
part of
Because
many
Gavin
other
Newsom like
things that I
clearly
wouldn't vote-
has a more aesthetic physique.
Sure.
Okay, so you'd vote for Gavin Newsom over Trump.
No.
Okay, so then how aesthetic one's physique isn't relevant to how good of a leader somebody is. One's physical strength isn't relevant to how good of a leader somebody is. So then what is relevant to why you think men are better at leading than women?
I think they're just naturally more assertive, more dominant.
What does that mean? Naturally more dominant. What does that mean?
They'll be more like when they're talking to other leaders, they'll like not like be quiet. Like they'll, try to assert their dominance.
What does it mean to assert your dominance?
I guess it can mean a lot of things, like flexing your bicep. I don't know.
Oh wait, so if leaders flex their bicep, then you're more likely to trust them. So I'm flexing my bicep right now. Are you going to trust me to lead?
I wouldn't say so. I'm just saying you said asserting your
Okay,
dominance.
perfect.
That's
Yeah.
it.
So
That's
am
the
I
part.
asserting my dominance by flexing my bicep right now?
Sure, in your own.
Have
way.
you ever seen Donald Trump flex his bicep?
No, I wouldn't say.
Okay, so in this moment, because you're watching me flex my bicep, and you've never watched Donald Trump flex his bicep, you would prefer me to be president over Trump.
That doesn't make it. That's not what I was saying.
That's exactly what you just said.
I was
you
saying that's a way
absolute
to assert
idiot
your dominance.
sandwich.
I'm saying
Get the fuck out of my stream. Oh my god. This is like the 30%, everybody. This is the 30%. The 30% of Americans that still support Trump as president, that's Austin, by the way. That's Austin and his friends. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only opposite side of the queue of you happen to be MAGA. Oh my goodness. Yo, Chronic, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. My god, dude. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. You MAGA?
Well, okay. Before you hang up on me, let me explain. I'll say no, but I wanted to debate a topic that I agree with him on. Is that okay or not?
Are you driving?
I am not. I'm in my car, but I'm not driving.
What do you want to debate me on?
Would be the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Okay. Do you mean the
I don't know if you
transatlantic?
have feelings about it. I know it's not a real sexy topic.
Do you mean our transatlantic partnerships? Or the
No, it's
or you mean the
Trans-Pacific
TPP?
Partnership.
Oh, the TPP.
Yeah, this
Okay.
would go back to.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. That's like a really like niche trade agreement that I'd be down to debate, given that it was in greater relation to why you support Trump, but you don't support Trump, so I'm going to kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. You just got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Yes. Also, feel free to let me know down below in that comment section. We'll happily load you up that way. And by the way, I highly prefer you guys to have like more than 3 brain cells. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, Lord T. By the way, Lord T, you support so much over on Super Chat. I didn't even need to click on the donation to know who it was, just because I recognize you by your profile picture. But I appreciate you for the $10 who says, there are known same-sex animals that either take another animals or look after the baby species as their own if they're not around in order for them to survive. That's Nature Caller. Thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat. I'd assume that you're referring to adoption. Yes, adoption is legitimately natural. Also, Cats, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. Oh, one moment, Cat. Yeah, this guy's name is Shane. Shane, feel free to turn on your mic.
So I need you to delete that video of me, or I'm gonna call my lawyer to address the allegations. Dean, come on, man. I need to propose. Just address.
Get off. He changed his name to Shane McDougal. Dude, if only Shane McDougal knew how to use a phone, he would love getting clowned on. He'd love it so much. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Landon loaded in right now, folks. And this, as well as Cat, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars on Super Chat as well. Thank you so much for that love, Cat. Cat with the $20 Canadian.
Is this the one and only Dean Withers?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in? That's a kid. Cat, I'm sorry, you've gotten cut off twice. Let's just go ahead and read Cat's donation. Cat with a 20 Canadian says, historical matriarchy, such as the word I can't pronounce or other word I can't pronounce, demonstrated success over patriarchies in social cohesion, sustainable living, and then equitable distribution of resources and resistance to internal tyranny. I'd assume so. I would definitely assume so, Kat. Thank you so much for the 30 Canadian dollars. Then Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Literally just calling the last guy stupid. Please do show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. I appreciate you guys for the love on Super Chat. We have a couple more people to thank on PayPal, a couple more people to thank on Venmo. But before I thank a couple of people, what is going on that TikTok chat, dude? People are spamming dribble in your mouth. Get tested. I'm not even joking. Like that's me reading the message. Can you guys stop being creepy? I mean, not even creepy. Weird? Stop being weird? Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says idiot sandwich is my new favorite term. Dude, I stole that from the man himself, Gordon Ramsay. God, I love Gordon Ramsay. Thank you for the $10, Aaron. And oh my God, Mary, thank you so much for the $365 donation on Venmo. That is insane, Mary. My God. I want to see 4,000 Mary W's down below in the chat on YouTube and TikTok. Thank you so fucking much for the love. That is completely ridiculous, Mary. That is completely ridiculous. Mary with the $365 says, happy 365th Dean. Thank you for all that you do. I'll catch the VOD in the morning. Sending love. Mary, you've been watching for so long, and I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for the astounding level of love Thank you so much, Mary. Dude, show some massive love to the GOAT Mary herself down below. For those that don't know, today is a 1-year anniversary of the Dean and Withers Show, marking the 365th episode. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support, Mary. Same thing to you, Allison. Thank you guys so much for the $5. Kayla with the $10. Oh, please call me Hazel. Hazel, thank you for the $10. Can you please ask if they approve of trans men and trans women getting married because they can have children? Well, I guess we'll never know because that last caller disconnected. But Hazel, thank you for the $10. Same thing to Caroline. Thank you for the $20. Who says, what if homosexuality is exactly God's intention as a natural way to control human population? Well, I mean, I actually think that's an interesting thought to explore because given that the Christian worldview is true, you'd have to argue that homosexuality was intentional and designed by God because it's driven by hard-coded biological predispositions that are developed in the womb. So thank you for the $20, Caroline. Very interesting thought. Same thing for you, Tom. Thank you for the $20. Let's get to under Tom W's. Tom says, quote-unquote, spit for brains should pay pain and suffering given well-documentation of germophobia. Also make him pay out his ass in punitive damages to set an example. Thank you for the $20, Tom. I like that name. Spit for brains is gonna pay. Same thing to Haley. Thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, happy to see you back on live. Hell yes! I hope that you and your girlfriend had a good vacation and a break to recharge. It was so awesome. I loved it, Haley. And yes, we are back. Because we were on vacation, I haven't posted on my account in 10 days. We didn't do a live stream yesterday, but don't worry, guys. We'll be getting back into the loop. Same thing to Brianna. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo for being willing to risk getting spit in mouth to tell the truth and advocate for change. And happy 1-year anniversary of your show. Oh, thank you so much for the support, Brianna. Yeah, there's a bunch of violent MAGA lawless thugs out there. They'll go on the internet and scream law and order. That's why we need to torture undocumented immigrants. But then they'll turn around and spit in the face of a liberal and argue that it's legal all because they don't like them. Same thing from you, Ivy. Thank you for the $12 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love and support. And then Serena, thank you so much for the $15 who says, I wanted to tell you today I was approached by a guy on my college campus who was asking me why I support abortion, and I absolutely dog-walked him thanks to you and what I've learned from you. Let's go, Serena! I love hearing stories of that nature so very much. I think that's awesome. Thank you for the $15. And same thing to you, Bebs, BEBS. Thank you for the $15. Who says, happy 1-year anniversary. Thank you, Bebs. Tracy with the $5 for the 1-year anniversary. And DW, sorry. Thank you for the $15. Who says, these streams have become a normal part of my day, and I've even gotten my husband hooked on listening to your debates as well. Thank you for all that you do. Well, shout out to you and your husband, DW. Thank you so much for the love and support. And then Vanessa, this was the very first donation of the day. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. And that's funny, Vanessa. As always, I love you, Vanessa. You're awesome. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, you guys, we may have to do a restart. We may have to do it. I'll keep you guys updated on that. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the stream right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up, Dean?
How old are you?
32.
32. What year were you born in?
93.
Okay, I'll trust you for now. I just have a couple more people to thank.
You're joking, right?
What am I joking about?
Do I not sound like I'm 32, dude?
Well, I feel like if you were to start talking about why you support Trump, you'd start sounding like an emotionally erratic 13-year-old real quick. So I never really know.
But you do know.
No, I really don't.
Trust me, buddy. You know.
Okay. All right, Josh. All right. I just have a couple people to thank. And then we will hop into the debate. First and foremost, this is just catching up over on PayPal. Dude, Ellen, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Let's get 500 Ellen W's down below in that chat. That is ELLEN. Ellen, you are awesome. Awesome. Ellen with a $50 says, I'll send you $50 for everybody that you convert today. Ellen, you'll probably end up getting to keep your money. I appreciate you for the $50. Unfortunately, the MAGA that are left are really bottom of the barrel and really hard to change their minds in real time. But thank you for the $50. As well as Carolyn, thank you for the $50 as well, who says to celebrate your 1-year anniversary. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Thank you so much, everybody, so much for all the love, the outpour of love. I'm just so grateful for you guys. Show some love to Ellen and Carolyn down below in that chat. Same thing to you, Cammy. Thank you for the $20, who says congratulations on the 1 year of the Dean Withers Show. I've been watching since you lived with your brother, and fuck that guy, he needs to be charged. Thank you so much for the $20, Cammy. And yes, the Spit for Brains rascal will be charged. Crystal and Caitlin, thank you both for the $5. Chandler, thank you for the $5. C, thank you for the $10. Hope that you're well as well. And then Cody, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, you were missed. Well, I am back, Cody, and congratulations on your marriage. With that, we're all ready to go. Josh, how the hell do you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
I would see the worst president of my life.
Well, I mean, I believe that he's very unique from other presidents that we've had in a very terrible sense. The first sense is going to be his character. He is an absolute abysmal character. I mean, he's admitted to sexually exploiting the naked bodies of women and girls. The court determined that he raped a woman on top of cheating on all 3 of his wives and telling over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first term. But he is also very violent, and he doesn't like it when he gets his way. You know, he's called for the celebration of the death of Democrats. He's called for the execution of his political opponents, and he just kind of hates anybody that gets in his way of this warpath on our democracy, on our rule of law, and our Constitution, which of course is another really big reason why I hate him, to do with his attack and assault on 7 of our 27 amendments, 2 of our articles. And then we start getting into, you know, his policy with the whole taking health care away from low-income Americans, refusing to pay out food stamps for 16 million starving American children, and about a billion other things too. He sucks.
For sure. Real quick, I think I constantly hear you talking about the Howard Stern show and somehow how that relates into Miss Teen USA. I would like you to elaborate on that because that's not what's stated on the Howard Stern show. So I'm wondering why you think that.
Yes, so when he's talking to Howard Stern, you're right. He never explicitly states Miss Teen USA. He never explicitly states any beauty pageant, actually.
Yeah, he does say women, though.
In this clip, we'll get around to that. In this clip, he just generally states that he would barge into the dressing rooms of the women at his beauty pageants. And I take this to be an admission of guilt to him barging in on the women at Miss USA, then, of course, the minors, the teen girls at Miss Teen USA. Because we have a corroboration of victim testimony from the teens and from the women, all just repeating the same story, that he'd barge in on them and look at them while they're naked, you know, including like Victoria Hughes or Mariah Bellato. From
Yeah, but there's plenty of people that have also said that he didn't do it, right?
And we would expect, by the way, not plenty.
Like Carrie Prejean, Miss California USA of 2009.
Yeah, we would expect a handful of women and a handful of girls to have the story that this never happened to them, because
So then why are we supposed to believe the ones that say that it happened to them who came out in 2016? Why didn't they come out in 2006 or 2007, 2009, 2008, 2000?
We believe them. We believe them both.
I mean,
so we believe the women who say,
why do we believe?
Joshua, let me clarify.
Yeah.
We believe the women who came out and said that this happened to them, and we believe the women who came out and said that this didn't happen to them. Because, in fact, that's what we would expect, given that it's true that he did this. Okay? We're not going to, I'm not going to pause it. Joshua, I'm almost done speaking.
How would you know it's true, though?
Of course, I could get there,
If
but
there's
I'm in the middle
contradictory statements.
They're not
And the only ones that came out, yes, there are.
I can
And the only
explain to you how
ones
they're
that came
not
out
contradictory.
saying that it actually happened was in 2016. That doesn't really make sense.
So the statements are not contradictory. So when we hear like one woman say that this never happened to her and another woman said that this did happen to her, those two statements are not contradictory. The reason being that the women who said that this never happened to them are not like omnipresent and all-knowing, okay? We would expect Donald Trump to only do this to some women and girls. We wouldn't expect Donald Trump to do this to every woman and girl at every pageant of every year. So I'd actually argue the fact
So
that we
these
have the
women are just
testimony from some-
alone in the back room of a pageant?
So
I don't understand.
I'm actually still speaking, Joshua. I don't know if you could tell by like the movement of my
I
mouth
know,
or
you
the
just
words coming out of my
monologue
mouth.
a lot, man.
Well, it wasn't a monologue. In fact, I spoke less for 20 seconds before you interrupted me.
Every single debate we have, you're talking the most, and you always say that you're not.
Okay, well, if you don't like the fact that I am able to effectively dispute what you say with words, okay.
But
feel
you're
free to
not.
leave.
You're just trying to over talk so that I forget about a single point, so then you can pivot and try to like push it back on me. And let's have like a fluid debate. I think that would be good.
Joshua, why are you projecting?
Funny. Anyway,
Let's just clarify here. That was absolutely
well when there's multiple
absolutely a projection, Joshua. I mean, we just got done going over how you interrupted me 3 times in less than 30 seconds, and then you had the gut to turn around and say, "Dean, why are you over talking me?" Clear projection. I do want to get back to the point that I was making, though, Joshua. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'd really appreciate it if you just, have the maturity to settle down for a little bit. I understand that you're eager and you're ready to go to start spewing off a bunch of bullshit, and I'll give you the chance to. I want you to talk. That's why I have you on my stream. That's why I run these streams. But we just have to do so in a cohesive manner. I know that's hard for Trump supporters because you guys don't really respect boundaries. Let's just face the facts here, okay? But try your very best, buddy. To get back to the point that I was making, though, very important. So you're right. From some women, we hear that this happened to them. From other women, we hear that this didn't happen to them. these two stories do not contradict one another, because we wouldn't expect it to happen to every woman and every girl at every pageant every year. We would only expect it to happen to some women and girls at some pageants in some years, right? Like clearly.
Is that you being done?
Yes.
Okay, so you just made a statement. Was there a question attached to that?
No, it's just a statement to rebuttal your argument.
Okay, well, I mean, then we can't really come to any sort of agreement here if we're just going to rebut each other's arguments, right? Like,
what?
No, seriously, like, what's the main goal here? So my issue is that you're constantly saying that he walked into Miss Teen USA pageants when there's literally no proof.
Oh, yeah, that claim's false.
What claim's false? The one that you constantly talk about?
No, your last claim.
That he
There's no
walked
proof
into
he did
Miss
this
Teen
to
USA
teens.
pageants? Because, I mean, if you can agree that that's a false statement, then we can move on.
Oh, well, I'm happy that I could clarify for you, Joshua, because clearly you're having like tracking issues here. What I'm saying is false is your claim that there's no evidence that he did this to teens. The evidence is abundant. Sure, yeah, his admission of guilt to doing this at the pageants that he owned to Howard Stern and his radio
He never did that, though.
Okay, so once again, Joshua, you are interrupting me. Do you want to go ahead and rebuttal my claim once I'm done making the claim?
No, but he never said that. We already
Okay, well,
are on that.
I want you to be able to make that argument as soon as I'm done speaking. I just don't think that you understand how communication works, because you probably don't talk to many people when you live in your mom's basement. But it typically would work between two people talking to one another, allowing each other to speak. That's what it's going to require. Now, Josh, here's the thing, buddy. I'm actually not going to ask you again. If you continue to walk down this path of perpetual interruptions, I'm just going to kick you from my stream, find somebody a little bit more serious than you. So if you want to run away from me, okay, feel free to make me kick you by continuing to interrupt me. I understand that you are likely very scared of me, and that's why you want to run away from me. That's why you want to be a runner, as a handful of people are saying in the chat right now. But just try your best to listen. So the evidence that he did this to the teens at Miss Teen USA is, well, A, when he was sitting down on Howard Stern's podcast, he generally admitted to doing this at the pageants that he owns. But furthermore, we know that he did this at the pageants of the adult women and the pageants of the underage minors, because we heard from both the adult women and the underage minors all telling the same story, that this happened to them. You then try to combat that line of argumentation by saying, well, Dean, we also heard from maybe like 2 women that this never happened to them. And then I combated that line of argumentation by suggesting, well, that's actually an expectation. We want to expect Donald Trump to sexually exploit every woman and every girl at every pageant every year, because maybe some of them were kicked out of the competition before he'd walk into the dressing rooms. Maybe some of them showed up late on the days that he walked into the dressing rooms. Maybe some of them weren't paying close enough attention. Maybe some of them were already dressed and had left the dressing room. Maybe some of them were in a separate bathroom. Maybe some of them were actively on stage getting judged while the next group of women or girls was getting ready to come out. There's about 1 billion different moving factors here that would make it very impossible for Donald Trump to do this to every woman and girl at every pageant every year. So in fact, I'd argue that if every woman and girl at every pageant every year said this happened to them, it would reduce the likelihood of it being true. But rather, the fact that we have some women and girls who will say that they don't remember this happened to them increases the likelihood of it being true, because that's the natural expectation given that it actually is true. Now, if you want to respond to that, the mic and the floor are yours. Something else I will suggest here is that from your position, it seems to be the case that you're arguing that this did happen to the women, but it didn't happen to the girls. And that is another fact that makes it even more likely that it happened to the girls, because if he's willing to do this to adults, why wouldn't he be willing to do this to kids? Go for it.
Perfect, thanks. And notice that you just talked forever, and I'm probably only going to get like 5 seconds. You mentioned Victoria Hughes earlier. Why?
Is that not the name of one of the women that competed at Miss USA that came out and said that this never happened to them? That might be the name of. I always get these names confused.
No, that is correct. Stated that didn't believe in the reports of him barging in on teenage girls were correct. The chaperones would have never allowed it. The story is exaggerated, which is what other. And by the way, it's not just 2 other people. There's more than 11 girls that came out stating that they never saw him in the back of these pageants from 1997, 2009, 2005, 2001. So
okay, I just out of curiosity.
No, hey, I let you talk, right? I let you talk, Dean. So now it's my turn, bud.
Okay. In a statement with names, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you interrupting me? So anyway, I'm sorry. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you just asked me why I'm interrupting you. Then I answered your question.
Please stop interrupting me. Yeah, I'm trying to. You do this all the time too. So anyway, so there's multiple other women besides 2 that came out and said that this wasn't happening. Now, there is literally no proof besides a couple people that came out in 2016 stating that it was Miss Teen USA after people speculated that it was Miss Teen USA. Donald Trump himself never said anything about Miss Teen USA, and he described the girls that he would barge in on as women, beautiful women in all sorts of undress, correct?
Yeah, he described them as women
Okay,
and
perfect.
girls.
Thank you for that. So
He
there is
described them
zero
as women
proof.
and girls in the clip. He described sexual conduct with both women and girls.
No, he did not. What
did.
sexual conduct?
Yeah, like sleeping with him, and then that being a conflict of interest. Before he started talking about barging into the dressing rooms of quote unquote women, he was talking to Howard Stern about how the quote unquote girls would come on to him, and then he'd have sex with them.
Okay, and you think those are somehow minors?
Well, I mean,
Because
if you
his
would assume
type
the
seems
strict
to
and literal
be kind
definition
of
of the word
tall,
woman,
blonde
well, then I mean, it
women
seems to be the case
with
that that's
boobs.
exactly what we
It
would
seems like he
conclude
likes
here.
boobs.
So I just want to clarify here, Joshua, that when he says the word woman, when he's talking about the changing rooms, I just want to clarify here, Joshua. So you're arguing that when he says the word woman, okay, as it would relate to the changing rooms, this irrefutably proves that he's strictly talking about adults. But when he says the word girl, this does not irrefutably prove that he's strictly talking about minors. Why is that?
Well, when you use the term girl, especially in that context, when he's sleeping with them, I'm sure that would have come out, don't you think? Yet there has been no allegations that have been credible at all that he was sleeping with minors.
Okay, so you're saying that he was using the word girl non-strictly and likely in reference to women,
yes,
right?
Correct.
Okay, so if he could use the word girl to communicate a direction towards women, why couldn't he use the word woman to communicate a direction towards girls?
Because a woman is an adult human female.
Well, I mean, is it the definition of the word girl under your view, an adolescent human female?
I actually don't think so. I think people use girl pretty like everywhere.
Okay, so you're basically, so once again,
Like,
you're
my
just going
dog's a
back into the
girl.
point that I made. And this is exactly what I believe. I agree with you. It is descriptively true, regardless if you like it or not, that many people will use the word girl to communicate a sentiment about a woman. Okay? The same way many people will use the word woman to communicate a sentiment about girls. I mean, we saw Megyn Kelly do this on Fox News, where they were running a poll about the 15-year-old women. Even though 15-year-olds certainly aren't women, they're girls. So that's why I'd say here that we cannot assume the strict and literal definition of the word girl or the word woman, because in this clip, he seems to use them both interchangeably.
Okay, you talk so damn much. It's hard to keep track.
Well, I think a lot of things are likely hard to keep track for you.
So it sounds like you actually have no proof besides anecdotal evidence of people that came out in 2016 stating that it was Miss USA.
You're pivoting.
No, this has literally been
what you're pivoting away from.
Time.
What you're pivoting away from was your position where you attempted to argue that we cannot conclude that he did this to minors because he used the word woman. But then I brought up how less than a minute before in the clip he used the word girl, and then you are now obfuscating away from the fact that it is illogical for you to assume the strict and literal definition of the word woman while not assuming the strict and literal definition of the word girl. While throughout the clip he is using the terms girl and woman interchangeably.
We just talked about that. Was that not over?
Okay, so you concede on that point, though, right?
I disagree with you completely.
What do you disagree with?
Well, then you just said you gave an example that wasn't Trump.
No. Be clear. What do you disagree with in what I said?
I'm telling you.
Once again, the statement that I'm making here that I want to know why you disagree with it is we cannot assume the strict and literal definition of either the word girl or woman in this clip from Donald Trump because he's using those terms interchangeably.
Please name one other time Donald Trump has used the word woman interchangeably to also include minors.
Wait, wait 1 second. Why would I need to give you another example when this prime example sitting in front of your face from the same fucking clip that you are referencing? You tried to argue that because Donald Trump used the word woman, that we must assume that that term is being used strict and literally indexed to adults. But we hear him use the word girl moments before he uses the word woman, okay? So clearly, Joshua, inside of this clip, he is using the terms woman and girl interchangeably.
No, we can agree that he uses the word girl interchangeably, just like I have a girl dog. My dog's a girl. Does that mean that my dog's a minor child? No. My dog sure as fuck isn't a woman, though.
Okay, yeah. So your dog sure
Okay,
as fuck
because-
isn't a woman. Okay, so if a man says that he, so I just want to clarify here. If he says if he did it to women, then he only did it to women. So just to clarify, you accept that he did sexually exploit women, right?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, I thought
Yeah.
that was your argument the whole time. I thought that you're arguing.
No.
Sure as hell, Dean. My president sexually exploited women, but he never sexually exploited girls.
Wait a minute, you concede in the fact that he's not using the word woman interchangeably, correct?
I'll concede on the fact that I don't think we know if he's using the word woman to refer to women or girls because he's speaking about it generally. And he used the term
Then
girls
stop.
interchangeably with woman. I cannot sit here and posit
Then stop
that when
saying
he
he
said,
did that.
one moment, Joshua, I'm not done with my sentence. I'm not going to sit here and posit that when he used the word girl, I know he was referring to minors. The same way I'm not going to sit here and posit that when he was using the word woman, I know he was referring to adults. Okay? The reason why I say this happened to both adults and minors is because we heard from the adults and minors, and they all told the same consistent story that this happened to them. So when we have an admittance of guilt that is being corroborated by many independent women and girls from different pageants in different years, yet they're all relaying the same experience, which is what Donald Trump admitted to, it is most reasonable to believe that it happened to both the women and girls. But like I said, I do want to clarify what your position is in this argument. Is your position that he did sexually exploit the women at Miss USA, but he didn't sexually exploit the teens at Miss Teen USA?
My position is he didn't sexually exploit anybody.
Wait, so then
but
who is he talking
I'm
about in
glad
the
that
clip?
you conceded. I'm glad
No,
that you
Joshua,
conceded.
no, Simon. Then who is he talking about in the clip? In the clip, he said he'd
Buddy.
barge into their dressing rooms, he'd look at their naked bodies. This is clearly an example of sexual exploitation because that is a man abusing his
allowed
position
to,
power
yeah.
over the position of vulnerability of the women, right?
Stop muting me. Hey, sir, you know, I always, actually, you're not a sir, you're still a child, but stop muting me so I can get a word in because
Yeah, go for
you
it.
just trying to steamroll to try to make yourself look better when you
Yeah,
know
go-
you're in a
go-
losing
go for it,
argument.
Josh. Go for it,
It
Josh.
looks immature. All right, cool. So, yeah, he was in a shock jock conversation with Howard Stern saying that he could just do that. They let him do it because he was the owner. He was announced. Multiple women have said that he was announced to be coming in. Multiple women have said that chaperones wouldn't allow it in Miss Teen USA. My issue here is that you sit up on your platform and you tell people that
Wait,
this
you're
is
pivoting. I'm so
irrefutable
sorry.
evidence.
I have to cut you off because you're pivoting away from the question in which I asked you. So you just said that the
you wanna
chaperones
cut me
wouldn't
off?
allow it. But I thought the argument about
No,
the
you're wrong.
chaperones would be the
Chaperone.
chaperones of the minors at Miss Teen USA. The adult women at Miss USA wouldn't have chaperones. So what is your argument against the notion that he did this to the women at Miss USA? That counter argument can't just merely be that it was a shock jock show because guess what? Being a
We're
shock jock
talking
is
about
different
Miss
from
Teen
being
USA.
satire. Being a shock jock means that you're
Sir.
admitting to things that aren't necessarily false because it's not
Job.
necessarily satire, but rather necessarily
stop.
shocking.
Okay, so again, when I don't know if you want to play this back, you know, when I first came in here, but my issue is that you are telling all of your viewers that this is irrefutable evidence that Donald Trump has barged into Miss Teen USA pageants to look at minors. That is what you tell all of your viewers, and you are incorrect.
Okay,
You
yeah,
are
I don't believe that
lying.
I
You
don't
know
believe that I'm
lying.
incorrect, but why are you
But
pivoting?
you know you're lying.
No, I
And
don't.
you're
I don't
sitting
think I am lying, and I know that I'm correct. But once again, you're pivoting.
Once again, you have a grin on your face, and you can't even fucking prove it.
The reason why I have a grin on my face is because you're using this to pivot away from the fact that you are now forced into admitting
now
that the
you're
president you
pivoting
support
into
sexually
it just
exploited women.
No, you're pivoting to make it just women now.
No,
When my
I'm not
original
pivoting at all.
no,
I'm
my-
asking you to clarify in your position, right? Because it seems to be
I'm
the case that
trying.
you're arguing here that when we listen to Donald Trump say
You're-
that he sexually
you're
exploited
crashing
women,
out.
that he's specifically just referring to women, right? So is that your
Look at
position
how
that
red
Donald
your
Trump sexually
face is
exploited
right now,
women?
getting called out.
Are you going to answer my
Calm the
question or
fuck
not,
down.
Josh?
Calm the
Okay,
fuck
you're going
down,
to tell me
dude.
to calm down, but you're not going to answer my question, right?
So I will answer the question like I have
Good boy.
multiple times
Great.
before.
Good boy. Thank you for answering the question. Go ahead.
Okay, good child. Anyway, so
Wait, did you just
I
call
accept-
an adult man a child?
I don't think you're an adult man.
Wait, so I
sir.
just want to ensure that you use a word like man and boy interchangeably, so you don't like assume the strict and literal
you
definition of
got
the word
me.
man and boy. Okay, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Anyway, so yeah, so during that, he said that he was allowed to basically go in with all areas of undress of women. Yes, I will agree with that.
Okay. So
Do
think
you
Donald
agree
Trump
that he
sexually
didn't
exploited
say that
women?
about teenage girls?
Well, one second. You're pivoting, dude.
That is literally my fucking point.
I'm sorry, Josh. The one thing that I've been trying to get you to agree to or disagree to this whole time that you've been unwilling to converse about is the fact that these are people that he sexually exploited. Do you agree that it is sexual
I don't
exploitation?
agree they were sexually exploited.
Okay. Define the word sexual exploitation.
Exploiting people sexually. I think that if you're allowed to do something, that's not sexual exploitation.
Who's he allowed to do it by?
I mean, nobody complained about anything, so I don't even think it really happened.
Wait, so you think that the absence
I
of a
think
no
he was
means
just
yes?
making a joke.
Wait,
and
so
like
I just want to clarify that you think that the absence of a no means
a
yes?
toilet humor kind of way.
Can you answer my question? So I just want to clarify.
I
You
think
think
if
that
you
the
have
absence of a no means
consent,
yes?
it's not exploitation, sir.
How do you know that he had consent?
Because nobody came out until he was becoming president.
Wait. So I just want to clarify.
multiple
If you're
people-
sexually exploited and you don't automatically
Yeah, you didn't
turn
do it.
around and tell an international media conglomerate that can get that fact in front of the faces of everybody alive, then you were not sexually exploited and you actually consented. So I just want to clarify
I'm
here.
gonna
Are
ask
you
one-
denying the fact that many individuals who are sexually exploited don't turn around and tell other people because of the potentiality of unforeseen consequences, like the negative impact on their career, we got to keep in mind he was their boss, or B, if they are to tell people, doesn't necessarily mean that the people they'll be telling are going to be journalists from, like, once again, international media conglomerates, like the journalists that specifically asked them about it once he started running for president, saying that, oh, they consented to it because they didn't automatically come out on nationwide television is completely bullshit, and you know it, Josh. Not only is it incredibly demeaning to legitimate victims, but it's incredibly just a slap in the face once again to those same victims, because we're sitting here talking about a clip where we hear Donald Trump admitting to abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to barge into the woman's dressing room under the guise of doing an inspection to look at them naked. And by the way, we even have evidence from the clip that it was unconsensual, because at the end of the clip he says, so I got away with it. Well, if he had the consent of everybody inside, okay, then he wouldn't be quote unquote getting away with anything because it would have been perfectly fine. And then B, we've heard from many of the women. Some of the women said that this did happen to them. Other women said that this didn't happen to them. But not one woman said that this did happen to them, but they consented to it.
You talked so long, I was able to go get my vape and pee.
Good for you, Josh.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm sorry. Just one more time. Your proof of him walking into Miss Teen USA pageants is that some women said
pivot. Oh my goodness.
He did,
Oh my goodness.
and some
pivot.
women said that he didn't.
So such a pivot. Holy crap.
So who are you supposed to believe here?
Well, actually, we could believe them all because we would expect it to happen to some people while not happening to other people. Once again, indexed to his admission of guilt to Howard Stern. But we
Within the
shouldn't
same
believe.
years, though, I don't get it.
So now, Josh,
When
but what
those
we-
women have
but
seen
Josh,
this happen,
what we
the
shouldn't
ones are
believe,
contradicting the other one's
what
statements.
we shouldn't believe is that he walked into those
Stop
dressing
muting
rooms
me.
then stop interrupting me, with consent, because there wasn't a single woman that came out and said that he would walk into the dressing rooms with consent. So I'll ask you again, because your argument was it's not
there
sexual exploitation
was
because
a
it
woman
was
that
with
did.
consent. So then how do you know that they consented to it?
There was several women that stated that he was like somebody was like, "Hey, Donald Trump is coming in to the back room," and so they
Oh.
were able to get ready
they
before
were
he
able to
walked
get
into the
ready.
back room.
Okay, well, we know that's not the
I
scenario.
feel like
in which
that
we're-
actually makes the most sense.
But that's not what
Why don't
Donald
we
Trump.
believe that statement?
Well, because that's not what Donald Trump was referring to. Because
In a
the clip
shock
he's-
jock toilet
Okay, well,
humor
Josh, I'm trying to answer
show,
your
of
question.
course.
So we know that's not what Donald Trump is referring to.
Of course,
in the
it's going to
clip.
exaggerate it.
Okay, let me know when I can speak.
Okay, I will. So I want to know why.
Wait, no, I
women
want to
didn't-
respond to the last point. Don't run away from that last point. So now I'm just going to
No,
mute you
I'm-
and make sure that I can respond.
Doing
So
what
you said
you
once
do, so
again
I'm-
that there were some people that came out and they said that they were
They
given a
said
heads
they
up
were
before
given-
Donald Trump would walk into the space. So once again, this is another scenario where I do believe in some situations they were given a heads up, yet in other situations they were not given a heads up. And we know specifically that there were scenarios where they were not given a heads up, meaning that they're still undressed. Because in this clip, Donald Trump says that they had no clothes on. Yet clearly, if they were given a heads up, then they would have clothes on.
He said in all states of undress, that doesn't mean naked.
He said that they have no clothes on. But what I'm arguing here, once again, is that if they were
said
given a
in
heads up, then they would
undress.
have clothes on.
Play the clip.
Okay, so you want to hear him
I
say
know
that
it's
they have no
ready.
clothes
I
on?
know you got a tab open for it. Because
Yes,
you
I
always
do,
push this saying that he walked into Miss Teen USA pageants. So play
Yeah,
the clip.
I'll just play the part of the clip where he says that they.
You
didn't have
always
any
say that
clothes on.
he said it was Miss Teen USA too, because you're
Okay,
a liar.
Once again, Josh, you're pivoting. So we could talk about that after I roll.
Dressed
You
and ready
and everything else,
on.
and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking.
Let's go ahead.
Keep playing
and
it.
roll
Keep
that
playing
back
it. Keep playing
on
it. He caught himself.
0.5
Keep playing
speed.
it. Keep playing
Is
it.
everyone okay?
No, nobody can hear. Nobody can understand that, bro. You got to
They
speed it
can't.
up a little.
They can't understand it when you're speaking over it, Josh. So once again,
Nobody
stay
could
on mute.
understand that.
I'm just gonna ask you to stay on mute. Okay, just stay on mute, buddy. It's not too hard.
Standing there with no.
No clue. Didn't even
Yes.
finish it, and then play the rest of the clip.
All right, wait. So after this point in the clip, he says that they did have clothes on. Okay, let's
Play the rest of the clip.
Sure, let's listen to the rest of the clip. Let's find the part where he says that they did have clothes on.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
he
play
did.
a little earlier in the clip, because I know it's in there.
Play a little
We
earlier.
both
in the
know
clip.
it's in there.
Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Saying of undress.
What's that?
I will consent to the fact that I remember him saying in all states of undress. That could have been a different part of the Howard Stern show, because I did watch that whole entire thing, and not in that part. But still, where does that say that was Miss Teen USA, sir?
Okay, so you're gonna be running again. All right, let me explain to you how this works, Josh. When you lose in a debate, what you're supposed to do is acknowledge that you are wrong. What you're not supposed to do is to turn around and to then try to talk about something else. So once again, I'm just gonna quickly.
Play the
repeat
beginning
to
of this,
you-
because that's what I was.
Josh, please don't interrupt me. I'm
The
still
one
in
that
the middle of my
pivoted into
sentence.
this.
Josh, please still don't interrupt me. I'm in the middle of my sentence, dude.
Here, I'll play it back.
I'm in the middle of my sentence, Josh. I'd really appreciate it if you could just hold on. Is that okay? Thank you, Josh. Once again, I'm just going to quickly repeat it. When you lose a debate, what you're supposed to do is concede. Okay? Not try to pivot and run away. Because where we're at in the conversation so far is I asked you, okay, so from your position, you think that he sexually exploited just women and no girls, because you were arguing that he didn't do it to the teens yet in the clip. You're hinging that argument on the fact that he said he did it to women. And then in response, Josh, you said no. Then he didn't sexually exploit the women. And then your argument in order to justify that response was that they consented to it or they were given a heads up to get dressed, but clothes on. All right? But clearly that claim is not true, because in this clip, once again, he said that the women had no clothes on. So because they're standing there with no clothes, they weren't given a heads up, meaning that it was absolutely sexual exploitation. Do you get it now, Josh? Go ahead. I sent you an invite to turn your mic
Yeah,
on.
you've repeated yourself multiple times. I still don't agree that it was sexual exploitation, and the proof's kind of in the pudding. The only time that anybody came out saying that it could have been sexual exploitation was in 2016. The Howard Stern show was in, 2006? This was a clip. People would have came out if it was actual sexual exploitation, and especially if it was so damning that... like you are saying, apparently this is so damning and it's so much evidence. Why didn't anybody come out and before he started running for president? So I do not agree with the fact that this was sexual exploitation. I also think that he was exaggerating for a shock jock show, because he was in a shock jock show. And my main point when I first came on here, and I can play it back for you, was he never said that it was Miss Teen USA, and the only one here pivoting has been you this whole entire time, because you tell your followers that this is proof that he would walk in on minors so that he is actually interested in minors, and then you use that and the Epstein files as somehow proof that he is into pedophilia.
Okay.
It's incorrect. You are wrong, and you are pushing everybody here to think this way. Now, I get people in my lives that listen to you that think I'm a pedophile supporter because you're pushing all this bullshit that you know isn't true.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Josh. So it sounds like what you're saying is that even though he said he sexually exploited these people, you don't think he did sexually exploit these people because none of them told a nationwide journalistic body until he started running for president. So what I'd argue here is that this position is very harmful and very damaging to many survivors. There's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why maybe some of these women didn't want to come out and tell a nationwide publicist. The first reason would be is that the nationwide publicist didn't care until it was political. And this is going to be a jab against even democratic institutions of journalism. There's many institutions of journalism on the left and the right that only care if it's something they could use to their own advantage, like trying to win an election. So I would argue that many of the nationwide publicists and journalists prior to Donald Trump announcing his campaign for the presidency in 2015 didn't really give a shit that he'd walk in and look at them while they're naked. They probably didn't think it was newsworthy, if I'm going to be honest. Now, the second reason why we would posit here that it's very likely that they wouldn't come out about this once again to the nationwide journalists is because he held a position of power over them, but more specifically, their career. We got to remember that they were pageant girls at the pageant that he owned. If they were to come out about these experiences, if they were to tell the media, well, then they would be starting a war with the signee of their paychecks. That's not going to be beneficial for them. That's not going to be beneficial for their life. And on top of that, maybe they were indoctrinated into thinking that this was normal, that this was fine. It's actually not that big of a deal, and that they're crazy if they think it's weird or wrong for Donald Trump to walk backstage and to look at them while they're naked. I mean, we heard this from Tasha Dixon, who recounted to the media that they were actually told by the employees of the pageant to kind of fawn over Trump and show him some attention. So in consideration to these speculatory reasons and many others, I don't think that you could say that his admission of guilt isn't enough unless they were to have came out and told mainstream media before 2015. At the end of the day, in a vacuum, anyone's admission of guilt is more than enough. And if any person will sit down in front of a microphone and say on that microphone that they would barge into the dressing rooms of these naked women and then look at their bodies, that you should sure as hell believe that they're guilty of said interaction.
Okay, so that was a lot of words for you just basically saying, hey, I don't think that they thought that it was like that big of a deal then, and they didn't want to come at him because he is in charge of their careers. Was that basically it? Probably. Anyway, so I will rebut that with somebody that's worth billions of dollars and basically, like you think, admits to sexual exploitation live on an air. I feel like that's a pretty easy bankroll right there, don't you think? So I do not agree with the fact that this wouldn't have been something that they would have come up with, especially with all of those years. That's a decade. That's a decade of this information being on the Howard Stern show and nobody coming up until there was a bunch of negative media about Donald Trump. And then here, I also, because you like to say that I pivot, this is the beginning of our live stream right here.
1 second, Josh. I want to respond to that real quick. You could play the beginning of the live stream here in a minute. I just want to go one topic at a time. So once again, you keep on repeating.
Well, I'd like to wrap it up.
That they didn't come out about this, and I feel like that's another claim that you and many other Trump supporters will make, but it's actually false. Okay, this is the first time they came out about it to a body of journalists that could ensure that story would reach everyone, including you and me. We don't know. We have no clue. They very well could have told the story to every single person in their life.
That would have come out by now.
And no one cared or listened. You know, that is completely plausible.
That would have
and
come
we
out
don't
by
know.
now.
You don't know that.
I would have said
You
something
don't-
about that.
You,
Yeah,
you
we
don't
do.
fucking know that. The people that come out about
Donald
sexual
Trump's the most
violence,
invest-
the people that come out about sexual
investigated
violence,
person in
the
the world.
people that come out about
What would have
sexual
happened?
violence, the
Stop.
people that come out about
Hey,
sexual
stop.
violence, the people that come
You're
out,
lying,
the
Dean.
people that come out about sexual
You're
violence
straight
against the
fucking lying,
people
man.
that come out about sexual violence directed after Trump have had their careers ruined, have been turned into monoliths of the left. I mean, like, for instance, even in the BuzzFeed story, the first round of interviews that they did with the girls at Miss Teen USA, when Donald Trump started running for president in 2015, 3 of the 4 teens requested to have their identities concealed. And then the BuzzFeed also said that they had reached out to a total of like 25 different girls, and all but 4 of them said that they weren't interested in giving an interview whatsoever. So clearly it's the fucking case that you cannot posit just because this isn't a story that we learned until 2015, that it wasn't a story that they were telling to their friends and family before 2015, Josh. And not to mention, by the way, that when we're justifying the claim that Donald Trump sexually exploited...
So you
the
have no
manufacturing
proof. That's what I'm
intestines-
hearing. There's zero proof. Thank you.
Yes, what I'm positing is that there's
Thank you
zero
for the
proof for your positive claim that they did not come out about it
Thank
prior
you,
to
Dean.
2015.
No proof. Awesome.
So you admit that you were wrong then, because
Stop telling
you
your
can't
support-
justifiably hold to a claim unless you have proof.
There's zero proof.
Exactly, zero proof that they did
need to
or
talk-
didn't come out about it prior to
You
the
need to talk for
2015
5
election. Therefore, when you claim that
Just
they
to prove-
didn't come out about it prior to the
You have no
2015
proof.
election, you are making said claim without evidence.
There's no proof. You're making the claim.
Which is
that
no, you're
he's
making the
guilty.
claim that they didn't come out about this prior
Making
to
the claim that he's
2015.
guilty with some no proof.
That's the claim that we have
This
proof
is the
for.
United
The claim that
States.
we don't have
It's
proof
in-
for, you're equivocating. Josh,
Listen,
you're being
until proven
intentionally bad faith and equivocating. We
not.
do
You
have
think-
proof that he did this to them, but we don't
know-
have
you
proof
know you're
that they
losing.
did or did not come out about this prior to 2015.
You lost.
I
It's
didn't
okay.
lose.
It's okay,
You're
bud.
just.
You
I
lost.
didn't lose. You just don't know how to track
got
conversation.
cooked. Yeah, you
the,
got
the only person who got cooked here is you, Josh. Once again, the
Hey,
way that you got
buddy,
cooked. The way that you got cooked, Josh, was
yeah.
because you posited that they did not come out
If
about this
somebody
prior to
listened-
2015. We
they
do
would
not
let
know
other
if
people
they
talk.
did or did not come out about this prior
I
to
have talked
2015.
10% of the time, if that. Okay.
Okay, well,
You
then
know-
stop
you know
interrupting
that
me,
this
and
is
maybe you'll have a
losing
little bit of an
argument.
easier
you know
chance
you
to
lost
speak.
the argument. You know you have zero proof.
Just
of these
because you
people
say that,
coming out
just because you
prior-
say that I lost, doesn't
prior
mean that
to-
I lost, Josh. You're whining, you're coping, you're seething, you're crying.
It's not a
At the end
thing,
of the
bud.
day, crash out all you want. It doesn't
This
change
is
the fact that
5-0
Donald Trump
for you.
sexually exploited these
This
beauty
is
pageant
5-0,
contestants.
my guy.
Crash out, Joshua. You can't. The
No,
fact.
the only one crashing out is you.
The fact that you can't even respond to the substance of my counter rebuttals against your position, and all you could do is get angry and repeat
The
that
same
I lost,
one
I
over
lost,
and
I
over
lost, I
again.
lost, is what proves I won.
You did. It's sad. You act like an immature kid, man.
This is what
It's
is what
not.
proves I won. By the way, this attitude right here. You will not.
Oh, me
you will
finally
not
being
give
off of
cohesive
you?
responses. You will not
Sir,
give
I've-
cohesive responses to my arguments.
It's
You're just
muting
gonna
me.
like crash out and say that I lost and that you won.
Again,
That
the
proves that
mute
I
is
won. By the
crazy.
way.
Dude, you muting me is absolutely insane, and then going on like 5-minute tangents. You're,
Scratching out
you're,
that I
you're
muted
in
him
a
after we
circular
did it.
argument right now, and it's very, very, very embarrassing.
The only thing that's
I'm-
embarrassing here, once again, is you. Once
there's-
again, Josh, that's the
could
only
you-
thing that you could do. This proves that you lost because you cannot, you cannot respond to the rebuttals I gave to your claims. All you could do is say that you won. All that you could
Bro.
do is say that I'm emotional. All that you could do is say that I lost.
Your
But
rebuttal
you
was
can't
you-
actually respond to the
You
rebuttals
just
that
said you
I'm
didn't
giving
have
to you
proof.
against your positions. Oh
You,
my
you
God,
said
Josh.
that these people might.
Okay, you just repeated that I said I don't have proof. Give me 30 seconds to speak so I can clear up this point of miscommunication because you can't track
Had
linear
more than
dialogue.
30 seconds.
No. Give me 30 seconds so I could clear up this point of miscommunication because you can't track linear dialogue. You continue to repeat that I said I don't have proof. That's not true at all. What I said is that neither of us have proof that they did or did not come out about these experiences before 2015, which in turn would mean that you have no good reason to believe that they didn't come out about it prior to 2015 when you were positing the affirmative claim that they didn't come out about it prior to 2015. And once again, you were attempting to equate equivocate here and change the fact that I'm telling you that neither of us have proof that they did or didn't come out about this prior to 2015 into meaning that therefore we don't have proof that Donald Trump didn't do this to him. But that's not true. We do have proof that Donald Trump did this to him. The proof is that he admitted to it. Like insanity that like you're overlooking this point and that you're like treating it with such a low level of credence. We have a man who admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of women at the beauty pageants that he owns. And that's the proof that he did it. And stop equivocating between the fact that there is proof that he did it to the women and the secondary claim that there's no proof that they did or did not come out about it prior to 2015, which would prove your claim to be false surrounding the claim that you made that they didn't come out about it prior to 2015.
Okay, and again, you use a bunch of words that just meant, hey, Josh, you can't prove that they didn't come out before 2015.
Yes.
And I can't prove that they did come out before 2015.
But
and my rebuttal,
my argument doesn't hinge on them coming out about it prior to 2015. Your argument does hinge on them not coming out about it prior to 2015.
Dude, I have no idea what is wrong with you, but just when you keep muting people and trying to steamroll again, it doesn't make you look good. It doesn't make you look like you're winning.
Okay, you lost a debate. I get it. No, it's okay. You could cry. You lost.
No, let me give you a rebuttal, and then you can kick me. I'm actually surprised you even let me up again. We've talked so many damn times. But now, the most investigated man in the world, in the history of the world, you don't think it would have come out that some of these people have talked prior to this, especially since, and I will state again, especially since there's such damning evidence, according to you, that he did these things and it's on recording. Why hasn't there been a single statement before he was running for president and anything coming out of the woodworks about them coming out prior?
Because that's the first time that they were asked about it by a journalistic body that could relay that statement to you and me.
Okay, so I find that incredibly hard to believe.
What? Why? That's the one who's running for president.
Billionaire
That's when he got on the
Howard
radar.
Stern show.
One moment. That's when he got on the radar of like the journalistic bodies that would be able to publish the story to every American. Okay? Like by the way, I just want to repeat that evidence that he did this to the women did come out prior to 2015. The evidence that he did this to the women that did come out prior to 2015 was him admitting to it in 2005.
Okay, so that's the evidence that you have.
Yes, him admitting to it.
Okay.
Yes.
So you know what? Look, this is all I want you and your supporters to hear, but from your mouth. In 2005, on the Howard Stern show, Donald Trump did not say that it was Miss Teen USA. I want you to say
you keep on running away. You continue to equivocate. Remember, Josh, what we're debating is if he did or did not do this to women. Because the totality of your claim that he didn't do this to the people at Miss Teen USA hinges on it being true that at the minimum he did sexually exploit the women. I want you to refute the claim that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA. Because you told us all that you do not believe that he sexually exploited the women at Miss USA, even though he said that he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to barge into the private women's-only spaces backstage where they were, quote-unquote, standing there getting dressed with no clothes on, where he would then look at them, and then he would talk about how he would get away with it. This is clearly sexual exploitation due to the fact that he's abusing their position of vulnerability by taking advantage of his position of power to further unconsensual sexual conduct. All right, and what I want to hear from you is why this is not clearly sexual exploitation. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Wow, that took a while. Just give me 1 second.
He has to go to ChatGPT, everyone. Just give him a moment. While he's doing that, I could actually thank a handful of people. Oh my goodness. Dude. What the fuck? Kittles, thank you so much for the $200 over on YouTube Super Chat. I want to see 2,000 Kittles W's in both of the live stream comment sections. Thank you so very much for the love, Kittles. That is Kittles. That is so fucking kind of you. that is like legitimately outrageous. I'm so very grateful for you, Kittles. Show some massive, massive, massive love to the goat Kittles down below. Kittles with the $200. I'm so grateful for your love. I don't deserve that. Kittles says, Dean, have you ever considered switching to a Herman Miller mesh chair with neck support for day-to-day work? I started my career in a chair like yours. It was swamp butt central and my neck was wrecked all of the time. And then Kittles goes on to say, because they sent it in 2 different donations, you're also kicking ass as per usual. Any chance you'd be open to giving us each a stream of around an hour or so to chat with us liberal snowflakes? Well, to respond to your first question about the Herman Miller chairs, I have considered like a Herman Miller chair, but the only thing is that they're very, very expensive. And I haven't like really found myself in a position where I want to invest, like a couple $1,000s into a chair. But I've heard great things about them. And then secondarily, Kittles, that's been something that we've been planning on doing for a while, finding a way to kind of just have a moment for a Q&A to talk to, the liberal snowflakes of the world. But on a real note, Kittles, thank you so very much for the love. That is beyond fucking kind of you. Same thing to Anthony. Thank you so much for the $100 on Super Chat as well. Show some love to Kittles and Anthony down below. You guys are so fucking kind. Thank you so much, you two. Anthony with 100 says, you got to give it to Trump. He has great scouting, identified a dumbass part of the population that would fall for anything he says. Unfortunately, due to mostly racism, truly disappointing being privileged as a vet. I have friends from all walks of life. Your discretion. Thank you so much for the $100, Anthony. I know, yeah, you do got to give it to him. He was able to convince millions of people that whatever he says is like nearly the fucking word of God, unless it's him admitting to sexual violence, and I guess we shouldn't believe him then. But, everything else, it's the word of God. And then you actually sent another $50. Thank you so much for another $50, Anthony. With the $50 donation, Anthony says, Dean, glad you're back home. And back on, this guy's gonna split hairs and pivot all day. Blame the shock jock. No, that's what Trump said. He barged in between me and you, Cali lifestyle. Put something on your mind, huh? Keep doing UG. Thank you so much for the love, Anthony. Anthony, you sent that a while ago, and fun fact, you actually predicted exactly what he would do. He's absolutely splitting hairs, and he did bring up the fact that he's a quote-unquote shock jock. And California was nice. I love it out there. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. I'd also like to quickly thank Nike. Thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars on Super Chat, who says, so I donate often here. I want to say that what my job is, I'm a web dev. The app that I work on is called TrackKit. Research it, Dean. This is why people downplay SA or sexual exploitation pisses me off so much. I'll take a look into it, Nike. Thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. And as always, it's really good to see you. Let's get 200 Nike W's in that chat. Let's get another 250 Key W's down below in that chat. Thank you for the $25 as well. Key with the $25 says Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby both got away with it for over a quarter of a century. P. Diddy and R. Kelly both got away with it for over 10 years. Literally, if you were rich, powerful, and famous, you could get away with it. And that is exactly what happened here. And then this one just came in as well. Kittles, thank you so much for another $100 on Super Chat. Holy moly, Kittles, you are awesome. Let's get another 1,000 Kittle W's down below.
Shit. Holy crap, I'm still
Kittles
here.
with another $100 says, Dean, I'm definitely not trying to impede on you or how you work. Your debates are actually fucking brilliant. That said, if the goal is to change minds, I wonder whether it would help to test the caller's ability to go past the surface level. Thank you so much for the love, Kittles. That's something that I've considered is maybe like screening callers for like signs of open-mindedness, and maybe it like isn't super advantageous to like talk to people like Joshua that will just deny a claim to be true even when Donald Trump admits to it, if that makes any sense. Thank you for another $100, Kittles. And then Kathy, thank you for the $38 donation on PayPal. Let's get 400 Kathy W's. Kathy says, why do the MAGA creeps want you to prove everything and they can never prove one damn lie they keep spouting? Love you, Dean. From Kathy. Well, shout out to you, Kathy. Thank you for the 40. And that's something that we see all the time. They'll justify their claims with memes off of Telegram and their mom's Facebook account. But then they expect me to be able to provide more evidence that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls beyond the fact that he admitted to it, right? Thank you for the $40. Same thing to you, Marco. Thank you so much for the $34 donation on PayPal. Let's get 300 Marco W's down below. Marco with a $34 donation says, happy 1 year anniversary, blast from the past showing the episode from the garage era. I know, man, that was quite the era. Thank you so much for the love, Marco. And I appreciate you for the $34 in celebration of the 1 year anniversary of the Dean Withers Show. Maisha, thank you for the $14, who says gas prices have been absolutely ridiculous here in Canada. Fuck Trump and his wars. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Donald Trump is literally impacting everybody's gas prices, even in other countries. Best of luck to you, Maisha. Yeah, and we hate that guy. Renee, thank you so much for the $24 donation on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. Who says, happy 1 year. Thank you so much. I have a lot of time while I work, and your videos have increasingly become my favorite part of the workday. Thank you for all that you do and keep educating. Well, thank you so much for the support, Renee. I'm happy that we're able to keep you engaged on the job. Fuck yes. Show some love to Renee. And then Susan, thank you so much for the $45 donation saying happy 1 year anniversary of the show. Thank you, Susan. Holy fuck, you guys are being so kind. Let's show some massive love to Susan down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Oliver, thank you for the $14 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so very much for the love. Who says, I just wanted to say that you are great, and also this is me coming out publicly as a gay trans man. Well, Oliver, thank you so much for the $14, and I wish you the very best of luck in life. And I can't even imagine how hard it is to be a gay trans man today under Donald Trump in America. Thank you for the $14. And one more for now, Miss Crystal. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Fucking hell, Crystal. Let's get 1,000 Crystal W's. Crystal with the $100 says, keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for supporting me, the show, and what we got going on here. Let's get 1,000 Crystal W's down below, as I said. And I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for your generosity and the love. Not a bone in my body deserves it. You guys are being so fucking kind today. Thank you so much. As well as Holly, thank you for the $30. Let's get 300 Holly W's. Holly says is a 43-year-old woman who's taken advantage of by a minor celebrity when I was a teen. I will say the times I tried to come out about it, their fans called me a groupie and didn't care, so I shut the fuck up about it. I can only imagine MAGA people's reactions and the threats that you'd get. Exactly, Holly. There's so many different reasons why so many different victims would be disincentivized from coming out publicly, and then people like Josh will actually use that silence caused by rape culture to just justify the fact that the admitted sexual exploiter didn't do the sexual exploiting. It's very gross and violent. Kai, thank you so much for the $24 as well on PayPal. Show some love to Kai. Show some love to Kai. Really appreciate you so much. Yeah, it is the same guy, Kai. Thank you for the $24. Then Joe, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I hope that the live today is able to help you survive that 23-hour car ride. Jesus Christ, it's a long car ride. And then Lee, thank you for the $5 as well. We are all caught up for now on Super Chat and PayPal. A couple people to thank on Venmo, but I'm just going to do that here in a moment. Joshua, do you want to try to give a counter argument to the substance I provided surrounding the claim that Donald Trump did sexually exploit the women at Miss USA?
Is it the same claim that we've been on about for like 30 minutes now?
Yeah, that you've continued to give counter arguments to that I've been continually like,
Can you
down.
aim to repeat yourself? Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, I'd only be repeating myself in my counter arguments if you were.
I feel like this is becoming extremely circular. I would like to mention. I think you said that we believe in all of them. And then earlier, I think you said that just because 2 women came out saying that they didn't. Very interesting, because when you're talking about Miss Teen USA, the 1997 Teen USA contestants, BuzzFeed reported 15 women that they interviewed. 11 of them came out saying that they didn't recall seeing Donald Trump inside of the dressing room. So it's actually an 11-to-4 ratio of 4 women saying that he did and 11 women saying that he didn't. I was wondering, don't you think that might have been politically motivated? And that has been my whole entire thing this whole entire time, is that it was politically motivated, as you know. And I think you agree probably that it's politically motivated.
So was it politically motivated when he admitted to sexual exploitation of Howard Stern?
So again, I don't think that is sexual exploitation. I think he was
he said that he unjustly took advantage of
Victoria Hughes said that he never did it. Crystal Hughes
so I just want to clarify. If we take Donald Trump, if we take Donald Trump for the surface value, if we take Donald Trump for the value,
all these women said he didn't even do it.
Okay, so if we took Donald Trump for for the value of the words that he said on Howard Stern's radio show, are you arguing here that it does seem to be the case that he did admit to sexual exploitation, but you just don't think that he's necessarily being truthful?
I would say, again, his statement doesn't sound like sexual exploitation. I do also agree that it was probably not truthful.
Every word that he said is being true, it wouldn't be sexual exploitation.
Yeah, I just said that I also don't think that he was being truthful.
Okay, but if we were to accept every word as what he said being true, would it be sexual exploitation?
Walking into dressing rooms that he knew, it sounds like all of them knew that he was coming in. No, that's not sexual exploitation.
Okay. Why does it sound like they all knew that he was coming in? Why do you believe that?
Literally, I've seen several reports where they got heads up about it.
Okay. Well, once again, this just would go back into the conversation that we're having earlier. I do believe that in some circumstances there would be heads up so they could get, their clothes on and whatnot. But just in other circumstances, there wasn't that heads up. And the reason I believe that there's some circumstances. Good question. My proof that there's some circumstances where there wasn't a heads up is because in this clip, Donald Trump says that when you go back there, they'd have no clothes on. So he seems to be like referring to a scenario where there was no like advance.
Have you ever met models?
Can you please allow me to finish speaking?
Some models don't care if you see them naked, my guy.
Oh, okay. So your claim is that he gave them the heads up and then they just stayed naked.
Most likely, yeah.
Okay. And what's the evidence for that claim?
What's the evidence for your claim that they haven't gotten a heads up?
Sure. The evidence for my claim that they didn't get a heads up is at the beginning of the clip.
Models
Donald
in
Trump,
general.
wait, one
models
second. You asked me a question.
definitely.
The evidence for the claim that they didn't get a heads up would be at the beginning of the clip. He says that he'd barge in there under the guise of doing an inspection, allowed by himself, not allowed by the women. But like clearly here, if like they were given a heads up.
Therefore, I was inspecting it.
Okay,
yes.
so
you don't have to repeat yourself. We're both on the same page here.
But
we're
this is just the
at
evidence that there was no heads up.
We're at a consensual disagreement here.
No, we're not, because I've like clearly refuted your view here. I've proven it to be false, and then you just interrupt me while I'm proving it to be false. Once again, the evidence that there was no heads up given here is the fact that they were naked. You then responded to that by saying, "Oh well, they're models. They don't care if they're naked." Okay. Well, first and foremost, these were beauty. This was a beauty pageant where people would go on stage with clothes on, and if they didn't care that they're naked, well, then this probably wouldn't be a private women's only space where there's no men around. So, due to the fact that these women were inside a private women's only space with no men around, okay, and Donald Trump made sure to point that out, we know that they clearly did care if men saw them naked, or else they wouldn't be in a designated space just for them to get naked without men being able to see them.
Okay, I'm not even going to go off of, because I know that you think males can be women, so I'm not even going to try with that one right now. But anyway, yes, generally females changing rooms are for women who are females. I agree with you. But yes, he said he's the pageant owner. He's allowed to go back there. Now, yes, models, I would assume that some models wouldn't care if Donald Trump saw them naked, man. I don't think that's, I think it's pretty obvious that they probably, a lot
Then
wouldn't
why are
care,
they in a
especially
space
if they never
designed
came out.
privately for just women to get naked?
What other men would be back there?
Answer the question. If they just didn't care, then why would they be in a space designed just for women to get naked?
They're not just going to undress in the middle of a fucking hallway.
Oh, because they care about other people seeing them naked, right?
Because there's a spot to be naked at. And then
right, and the reason why there's a spot to
be
be naked at that is designed just for women
Or
is
like
because
a
they wouldn't
pri-
feel comfortable taking their clothes off around men.
Stop muting me.
This is like literally like second grade knowledge here. Like this is just like so clearly the case. The reason why women have a private space
God.
just
You
for women
just keep
to take their
talking.
clothes off is because they don't want men to see them. This is common fucking sense.
Okay, sure, it's common fucking sense. Can you actually have like a back and forth with me without you literally trying to steamroll every single goddamn second?
Someone's mad because they're losing the debate. Isn't that right, Josh?
It's not losing when I can't get a fucking word in.
Okay, feel free to get a word in. Feel free to get a fucking
Jesus
word in response
Christ,
to the
dude.
clearly like commonsensical
Anyway,
truth
so, well,
that,
no, we've been on this-
the
we've
women
been on this for
inside.
30 minutes.
Oh, so you're bowing out?
No, I'm not bowing out.
Okay, so then give a response to the
It's
argument,
completely
please.
circular. It's completely
Oh,
circular.
so you're bowing out.
We literally.
Oh, so I just want to clarify. Are you bowing out, Josh?
No, hey, I'm sorry.
I just
but-
need to know, Josh. Are you bowing out, or are you going to give a counter argument to the claim I suggested?
Hey, come to my live, so I.
Oh,
so
so
that
you're
you
bowing
neither
out.
of us get muted.
So
No,
you're bowing
seriously, you should come to my
Oh,
live.
so you're
that
bowing out.
we
Okay,
can
so
just
Josh,
have a
you
normal
want to leave
conversation.
now? You're
Because
bowing out,
this
right?
This is
Oh,
disingenuous.
someone's getting really mad. Yeah, he's gonna start throwing around big words like disingenuous to run away.
You keep because you are being disingenuous. You won't let
Oh,
me
so just to clarify, Josh, are you bowing out? Or are you going to counter argument to the claim in
you.
which I provided?
Sir, hey, look, I think the only one trying to bow out is you. I think you're trying to see.
Oh, okay, then the projection comes. I get it.
saying the
Then the
same
projection
shit.
comes. Yes, the guy that is
keep
asking
muting.
you to respond to his argument is clearly bowing
you
out,
won't let
Josh.
me
So
respond.
true.
You mute.
Well, I'm just going to
You mute.
continue to mute you
That's-
unless you are going to either tell me that you're bowing out or you're going to give a
you have
counter
your
argument. I am going to mute you when you're just
Then
crashing
mute
out
on
like a
TikTok.
petulant man-child because I'm not going to let you cortisol max me.
Only
So
one-
go
only
ahead,
one
Josh.
crashing out is you,
Either
boy.
tell me that you're bowing out or give a cohesive counter argument to the claim in which I suggested.
I have. Okay, do you
No,
remember
you
what my
haven't.
counter
What was
argument
your cohesive counter argument to the fact that clearly the
I would
woman
like you
would
to
care about
repeat what I've
Donald?
said.
No. What is your cohesive counter argument
you
to the
listen-
fact that clearly the woman would care about men seeing them
Stop.
naked, or else they wouldn't be naked in a space where men couldn't go in?
I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, dude. You keep muting me, I'm not gonna listen to a word you say. Okay?
I know. Yeah, put the fingers in the ears, go la 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 like a little baby. So
No,
you don't
I
have
mean,
to give a
like I
response.
said, on one of your tangents, I literally went and got my vape, which we just saw your vape, by the way. You didn't conceal that well. And I peed, and it came back, and you were
Okay.
still talking.
So what's the counter response to the claim that clearly these women would care about men seeing them naked, or else they wouldn't be getting naked in a space where men couldn't go in?
The fact that all of the 11 of the 15 girls that were interviewed stated that A, they either never saw him. Okay, wait, this was Miss Teen USA, so they didn't ever see him. With Miss California, with Miss USA, only one stated that. Actually, wait a minute. Let me find it. I just had it up. Confirmed Trump came into this is Christy Conaway, confirmed Trump came into the dressing room to say hello, but said she and most others were dressed, noting she felt it was to wish them luck. We actually have no girls from this exact pageant that stated that they had any issue with him being in there. So that would be my proof that they didn't have a problem with him seeing what was going on back there.
Okay, so the inverse of that would be is that if they did have a problem with him being back there, then it would be
For the
sexual
people saying
exploitation, right?
source, that's PolitiFact.
Wait, so I just want to clarify that you would agree here that if they did have a problem with him being back there, then it would be sexual exploitation.
If they did have a problem with it, yeah, 100%.
Okay, all right. So now you have to concede that it was sexual exploitation because Tasha Dixon sure as hell had a problem with it.
Parents of children who play Roblox.
Let's go to take a listen.
If your child
This
was
is an ad.
sexually exploited,
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong
Okay, so then you accept that, he at
What
least
was that,
sexually
what was that
exploited
next
Tasha Dixon.
thing? What was that next thing?
The next thing?
Yeah, right before you cut out.
I've actually never
And
watched
Dixon
what
has
comes next.
strong what?
Fawn
What was that?
all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong opinions about what she thinks were Trump's motivations.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, around beautiful women.
Dixon, who lives in West Hollywood, was 18 at the time.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant.
Okay, you can go ahead and stop
there's
it
no
now.
one to complain to. Everyone
a lot
that
of
works
your
for him.
The year
people
she
in
competed, the theme was empowering women. And after hearing recent audio of Trump talking about women, she decided to speak out.
I miss Arizona, so I veer more on the conservative side. But I like to
No, she's in the
choose what's right.
She's a registered Democrat.
heard the Stern audio
I looked it up.
We did.
Holy shit.
She's a registered Democrat.
Wait, so you're telling me that you looked up her voter registration in less than 30 seconds? Show us.
Yes.
Show us.
Tasha Dixon political affiliation. It's right here.
Okay,
It's a
yeah, show
Democrat
us.
Party.
Show us.
I'm not turning my camera on today, dude.
Oh, no, I want you to turn your camera on and show us.
Why?
Damn, because I think that you're lying.
You can look it up. You have
Then
a
turn your
computer.
camera on and show us.
You can look it up.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, buddy. That's what I fucking thought, buddy. Get absolutely, undeniably, completely charred. All right, we're going to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Let's go to get the
Dean,
next guest
I
in.
have a song for you that I made. Listen, it's about the guy that spit on you. It's called We Are Shane McDougal, or whatever, how you say it, but it's to the tune of We Are Charlie Kirk. I worked really hard on it. Can I please sing it?
Yes.
And it's not AI. Like, I actually worked on this.
Yes.
Okay, are we ready? You're gonna kick me. No, actually don't. I'm actually gonna be really upset.
Sing now.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Dean was just walking outside the airport when some ginger chud spit on him with no remorse. Dean spoke the truth when the saliva was on his face. His wife had a geek bar, and she tried pushing him away. We are Shane McDougal. We spit on the libs. It's not even a crime because Dean is a 5'9" lib. So he's not a... I kind of forgot the rest of the lyrics. Did you like it?
You just need to deactivate. That's all.
You said that 3 times.
Yeah, you still with that.
California girls were unforget. Why are you're...
You just need to deactivate. You just need to deactivate, bro. Listen, we actually need to hit a quick restart of the stream on TikTok. We got a restriction like an hour ago, so it's probably a good thing for us to restart. For everybody watching on TikTok, if you want to come back, we have like another couple hours of debates here in us. So make sure to hit that follow button top left-hand corner. Then you'll be able to find the live stream on your following list after we restart in less than 10 seconds. I know that there's a lot of people who maybe are watching and would want to come back but don't want to follow me. So you could always follow me just to come back, then unfollow me when you're back in the new stream. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Additionally, here, the fastest way to come back following the restart is once the live stream ends, you'll see my profile picture in the middle of your phone screen. If you click on it, you'll land on my account page. You count to 10, 15, you refresh the account page. Then you'll be able to click into the new live on my profile picture. I will see you guys all here in a moment. And by the way, that last guess, Josh, fucking ran. See you guys momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, don't go nowhere, all right? Because you get to stay. We don't need to ever do any type of restarts on YouTube, but we always are being forced to do them on TikTok. Unfortunately. Oh, man, that Josh guy is such a pill. He's always hard to deal with. All right, welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Right before we hop back into the debates, there's a handful of people that I want to thank, and then we'll be right back with you with the debates. Rochelle, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo, who says, I'm a survivor of maternal CSA. Oh, man, I'm really sorry. Who says, and was told my entire life that it was a dream. I've just come to terms with the reality of it over 30 years later. Denying children your belief does long-term detrimental damage. Always believe children. Always believe children, Rochelle. And the fact that there's so many people who don't like that last guess is genuinely fucking disturbing to the max. Same thing to you, Patsy. Thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Let's get 300 Patsy W's, who says, love you, Dean. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much, Patsy. Side note, this guy, Josh, is just fucking disgusting. Oh, I agree. He was so fucking disgusting, Patsy. Show some love to Patsy. Sammy, thank you for the $20, who says, cultists like this will defend their dead cult leader with their entire being. I know. Josh's identity is just being on his knees for Trump. That's who Josh is at his core. Joe, thank you for the $20, who says, Trump says I quote get away with things like that. If you're not doing anything wrong, then there's nothing to get away with. I couldn't agree more, Joe. That is him admitting that he was doing something wrong because he said he'd get away with it. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Sammy, Joe, and Patsy. Thank you guys so much for the love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18 years old.
What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, what month?
July 19th.
Okay, sounds good. You're walking through some leaves, so I'm going to put you on mute here just for a moment so I can thank a couple more people, and then once we're done, I'll pass you that mic, okay?
Alrighty.
Leela, thank you so much for the $1 over on Venmo. Then Caroline, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the support, Caroline. Caroline with the 50 says, please take your mom out for dinner. I'm so sorry for what happened to you guys at the airport. Dude, it has me so mad, Caroline. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? That is such a kind gesture from you, Caroline. I will take that $50 donation to take her out to dinner. Thank you so much for the $50. Show some love to Caroline down below in that chat, everybody. Same thing to Catherine. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says Josh has no evidence. Dead ass. Tristan, thank you so much for the $20. Who says licensed social worker here and social work researcher here. Just want to say thank you for all that you do and wish your show a happy 1-year anniversary. Thank you so much, Tristan. Please take care. Oh, and thank you so much. You as well. Show some love to Tristan down below. Same thing to Tanya. Thank you for the 15. You says shout out to my daughter Aubrey Bailey. Please, she watches you all day, every day. Aubrey Bailey, if you're watching right now, huge shout out to you and your mother Tanya. Thank you so much for the $15, Miss Tanya. Same thing to you, Stacy. Thank you for the $5. Pixie, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents. Jenna and Lydia, thank you both for the $5. Then Brandy, thank you so much for the 10, and I'm happy that you could catch us while we're live. Chloe, thank you for the $5, and then Miss Carrie, Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. He says, missed the 1 year. No, you didn't miss shit, Carrie, because we are live right now for the 1 year anniversary of the Dean Withers Show. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is genuinely so fucking kind of you. I want to see 1,000 Carrie W's down below in that comment section. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Holy fuck, dude. Show some love to Miss Carrie. Then Gene, thank you for the 10. Good to see you. And with that, we are all caught up on Venmo. A couple of people to thank on PayPal, but we're going to go ahead and thank you guys intermittently while we hop into this next debate. Why? Tell us, how the hell do you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump? Oh, maybe Wyatt doesn't know how to unmute. Click on your profile picture, then click on the icon of the mic, and then you'll be able to turn the microphone back on and talk to us. Maybe I need to give it a little bit more of an in-depth explanation here. Wyatt, you'll see your profile picture in the bottom right-hand corner. Click on that little profile picture. A menu will pop up. You'll see an icon of a microphone. Then click that icon of the microphone. Then you'll be back. Wyatt's saying it won't let me. Oh, man. All right, we just need to wait another 20 seconds. We just need to wait another 20 seconds and I'll be able to invite you. In the meantime, guys, let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. Appreciate everyone so much for tuning back in on TikTok. Make sure that you're also double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes, quite frankly. 1 million likes, quite frankly. And Maxie says their day's been good. Serena says good. Zoe says busy. Hell yeah. All right. We just sent the invite to White to turn back on his mic. He didn't accept it. Why, buddy? You're just going to need to get back inside of that queue. Go ahead and just hop back inside of that queue to fix it. LaTurtle, thank you for the €2 over on Super Chat. I'm happy that you enjoyed the stream. Shout out to you. As well as, dude, Kittles, you have been so fucking kind all day long. Thank you so much for another $50 donation and 20 gifted membership subs. Thank you so much for that support over on Super Chat. Show some love to Kittles down below in that comment section for just such a high level of love. Thank you so much. Show some love to Kittles down below, everybody. They're definitely a Trump supporter. We're just gonna kick them clearly because of you know what audio they had to play. There's a lot of Trump supporters out there who are very, very disgusting. You guys, very disgusting people. But thank you so much for the love, Kittles, once again. We got Ethan loading up in the box. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. How do you support Trump? That is like a 3-year-old. Moving on to the next guest, we got Sore Boy loading up into the box. Here we go. Oh, the headache. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do. You ever seen something like this, you little fucking bitch? Fuck you,
Dude,
cut.
what the fuck? No. What did you just do? Why did you do that?
Just something called mugging, you little fucking
Stop
bitch.
turning it on! Brother! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. If you're on YouTube, you are so lucky. You are so lucky. Why did he do that? Buddy, you are so gone. Dude's I have no words. He just like turned on he didn't like, you know, flash his genitalia or buttocks. He turned on his camera like with shorts on, but he didn't have a shirt on, and then showed it in the mirror, and then he said, "Have you ever seen something like that?" I think he was like trying to say that he was a super macho big man, like flexing on the like soy boy liberal, but it just came off as like very like never do that again. My God, let's just go and get that next guest loaded up into that box. My God. Do you support Trump?
It's Devious Dean. Will you play Fortnite with me?
No. Moving on to the next guest. We got Chronic loading up in. I was just saying that I had a headache. And now it's even worse. Do you support Trump? Fuck, dude. Stay out of my queue if you're a kid. Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Listen, to that last guy, to Soar or whatever your name was.
Dude, I literally love you.
You could come back if you promise to not turn your camera on. Okay? We do not want to see your your biceps.
What up?
Welcome into Sport Trump.
No, I just want to say I support you though, and the work you do, and fuck Trump.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you. You know what? On second thought, that's probably like a really like stupid thing of me to invite back up on the live. I don't think that we should trust him to not turn his camera back on. You know, because I'd love to talk to him. See, this is like another reason why I wish that you know, TikTok would give me the option to just permanently limit people's abilities from turning on their cameras. Because if I could permanently limit that guy's ability from turning on his camera, I would love to have a conversation with him, because he was certainly a very delusional MAGA cult member. But you know, we can't trust that until TikTok gives me the ability to just permanently prevent people from turning on their cameras. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box.
When did you last shit?
I mean, I shit on that last guest pretty hard, Josh. So, I mean, I guess 15 minutes ago. Let's get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Follow the rules. Follow the rules, you guys. Follow the rules. We got Karen loaded up into the box. You know what? I should just put the rules up on the phone screen. You got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Those are the rules. You know, I like reduced the live stream length down to 3 hours and took 2 days off while I was on vacation. And I think I kind of like that. You know, just having to deal with the screaming crazies day in and day out for 4 hours is a bit much. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're just going to go ahead and kick you because of the song that you played. Quote unquote song. You're so fucking gross, dude. Let's going to get the next guest loaded up in here. We got Dalton connecting. Thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat. San, S-A-N with the $10 says, what argument would you use against somebody who debates that Trump is good a president because of his child tax credit? Because of seizing aid to the USAID. So about the child tax credit, what we just argue here is that Kamala Harris ran on significantly larger increases in the child tax credit. So if the argument is that's the reason why Trump is good, then they'd also have to concede that therefore Kamala Harris would have been better. Now about the seizing the aid to the USAID, that really didn't do much. It only saved us, I don't know, like what, like a couple million, if even, maybe $1 billion, maybe a little bit over $1 billion, when he's like spent $5 trillion on tax cuts to take money from the average American to put back into the pockets of the ruling elite. And the debt has just exploded under Trump, both in his first term and so far in his second. So welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm not gonna give up. Play Fortnite with me, bro.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Okay. All right. Hey, Courtney. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, happy 1 year, Dean. Grateful for you and Parker. Well, thank you so much for your support. And I appreciate your donation in the name of the 1 year reunion of the Dean Wither Show. Thank you so much. Let's get 100 Courtney W's down below. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Yeah, you hell rest I do. What? You invite me up because I support him, didn't you?
Yeah, no, that's right. That's exactly what I did, sir.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to meet you. What should I call you? Because it looks like your screen name is Bacon.
Well, you can call
Jesus.
me my username, motherfucker, but I came on here to talk about, you got to keep shitting on my President Trump. Y'all don't see all the good stuff he's on. He's keeping us safe.
He's keeping us safe, sir. How's he keeping us safe?
Why haven't you stopped them fucking Iran from dropping a goddamn nuke on my house? Well, you don't think that's
He's
keeping us
stopping
safe?
Iran from dropping a goddamn nuke on your house, sir?
Hell yes, motherfucker.
Hell yes.
What do you say he's not doing? He's the one that's trying to keep us all safe.
And what are your thoughts on the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, and the ex-head of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, saying that there is no nuclear threat that Iran poses to America?
Man, I don't give a fuck what they have to say. I care only what Trump says, because he's one of the motherfuckers that actually tells the goddamn truth in this goddamn fucking country, motherfucker.
But he
Where have
loves
you been?
Tulsi Gabbard. He loves Tulsi Gabbard. He's the one that put
I don't
Tulsi...
know about Tulsa Salsa Gabbard or Garfield or wherever the fuck that one's at. I only care about what Trump says, motherfucker.
Okay. So I think that it's first important for us to understand who Tulsi Gabbard is to better understand why we should care about what she has to say. Tulsi Gabbard is the Director of National Intelligence. Ultimately, she's the one in charge of knowing if another country purports any type of threat to America. And she's not a liberal. She's not a Democrat. In fact, she's a pro-Trump MAGA Republican that was installed into that position with the start of his second term, just under a year and a half ago.
Well, if I didn't understand a word you said. I don't want to tell you that, maybe gas is more expensive now, but it sure as fuck was a hell of a lot cheaper when Trump was president, I'll tell you that.
Okay, so Trump is president right now while gas is up. But let me clarify, because you said that you didn't understand a single word I said when describing to you who Tulsi Gabbard is and why what she says.
I don't give a fuck who Tulsa.
Let me find another way to repeat it. MAGA Queen says Iran have no nuke.
Motherfucker, I don't get. Yeah, they don't have no nuke now.
Well, MAGA Queen also say that Iran not even working on getting nuke.
Look, man. I just came off journey. You guys need to lay off President. Let him do his goddamn job.
Well, how do you feel about MAGA Queen saying that you're wrong?
I don't give a fuck about no MAGA Queen. I care about what my king says.
Your king? Trump is your king?
Hell goddamn right is my goddamn king. What else would you call him, motherfucker?
I don't know. Do you also call him daddy?
Well, no, my daddy, he done died in the Vietnam War. But he would have voted for Trump because Trump was one of the guys keeping us goddamn safe from these motherfuckers overseas.
So was your dad drafted and then he died in Nam?
Hell no, he wasn't drafted. He volunteered.
Okay. All right. How many continents are there?
How many what?
Continents?
Consonants? like vowels and consonants. I think there's there's North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Antarctica, and that one of them motherfuckers down there, the Crocodile Dundee motherfucker, Australia, and then there was that one country called Asia.
What?
Where they have Japan and China and Mongolia and Ceyland. Asia. I had to talk to my cousin Esther Sue. She's sitting next to me in the living room right here. But she had to help me out with that. But yeah, I can also name the 7 seas of the ocean, motherfucker.
Do it.
Well, there's the Gulf of America, the Gulf, the American Ocean, the American Gulf.
The Gulf of America
Sea.
is not an ocean.
And I would call it the Black Sea, but in my house we call it the White Sea. I think you know why.
You're trolling. That's a troll. Okay. All right. He is a troll. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and move on to. Wow. Why was he so able to perfectly encapsulate exactly what I think of when I see a picture of a Trump supporter or somebody says that? Like he was just really, really good at pulling off the essence of what MAGA is. You really perfected the bit, man. You really perfected it.
Withers.
Oh, it's you. You're back.
What?
I'm still laughing at
Dude,
that last guy. It's you. You're back.
I noticed your views have gone down, buddy. You fell off, honestly.
We've been live for 16 minutes on TikTok, Creed.
Your views have fell off, buddy. I was in here yesterday. I didn't request. You fell off, bud.
Buddy, I know that you weren't in here yesterday. Can I tell you how I know that?
Or maybe the day after.
Because I didn't go live yesterday, my friend.
Or the day, I don't know. I don't keep up with you. Either way, you fell off, bud. I remember you used to have
real.
You know why you fell off? Because I stopped doing my lives on undenifying people. That's exactly why.
Okay, Creed, I think that you need to delete your account. Again.
No, I don't. My account got banned. That's why I'm on this account with 0 followers.
Oh, dude. Oh, my God. That's awesome. You know what?
No, I'm in.
Dude,
I'm in talks with TikTok.
I need to go get a bottle of champagne or something just to celebrate this monumental achievement. So are you still a Trump supporter, Phil?
Can you stop disrespecting me, please?
How did I disrespect you?
By calling me the P word. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is a thing from 2 months ago, bro. Like, I've moved on to bigger and better things in my life, bro.
Okay, so if you've moved on, then it really shouldn't affect you too much.
It does, like, bro, it's still disrespectful, and I'm not going to tolerate disrespect.
You're not going to tolerate disrespect, but, if Donald Trump calls black people monkeys, You don't really care. Not too
I
disrespectful.
do care about that.
If
That's
Donald Trump kills
disgusting.
174 girls in an elementary school in Iran, you don't really care. It's not disrespectful.
He didn't do that.
Okay, then who did?
I don't. Nobody did that. It
Well,
wasn't.
I mean, according to our
It was
own
one of
military.
Iran's own missiles, by the way.
Well, actually, according to the American military, it was an American missile. So you're wrong.
So Donald Trump lied about that.
Yes.
Why would he do that?
Probably the same reason he told his other 30,000 lies in his first term. It's because it's not politically advantageous to the approval rating of his administration to tell the truth, and that's all he cares about.
Dude, I was trying to fly somewhere like 2 weeks ago, and I just couldn't because the airports are like. But that's not Trump's fault. That's the Then that's why I dislike you guys
It's the
more.
fault of the group of people who have tried to pass a bill solely to fund TSA 8 times. It's their fault. And every single time the Republicans and Trump have shot that bill to fund TSA down because they think of us as leverage. And they know if the airports are a mess, then the Democrats will be more likely to concede to their unruly demands about DHS. So they just kind of treat the average American as a bargaining chip. I don't think that you're a chip. I don't think that I'm a chip. I think that we're people. And I think that it's the goal of the
Well, I
the
think you're a chip
Republicans.
to the DNC, but okay.
I'm a chip to the DNC.
Yeah,
And why is that?
because you get paid by them.
Phil,
I'm not even trolling. Stop. I'm not even trolling. Like, dude, I'm 100% serious, and I'm here to have a genuine one-on-one talk. I
That
know
claim
you
went
get paid
away.
by the
I
DNC.
haven't heard that for forever. You know, a lot of people really used to claim that. Like
You do.
during the
You
election.
and Parker both.
Everybody thought I was legitimately paid by the DNC.
You are.
Where is that coming from?
Because of course they're gonna have you projecting these lies onto the youth. Like you're a big creator, and your average viewer is what, like 15 to 21 or something like that,
Yeah.
or like in that age range. So of course they're gonna want you to be targeting
my
that age
average
range.
viewer is 24 through 36.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, that's still whatever. You have
Wait,
a big
so you're just saying that I'm like beneficial to the DNC, therefore the DNC gives me money.
Exactly,
That argument-
yes.
That argument doesn't follow, right? I'm by second order consequence beneficial to the DNC because I push people away from MAGA, I push people away from the right.
Exactly.
But that
So you
doesn't
get
mean
paid
that
by
they're-
them
So do you
because-
think that Charlie Kirk was paid by the RNC because
Yes.
he was beneficial to the RNC?
Yes. Charlie Kirk was paid by the RNC 100%. Yes. What?
So
What
if
about
you
it?
serve any type of like second or third order benefit to any like group or organization, you're therefore paid by that group or organization. That just simply doesn't follow.
Because they push stuff out into making you bigger and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Wait. Would you argue that you're beneficial to the RNC because you are a seasoned MAGA debater who's able to destroy me in debates?
You might be right. I actually should get in talks
So
with
therefore,
the RNC.
therefore, you're paid by the RNC, right?
I should be getting paid, and actually mentioning
Okay, well
that
then
if
I'd
I-
argue that I'm not paid by the DNC, but I should be getting paid by the DNC.
No, because I don't.
Okay, I'm bored of you. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you.
Dean.
Jessica, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support Creed, man. You know, we've been in this
Tina,
duo
thank
for a
you so
long
much for the Viking Hammer. Thank you so much for the love. And then Rachel.
Yo,
thank you
watch
for
your
being
mouth.
busy. Hey,
Stop talking. Don't talk over me like that.
In Northern Rebel, do you support Trump?
Honestly, I'll tell you, Zed, my best friend is a supporter of you.
Bro,
He
who
told
is
me
this?
to
Shut up,
debate
Jessica. Go
you.
on.
Shut your mouth, boy.
Jessica?
Jessica, you really don't want to start this because
Shut your-
my best friend wants me to honestly talk to Dean. I'm a
Okay.
50-50, Dean.
Okay,
I
so
support Trump, and I'm a 50-50.
okay, all
I
right. Well,
support some of the things he does.
let's see if I can change your mind real quick. Do you think that you may be able to mute that TV in the background, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect.
You know the sad part? I know my best friend is watching both of us talk right now.
Well, shout out to them. Okay, so what's the 50% that's keeping you kind of on the MAGA side of the fence?
Honestly, I will say this. I'm a gardener. I don't want to get you banned. I'm a green person, if you understand what that means.
Like grow and sell?
420. 420. I
you mean
use
like-
it medical marijuana. That's
Okay.
mostly the biggest thing I support, but mostly
Man, I gotta kick you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You had it right the first time when you were telling me that you don't want to get me banned, so you had to use like vaguely elusive terminology to refer to what it is. Unfortunately, on TikTok, my friend, you can't use the names of any DRUGS or else my stream gets taken down. I think it's a really weird, outdated rule that they have. I think that you absolutely should be able to talk about DRUGS within some contexts. But their issue is that they take you even mentioning that word, the M drug, to be you promoting the use of that substance. So it's really strange. It's my largest contention with TikTok. Now, I'm really sorry that I had to kick you, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean, you remember me?
I don't know. You have a really bad echo and you sound like a kid, so I'm going to kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Trey. I feel bad for that last guy. He didn't deserve to get kicked. Yeah, TikTok is
Yo,
hard
did you hear
sometimes.
that there's Tung Tung in Fortnite? Or no?
Dude. Get off TikTok, bro. Uninstall. Go outside, please. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest, Lucas. Here we go. Yo, Georgiana, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, happy anniversary from one of your British fans. No kings, Georgiana. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Georgiana W's down below. Something else I do want to call out here, folks, is that the No Kings Day 3.0 is the day after tomorrow. If you can show up, you should show up. Thank you so much. And then Daniel, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love and support, Daniel. Show some massive, massive love to Daniel down below in that comment section. I really, really appreciate you so much for the love. That is crazy. Daniel says, here's $50 to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the Dean Withers Show. Continue doing what you do, Dean. Thank you so much, Daniel. You were awesome. Let's get some massive, massive W's for Daniel down below in that chat. Same thing to Kylie. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Happy 1 year. Thank you so much. Ren with the $1. Kayla with the $10. He says, I got some, sorry. PayPal just forced a reload. Kaylee, I'll read your message here in one moment. I guess while that's loading up, welcome in, Lucas. Do you support Trump?
I don't, mate. I'm British.
All right, I'm going to go to ban you for breaking the second and third rule, American and MAGA. That's what you got to be. If you want to know what the rules are, you guys, just take a look at the phone screen if you're watching on TikTok. There we go. Kayla with the $10 on PayPal. Let's get 100. Kayla W says, I just got some cute-ass bunnies for my homestead this
It's a
week.
different one.
Almost finished with their hutch.
How else would she know who Patrick is?
Rick, hello?
Patrick Star.
She probably saw the SpongeBob movie.
Oh, no. Kayla, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. No, Rick didn't know that he was accepted up into the live. And we heard his real voice.
Stop
man.
removing me from the live stream and debate me, buddy. I'm tired of this. Oh my God. I'm tired of it, bro. You remove me because you're scared of me. I get it. I would be scared of me too. But I'm tired of it, bro. And you're really starting to like, bro, come on, debate.
Okay,
me
run
on-
the argument. Why is Trump a good president? What am I scared of?
Okay, you're scared of the point that okay, all right. Trump is a great president because, he had gas prices down. Obviously, they're up, but they are going to go back down and stuff. I'm not too worried about it. Deporting illegal immigrants is great for the country. I mean, which
Okay,
one?
so I just want to
talk
clarify.
about?
Trump is a good president because he failed at keeping gas prices low. Now they've surged.
Well, when they were low, it was nice.
Okay, but are they still low now?
No, not right now.
So he failed at keeping them low.
Well, they're not going to stay low forever. They're going to go back. They're going to go up and down.
Well, I mean, it seems like they went up specifically because of an action that he engaged in by starting the war in Iran, right?
He didn't start
So
that.
specifically,
he
didn't
didn't.
start that. Who started it?
Iran.
How did they start it?
Because of what they were, threatening the United States. Like what?
Oh, by saying that America sucks or whatever.
There was more than that. Also,
So how did they start it? Be specific.
By threatening the United States.
What threat?
I don't know the exact threat, but they were threatening them. Plus, we also had to get rid of their nuclear weapons.
I think that speaking down on the United States is something that a lot of countries do, right? I mean, North Korea does that. So if we were to nuke North Korea tomorrow and start
We didn't
a war,
nuke Iran, but I mean, if we did nuke North Korea, I don't see a problem with that. Other than the innocent people. Well, other than that, no, the innocent people, yeah. Okay, that's.
Well, listen, I'm not led to believe. I'm not led to believe that it was any word said by Iran that started this war. I would argue that it's the action of the Tomahawk missiles that we sent into their country, killed their Ayatollah, and then killed 174 innocent schoolgirls. That's what started the war, right?
There was already a war before that happened, by the way.
Oh no, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
So we were in a war before.
They were.
Okay, so
they were
then when
in
did
the war
start?
before they bombed.
When did the war
that.
start? When did the war
I
start?
don't know the exact date.
Give me like a rough approximation.
I don't know.
You don't know. Even like
I mean, I don't know the date. I know it was like
year,
probably about a couple
general
days
area?
before they. A couple days before they did that.
Oh, okay. So it started at like right before Donald Trump bombed their country. So
Yes,
what did
exactly.
Iran do right before Donald Trump bombed their country? That
Well,
started
they,
the war.
you know, their leaders or whatever were threatening the United States and stuff.
By saying
so.
what?
Death to the United States. I know I've seen that somewhere.
They've been saying that for years.
Yeah, exactly. So they want to threaten the United States, and they get
Oh, so
what they
basically,
get.
if somebody like threatens to like kill our representatives, then they need to die.
Maybe not die because they're a U.S. citizen, but I mean, you can't just say like you're gonna like do something to the president. You know, you get in trouble for that.
You should go to jail.
You do go to jail, or you at
Okay,
least.
so
get
Donald Trump
something.
should go to jail for calling for the execution of 7 Democrats in Congress.
When did he do that?
13 weeks ago.
Was it a joke or no?
Was it a joke? No, it wasn't.
Well, I mean, he's the president. What are you supposed to do? Impeach him?
Well,
and
I mean,
throw
can
him
we
in
agree
jail?
that he should go to jail for calling for the execution of our representatives? He shouldn't be president.
He should
for
get a
calling for the
fine,
execution?
maybe. He should
Wait,
get
well,
a
I'm just confused because when someone in Iran says it, it starts a war, and then we're justified in killing 100.
Well, yes, it starts a war because they have. First of all, they have nuclear weapons that they weren't supposed to have.
It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't matter. They should continue to stay president. Now, the second claim about nukes, well, that's false. Okay.
They had nuclear weapons, and we bunker busted them.
Okay. Now, but see, the bunker busting was months ago, before.
Yeah, in like
you
June, I
argued that
think,
the
I
war
believe.
started. But you argued that this war started last month, so months after.
Yeah,
they
yeah,
dropped the
probably
bunker
around there.
blasters. So the war started after they didn't have any nuclear capabilities whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then nukes didn't start the war because they didn't have nukes.
Does that matter?
Well, it does when you're arguing here that they started the war by having nukes.
They could have had nukes where we didn't know they had nukes. I don't know what.
Well, I mean, that's also not true because the Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, affirmed that we know that they don't have nukes.
You don't know anything, or like they don't know anything. So.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're arguing that Trump started this war based upon the baseless suggestion that they may have nukes that we don't know about.
Yes, exactly, and I think there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Wait.
Yeah.
Would it be okay for me to kill you based upon the baseless suggestion that you may have a gun pointed at me that I don't know about?
Did I ever threaten you?
Well, I mean, actually, Creed, I think that you have.
When?
I
When
don't
have
know.
I ever
You've
threatened
said some
to
pretty.
off
You've
you?
said some pretty crazy things.
I've
to
said
me
some
before.
crazy stuff, but I didn't say that.
Oh wait, so it's more so if they say anything negative about America, America is justified in totally destroying their country.
Any threats to America? Yeah, I'd say
Okay,
so.
well, how's it a threat to say death to America? Listen, they could say that all they want, but that's not a threat.
They definitely said more than that, but
Well, then what did they say that was the threat that justified starting the war?
I mean, do you want me to pull it up right now?
I do.
I mean, okay. I mean, I don't know the exact stuff of why they did. Like, you know why they started the war.
Well, I mean, I think that Donald Trump started this war on the basis of a lie. That lie being that they poised an imminent nuclear threat, and he started
They
a war
did.
to. How could they poise an imminent nuclear threat with no enriched uranium?
Because they could have had nukes we didn't know about. And what are...
Wait, but Donald Trump said that he knew they poised an imminent nuclear threat. So this would be having nukes that we knew about. Okay, but once again,
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard and the head of counterterrorism both said that we completely obliterated all of their uranium enrichment months ago.
All of the ones that we
they
know
haven't
about,
even
yeah.
started to. They haven't even restarted to rebuild their programs. And you keep on going back to the ones that we know about. Okay, well, if they have nukes
Okay.
that we don't know about, then we don't know that they posed an imminent nuclear threat. But Donald Trump claimed that he knew they posed an imminent nuclear
Well,
threat.
maybe-
So what
yeah, 'cause he
knowledge
knows
was
more than
obtained
you.
by our government. Okay.
Yeah, because he knows more than you. Like
No,
what?
but he doesn't know more than the director of national intelligence. He doesn't know more than the head of counterterrorism.
You're saying the president doesn't know more than them.
Yeah, not in reference to a country like Iran possessing nuclear weapons. Because it's actually their job to collect the intel in which they then share with the president, specifically on that one subject.
Right, right. So you just think Donald Trump started this war for what then?
Well, I want you to clarify what the imminent nuclear threat was before.
The imminent nuclear threat was the threat of us not knowing if they did or didn't have nukes. So
well, then, therefore, we can't truly ever know if any country does or doesn't have nukes. So, are you arguing here that we'd be totally justified in just obliterating any country based upon a lack of certain
without
knowledge of
hurting
their
civilians? I
possession
wouldn't
or lack-
mind it.
You wouldn't mind just going to war with every other country on the face of the planet?
If it didn't hurt civilians, or yeah, I mean, I don't see a problem. Honestly, I think we could, like, if it didn't hurt civilians, I think we should just run the world. I'm not even trolling. What? Like, do you not think that the whole world should be the United States? But if there was a way to do that without hurting civilians?
Is Donald Trump's war in Iran hurting civilians?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so then in virtue of that fact, you condemn it, right?
I mean, I don't agree with it only because it affects me personally, so I don't really want the war to be going on, but, I mean, I can see why.
I'm sorry, dude. That guy's just so incoherent, right? Like, I'm trying my best here to, like, track what he was saying, and it was just all, like, so nonsensical. It's honestly, like, difficult for me to keep up with. Do you support Trump?
Will you at least co-host me?
Get out of here, bro. We have like a new fetus every week that finds their way into the lives, dude. Get out of here. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
34.
Is this KP?
Yeah, it's KP.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
No, I'm not. It's just funny because somebody came to me saying that I ran from you, but really you blocked me.
If you were blocked, then how are you in my stream right now?
This is another account I had.
If I blocked you, then why would I not know that this is another account that you had and asked a dumbass question such as, if you were blocked, how are you in
You
the stream
did
right now?
block me. You blocked the KP account.
One of my moderators probably blocked you, and for that, they're likely justified. I don't know. You probably said some fuck shit. But I just want to clarify. You made a whole second account to request to join my live.
No, it was just funny because you said that I left, and in reality, but if it was one of your moderators, then
Moderators, by the way. Moderators,
then that's different.
Okay,
yeah,
so
then that's
KP,
different.
what do you want to talk about? Why are you here?
Well, I just wanted to first off say it was funny to hear
Diana,
Josh
thank you for the
cook you
motorcycle.
earlier because
he cooked me
had a
so
lot of
hard.
great points.
Yeah, how did he cook
really
me?
did. All his points were valid.
Like, name one.
Like him saying that Trump never said that he walked in on the Miss Teen USA.
Okay.
That
so
was
what
a
he
great
said is that he'd
point.
just walk into the dressing rooms of pageant women and girls, right?
Right.
Right.
No, he said women. He never said girls. He
So
said women.
he actually did
There was-
30 seconds before. I'll play you that part of the clip now. After this ad is done playing.
You own this pageant, you go over, you're meeting the girls and stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right.
So just to clarify, in that clip, Donald Trump is saying that he'd engage in sex with a girl, an underage minor, right?
Right. And what did Josh say? He was pointing out that it was interchangeable.
Okay, well, if the terms
So
are interchangeable,
although-
then when he says
But
woman
all-
right here,
But is everybody
Right,
okay? And you see
but-
these incredible looking women.
then we can't just take that to be certainly Donald Trump saying that it was adults.
Well, that's the thing. Would you consider a minor a woman?
Well, I mean, minor girls
He was
will
using
use the woman's restroom. So actually, yes, in a colloquial sense, there's many ways that we will refer to minors as women. There's a couple ways that we all understand and agree to, right? Like we'll say that the women's restroom is only for women. Okay, but it's also for girls. Okay, we're just assuming that girls are also allowed into that space under the temporary title of being a woman. And then there's many other senses in which we disagree with how minor girls are quote unquote womanized in many scenarios to justify many terrible things, right? And one of those scenarios would be sexual conduct. For a very long time, minors will be referred to as older than they act, or age is just a number, or you're more mature than you'd think you'd be for being 14, to then justify pedophilia, sexual abuse, and rape. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. Absolutely. It's probably the case that people who will take advantage of like little girls will call them women because it probably lands easier for like the ears of people like Howard Stern and the viewers of his radio show. But once again, I just kind of think that you're overthinking this. I think that in that clip we hear the word woman and the word girl used interchangeably. Donald Trump owned pageants where girls competed. He owned pageants where women competed. We've heard from the women and we've heard from the girls. They all share the same story that this happened to them. So that's why I believe that it happened to both women and girls. And even just using like your argument that he didn't do this to the girls at Miss Teen USA and just the women at Miss USA. So if he did do it to the women at Miss USA, why wouldn't he do it to the girls at Miss Teen USA? If he's already demonstrated that he thinks it is acceptable to violate the consent of a woman by barging into her private space to look at her while she's naked, doesn't this significantly increase the likelihood that the girls that said he also did it to them were telling the truth?
I mean, I just think that it was like he was saying something used to smear his name. And it was ironic how right around that time, it was when he was running for president.
There's nothing ironic about that whatsoever. That's the first time these major institutions such as BuzzFeed likely
But
looked
like he
into him in
said
his past,
with
found that clip of him on Howard Stern, and then started reaching out to the women and girls. Let me give you an example here. So we have these neighbors, and both of them are reporting that their car has been stolen. Okay? And then a man admits to going into that neighborhood and stealing a car. Or stealing cars. Let me actually revise the hypothetical here to make it a little bit more analogous. Everybody ignore the last breath or two that came out of my mouth. We have a neighborhood where 4 people who live there have reported their car being stolen. And then we have a man who admitted to going into that neighborhood and stealing cars. Now, would it make more sense to say that he stole all of their cars, given that they all say he stole their car and he's admitted to stealing cars in that neighborhood? Or would it make more sense to say that, well, even though all 4 of them are saying that he stole my car, we're only going to pick and choose maybe 2 of the 4 whom we believe, right? That doesn't make too much sense. And that's kind of the way that I look at this Miss Teen USA, Miss USA situation of sexual exploitation. We have Donald Trump admitting to just going to the pageants he owned and sexually exploiting people by barging into their dressing rooms. And then we hear from the women and girls, they are all telling the same story that this happened to them. I say we believe them all. You say that we only believe 50% of them. Why?
No, I didn't say you only believe 50% of them. I was saying his points were valid because he was saying that, like when he did the interview, that nobody came out. And he did the interview like during that pageant time. And then when he was running for
president,
president,
he signed their paychecks.
Yeah, they didn't get paid. You don't get paid for being in a pageant. You get paid if you're like one of the winners.
He furthered their careers. He gave them money if they won. He was an icon in the beauty pageant space. I mean, fuck, he was the owner of Miss Universe. Like, I would argue here that like many of these women and girls had good reason for never saying anything publicly because it would just completely destroy their career.
Not really. If you think about the fact that he had billions of dollars, that's like a big paycheck if they came out. But as soon as he wants to run for president, now this is something that's brought up. I don't know. I just say, like I said,
typically,
he had a good
when
point
people
there.
consider suing a billionaire, the first thought that doesn't come to their head is, wow, they have $1 billion. There's so much money I could get from them. the first thought that comes to their head is, wow, they have $1 billion, meaning that they'll be able to hire the best lawyers and absolutely drain my pockets and will likely be able to win even though they're guilty.
I don't know. I don't agree with that, because when someone's done something that is like bad, regardless of like them being a billionaire, millionaire, having lots of money, like you already know off the bat, if you come out with it, especially as a minor, like that's a payday.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. If any of them came out about it, sued him, and then he was held liable for sexually exploiting them, you would believe that they were sexually exploited, right?
If he went to court and he was deemed that, yes, for sure.
So you believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
No, I don't believe he raped her.
But it went to court and that's what it was deemed as.
It wasn't deemed as rape, though.
Oh, it wasn't. Define the word rape.
It's when you're being taken advantage without consent.
Okay. Would an example of that be for a man to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with his fingers unconsensually?
Well, the thing is with her, like when she said the things that she said.
Can you answer my question? Would an example of rape, given your definition, be a man forcefully penetrated a woman's female member with his fingers?
That's sexual assault, yes. I wouldn't say, I mean, they classify rape as when they're using their, right?
So I'm asking you for your definition of rape. What is your
My definition? I mean, if a guy did that to me, I would say he sexually assaulted me. I wouldn't say he raped me.
Okay, so then once again, define the word rape.
Okay, well, why don't we Google it?
So just to clarify, you're telling me that you don't know what the definition of the word rape is, but you do know if a woman has her vagina violated by a man's fingers, that's not rape.
No, I'm saying rape. I wouldn't consider somebody putting their fingers there rape. I would say that's sexual assault.
Why wouldn't that be rape?
Because they're not using their, you know.
So can women rape women? Can cis women rape cis women?
I mean, I wouldn't say rape. That's what I'm saying. I would say they sexually assault them. I wouldn't say they rape them.
Okay. Wow. So cis women can't rape cis women.
I wouldn't say, consider it. What do you mean cis women?
We'll just use the word woman. So women can't rape women.
Why do you say cis? I don't understand that.
That's not what the topic of debate is about. So I'm just going to use the word woman. So I'm just going to operate.
So
on this
if a woman,
so you don't think that women can rape women? Just to clarify.
I think they can sexually assault them. They're not.
They can't rape each other.
I mean, I've never thought of it that way. Honestly.
So rape doesn't occur in women's prisons.
Woman on woman.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about textbook definition in like jurisdictions, like I wouldn't consider it rape. I would say they would say it's
yeah, that
sexual
is so
abuse.
fucking invalidating to so many victims. Can men rape men?
Well, I mean it, like you're talking about something that's so broad.
Tell me, can men rape men?
I mean, it depends on what type of act you're talking about.
Just can men rape other men?
Yes, if they penetrate their, then yes, I believe that's rape.
Oh, okay, so men could rape men, but women can't rape women.
I don't think that a woman is, if she were to attack another woman and touch her in areas, they would consider that sexual abuse, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So,
lawfully. Let's speak more lawfully.
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. 35 of our 50 states legally define rape as the penetration of one's private parts with anything.
Okay, well, he wasn't accused of being a rapist. He was accused of sexual assault. And then
So like what about like objects? If like one person were to forcefully penetrate another person with an object, would that other person be a victim of rape?
Yeah.
Okay, so any penetration with any object is rape.
Yeah.
Okay, so the penetration of E. Jean Carroll's vagina with the object of Donald Trump's fingers was rape.
I mean, I don't look at it like because somebody said something, this is what it is.
Well, now you're
I
obviously
just-
getting away from the point, because what the jury, determined is that he penetrated her vagina with his fingers. And you just agreed that the penetration unconsensually with any object of one's female member would be rape, and that is exactly what the jury ruled to be true in the circumstance. So can we agree that in accordance with your definition
Yeah,
and mine,
but
the jury ruled him to have raped her?
didn't they deem it as that because of things he said in his past? There was like no
Listen,
evidence.
We'll get on to a conversation about the evidence to prove that it happened. But before we do, can we agree that in accordance with your definition of rape and mine, which would include the penetration of a woman's female member with any object, that the jury determined that he raped her?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, perfect. So earlier when you told us that if one of those pageant girls had come out and sued Donald Trump and won the suit, proving that they were sexually exploited by Donald Trump, then you'd believe it. So therefore, in accordance with your logic, you should believe E. Jean Carroll, but clearly that's not the case because you're a MAGA cultist. So you're just kind of lying to us and making shit up on the go to make excuses insofar as why you do not believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation, even though you listen to him admit to it. The goalpost always shifts with you people. It is fucking ridiculous. Donald Trump can admit to sexual exploitation. It's not enough unless one of the victims were to sue him and take it to court. But once one of his victims does sue him and take him to court and then proves his fucking guilt, all of a sudden that's not enough because you think the jury was dishonest, biased against Trump, and ruled his guilt even though he was innocent. There's no
I didn't
fucking
say that.
line.
Let
Let me ask you another question here about the E. Jean Carroll court case. You said there wasn't enough evidence. If a piece of evidence in that court case was him literally admitting to doing it, would you believe that he did it?
If he admitted to it, yeah.
Yeah. So then why don't you believe his admission of guilt to Howard Stern as it would relate to the sexual exploitation of beauty pageant contestants?
But that's not the same thing. That's the thing.
Why
You're
is it not the
twisting
same
and
thing?
changing it because
it
he
not?
was saying on the interview how he got away with doing things pretty much that other men couldn't do, like go into those spaces because he was the owner. Like, that's not a statement that you could applaud, but it wasn't as if he was trying to, like, say, well, I'm a creep and I go into these places to be a creep. Like, he would go into them because he was the owner. Like, he was supposed to go and check things, and he's the one running the show. So it's like everything's twisted, and with the Eugene thing.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Here's the end of that clip.
And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Donald Trump says, and I sort of get away with things like that, after talking about how he'd barge into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants. What did he mean by that?
I mean, personally, I think he means that he gets away with it. Like, other men aren't able to do that, but he is because he's the owner.
Listen, other people don't get to start a live stream and broadcast their thoughts to 20,000 people like me. But I still wouldn't say that. Therefore, I get away with broadcasting my thoughts to 20,000 people.
But you do
that
get
phrase doesn't seem to make sense there, even though I'm doing something that other people wouldn't have the ability to do. Okay, so seemingly,
so do you get away with?
We don't use the phrase "getting away with something" relative to just being able to do something that other people can't do.
Okay,
I'll give you another. KP, sit down. Stop interrupting. I'll give you another example of this.
But see, you don't let anyone talk.
Well, because I'm speaking. KP, I'm almost done. So another example of this notion of being able to do something that other people can't do. Think of really cool skills, like great artists. Only some people are really good at art. A lot of people suck. So do good artists, quote unquote, get away with being good at art because a lot of people aren't good at art? No, that's not terminology that we would use after the Mona Lisa was painted. You didn't get away with painting the Mona Lisa just because many other people could. So my point here would be when Donald Trump at the end of that clip says he gets away with it, it's not merely because he's doing something that other people wouldn't be able to do. It's because he did something wrong. We quote unquote get away with the wrong things that we do if we're able to do those wrong things and then not be held accountable.
Okay. So do I have the mic now? Or
yeah.
Do you want me to, I can stand up now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm standing up. But anyway, so would you say that you get away with insulting people quite often, frequently, on the day-to-day basis? Yes or no, Mr. Withers?
actually, yes. There is examples of me getting away with insulting people because that it's not necessarily right to insult people, but sometimes I'll get away with insulting people because, well, the person that I'm insulting is saying super gross shit, or the person that I'm insulting is a Trump supporter,
right?
Or,
And
you know, people have a positive view of me because of what I do. So I'm sure that there are circumstances where I've really taken it too far and I've like issued an insult that I shouldn't have issued, that I then got away with because people were willing to ignore it because I was talking to a Trump supporter, right?
Right.
But you're actually just like proving my point.
You even having people call.
You're proving my point here perfectly.
No. Well, you didn't.
I am. The way that you're proving my point here, KP, is because we just agreed that the way we use that phrase "getting away with" is going to be used to describe something bad that somebody is doing that they then face no consequences for.
Right. But is it something that, like, okay, if you went and you insulted all of these people the way that you do in person, do you think you would get away with it, Mr. Withers?
Well, yes, because I tell people how it is to their face. But that's not the point. The point is, now that we've agreed that we use that phrase, getting away with it, relative to a bad thing that we'll do to face no consequences. So what was Donald Trump doing that was bad? Because you told me that you think he was just talking about this standard operational procedure.
No, I wasn't saying something bad. I said he did something that other men couldn't do, right?
Well, other
like
men
you
can't
even
go live.
used.
Listen, I've already described this. Other men couldn't go live like me and broadcast to 20,000 people, but I don't quote unquote get away with live streaming to 20,000 people. You know, other men couldn't be like Leonardo da Vinci and just paint beautiful paintings, but Leonardo da Vinci didn't quote unquote get away with painting beautiful paintings. You know, other men couldn't be like Obama and be president and loved by the people, but that doesn't mean that Obama got away with being president. That's just not the way that we use that phrase. Once again, we only use that phrase, they got away with something, if they were able to do something wrong and then face no consequences.
But why would you view him entering a woman's only zone as bad? I'm just asking the question. Because why? Because other men, I'll answer it for you, because other men cannot do that, right?
No.
Yes, that's exactly why.
Not the reason.
Yes.
No, that's actually not the reason.
Other men could not walk back there.
No. The reason why it would be wrong for a man, that's not the reason, actually, no.
That's where I'm explaining why getting away with it would make sense.
Let me describe to you.
But that doesn't click in your head.
Let me tell you why it'd be bad for Donald Trump.
That's what's so crazy is that doesn't click in your head.
No,
you twist it and turn it into he's getting away with being a weirdo pedophile.
I need to help you here.
That's pretty sad.
I need to help you here. KP, I need to help you here.
Okay, go ahead.
The bad thing about Donald Trump barging into the woman's only private space has nothing to do with other men. Zero.
It has everything to do with other men. If he's entering a no men zone and he's a man entering it, what does that mean? He's getting away with going into a space that men are not typically supposed to go into, right?
The bad thing.
Is that right? Yes or no?
No.
No? What? Then how?
I'm trying, but you just keep on interrupting me every time I try to open my mouth.
You know what? I'll give you one thing. You haven't muted me, so go ahead.
The thing that's wrong with Donald Trump walking into the dressing room has nothing to do with any other man and is all to do with the consent that he's violating of the women inside of the dressing room. If every woman in that dressing room sat down with one another...
I'm coming to the golf cart. Hold on.
If every woman in that dressing room sat down with one another and unanimously agreed, with no pressure, no coercement, that Donald Trump is at this moment in time allowed into the space and invited him inside, there'd be nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Okay? What's wrong about it is the fact that that's not what happened. What's wrong about it is the fact that it was without consent.
But you don't know that. Some women have testified or have given their testimony saying that they were alerted. That's the thing. That's why it's like you can pick and choose. You can cherry pick what you want to believe and what you want to spew all around to other people. But in reality, you know, there are people saying that they were alerted. And I've been a part of the modeling world. I know what it's like in these backstage.
By default, if a man walks into a private woman's only space, it is unconsensual. By default. No ums, no ands, no buts, period. By default, if a man walks in to a woman's only space, it is without consent. It would actually be your burden to prove that it was with consent. And if you can't prove that it was with consent, then by default, it is sexual exploitation. This is a stupid question that you're asking. Dean, can you prove it was out without consent? That is necessarily by default implied by the sanctity that a woman's only space upholds to begin with. When we will read a news story about a man barging into a Planet Fitness bathroom, or a pedophile following little girls into the girls' room, we never ask, was it permissed? Was it allowed? Was there consent? Can we prove that it was without consent? We never ask that, because by default, it's without consent. You are the one who has the burden to prove that there was consent if you want to posit that it was not sexual exploitation. It's your burden, KP, not mine.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that's why he would say he gets away with it. That was my point. And he, like the gentleman, Josh, yeah, said earlier, he never said he was walking in on Teen Miss USA girls. It was women. And whenever, like, I've been in modeling things where we're alerted that somebody, a male member, is coming into the room, and the girls that do not mind them being seen the way that they are will stay in that position and don't care. And I'm not saying that to be like, because I can't speak for all those pageant people, but I was, like I said from the beginning, I think Josh made great points, and it just seemed like a smear campaign to go against Trump. As soon as he's running, it's like...
Okay, so if the naked women didn't care, then why did they say they did care?
When did they say they cared?
When they were asked about it, when he ran for the presidency?
I mean, that's the thing. It's
okay,
like,
so it's actually your belief that they were told in advance that he was going to be going into this space, and they didn't care, okay? And then they only said that they cared when he started running for president. Perfect. Prove it. Prove that Tasha Dixon was told in advance that Donald Trump was going to barge in on her while she was naked, and she got that heads up. She stayed naked. She didn't care, and she only said otherwise when he ran for president. Prove it. Prove your fucking bullshit, lady.
I mean,
Prove
I would
it.
have to interview her personally.
So you
one-on-one
admit
to
that
be
you
able
don't
to
have
prove
proof.
it.
So you admit that you are baselessly positing that these women actually consented to Donald Trump looking at their naked bodies and only switched up years later because that is what is convenient to you and your narrative, not because it's what is
No,
actually
I said
true.
that was a good
The
point.
sophistry and the bullshit that you idiots engage in on a day-to-day basis on this live stream makes me want to throw up. And I'm not fucking joking either. It is legitimately grotesque. You, Josh, all of the little rape apologists that run around and just create your own version of reality where Trump didn't do anything wrong and they all wanted it. And then they switched up the last moment after he started running for... There's no evidence. It's bullshit. It's a fucking fairy tale. It is a goddamn perverted, disgusting fairy tale.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. You get really upset. Are you okay?
I think if you do not get upset at the suggestion that they wanted it, the same suggestion that has been made for generations in an attempt to be apologetic to admitted rapists, admitted sexual exploiters, then you are a part of the problem.
So you don't believe that testimony can be false? You don't believe that people smear high-profile people, and then when there's no evidence to back it up, like that's pretty much what we're
backstage
in.
before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with it.
Stop saying there's no evidence. Stop it. You're lying to me, and you're lying to yourself. And it's disgusting. It is so disgusting. The evidence is right there in his own words. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. Guys, there's no evidence, guys.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no
No
Is
evidence.
everybody okay? And you see no men are anywhere. Go backstage before a show.
No evidence.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
No evidence, right, KP? No evidence? None at all?
Yeah, but I think it's still twisted for your agenda.
Okay, so what do you hear? Let's go beat by beat. Let's put a finger on that pulse.
Before a show.
We're gonna pause every 3 or so seconds, and you're gonna tell me what you heard in the last 3 seconds.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
Did we just hear Donald Trump say that he was allowed to go into a private space where no men were, where women were getting dressed and ready, because he was the owner of that space? Yes or no?
Yes, he said he was allowed.
Perfect.
So who do you think he's allowed to by?
Well, he says in the clip he was allowed.
He's allowed
by himself.
Yeah. No, he didn't say by himself. He just said, I'm allowed.
No, he didn't, because he said that I'm allowed because I'm the owner of this show and therefore I'm doing an inspection. It's the because I'm the owner of the show and therefore I'm doing the inspection. That's like the golden bullet here. If he just said because I'm the owner, then maybe you could engage in your little MAGA sophistry and say, oh, well, maybe the women were just okay with the owner in there. He's allowed because he was the owner because the women were okay with the owner. You can't even say that because he said, and I quote, I'm allowed to go in there because I'm the owner and therefore I'm doing an inspection. He's saying that he possesses this privilege, this entitlement to enter into the space, not because the women were specifically okay with him going in there, not because the women were specifically okay with the owner, regardless of who the owner was going in there, but rather specifically because he was the owner and therefore he could create the entitlement of an inspection of the place, of the space, to get himself inside.
Right. I mean, it's definitely arrogant. It's not a...
But can we agree there that he's saying the only reason why he's allowed to go in there has nothing to do with the thoughts of the women inside and has all to do with his position of power and his ability to manipulate that position of power to create an entitlement of entry?
I mean, yeah, I can definitely say that statement doesn't look good. That's
okay.
For sure wrong.
So now we've agreed that he entered into the space without the consent of the women inside.
You're like a doctor. You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
And then he says that they don't have any clothes on. So now we've agreed that he went into that space without the consent of the women inside and would look at them while they're naked. So do you think that unconsensually looking at a naked woman is unconsensual sexual conduct?
I mean, if it's in a space that it's only women and the man's being brought in unexpectedly, yes, it's not right.
Okay, so now we've agreed that it's unconsensual sexual conduct, right?
Right.
Okay, so is unconsensual sexual conduct the foundation of sexual exploitation?
Yep.
Okay, so therefore we agree it's sexual exploitation.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't look good on him, that's for sure.
So now we've agreed that Donald Trump is culpable for the sexual exploitation of women, correct?
I mean, like you said, he said it in his own testimony.
Correct. Do you think people who are guilty of violent sexual crimes should be able to flip burgers at McDonald's?
I mean, do I personally think? No.
So then why do you personally think that they should be president?
I mean, that's a great question.
It is the defeater question. It is the question that would change the mind of anybody who's open-minded, but yet for whatever reason, genuinely hadn't thought this deep before. That's it right there. That's the grand finale. You accept that Donald Trump is guilty of this violent sexual crime. You share with me that you don't think people who are guilty of these crimes should even be flipping burgers at McDonald's. It would clearly entail that neither should they have access to the nuclear codes as president of the world's most powerful country. And that should be the end of the conversation. That should be the end of your support for Trump.
I mean, I definitely 100% see where you're coming from. I just think that the way at times that you go about it doesn't give your side the best look.
Yeah,
And
you called me a predator the last time we spoke. I don't think that you have any ability to speak on the basis of personal attacks, insults, so on and so
No,
forth.
I didn't call you a predator, but
You admitted to calling me a
definitely-
predator the last time you joined this live.
No, I said I was using
Okay.
it as an example.
But I don't even care. I just want to stay. I want to stick on the subject of substance. Do you still support Trump as president?
Honestly, I'm not feeling like it's something that I could stand for when all the things are brought into light. But I just hope good for the country. That's all I can say, is that
Hoping good for the country would include calling out the bad actors that are damaging the country.
well, also though, when you look at the Democrat side, there's also some things that are not good as well.
Okay.
And that's where it's like, there's good on both sides, I think.
Well,
And then there's bad on
you-
both sides. So
Do you still listen? I think that two things could be true at once. Like for example, Thomas Massey hates the Democrats, and a lot of Democrats don't really like him. I'm one of them. Okay, I think he's a piece of work. I still think that he's preferable to like 99% of Democrats in Republicans in Congress. And there's even a couple Democrats that I'd vote for him over. But the point here is that you can be on the right without supporting Trump. You could hate the left without supporting Trump. So I guess my question is that where you find yourself at this moment in time?
I mean, it's so hard to say because like everything that you're bringing up is like from so many years ago. So it just like, it doesn't completely say to me that there's no room for change within such a big time frame. I think that everyone does have, I mean, when I listen to him talk and the things that he stands for, that's what motivates me to feel like he's definitely better than Kamala. Like, but then when you bring up his past from like, 20 years ago, it's like, I can't stand here and say, yeah, he's a great person based off those
if he had
things.
changed and went from being the perpetuator of sexual exploitation to the, white knight of women and girls, then he wouldn't have blocked the release of the Epstein files. He wouldn't have had his own name redacted over 1 million times. He
But
wouldn't
I read
have
that he was actually
Pam
the
Bondi
one.
perjure herself.
I read that he was actually the one to release like them, and they released like 3 million files.
Okay. All right. So what happened was the House of Representatives wanted to release the Epstein files. Donald Trump's White House told them it would be an act of hostility against the administration. So then pretty much all Republicans but 3 hopped off board. Then they were 1 vote off of a majority to force a vote for the release of the files. Then Arizona 7th District held a special election to elect Adelita Grahova, who vowed to be that last and final vote for the majority to force the vote on the release of the files. Then Donald Trump had a self-described puppet, the chair of the House, blank on his name, he's a little bit of a forgettable little guy, delay the swearing-in ceremony of Adelita Grahova. But then inevitably, once Adelita Grahova was sworn in, and then they had a majority to force a vote for the release of the Epstein files in the House, then Donald Trump personally went to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace, and asked them to take their names off of the discharge petition list. All of them said no. He punished every single one of them. He pushed MTG out of politics altogether. He vetoed Lauren Boebert's clean water bill, and he, has been flaming Thomas Massey on Truth Social every night ever since. So then once they got the majority required to force the vote, Okay. Then, after all the politically viable opportunities to prevent the release of the files were out the window, Donald Trump said, I fully endorse this. Go vote, go vote, go vote. But then even after they vote, he broke the law by not releasing all the files a month after the bill passed. And then Pam Bondi broke the law by only releasing 10% of the files 2 months after the law passed. And then they broke the law again by not explaining the illegal redactions that they made. And then they broke the law again by releasing another 2 million files with 4 million to go, claiming that was going to be the end of it. And then Donald Trump broke the law by intentionally concealing documents inside of the Epstein files alleging him of child rape. And we've just continually seen this cover-up of the files that has been checked by the voice of the people and checked by Congress and been begrudgingly complied with by the White House. But I mean, even today, they haven't complied with the totality of the law. There's still like another 90% of the files that are redacted illegally that we need to get unredacted, and another 3,000 files that haven't been released at all that we just need to get released, point blank, period.
So you're saying all of that happened before he signed in 2025? When he signed it into law?
The first 50% of that happened before he signed it into law. The second 50% of it happened after he signed it into law.
Okay, so you're saying like before he signed it into law, he fought to like not have them released?
Tooth and nail.
And then he just tried, and then he changed his mind all of a sudden and signed it? Or you feel like he was just pressured?
It wasn't changing his mind. There's just nothing else that he could do to prevent Congress from passing that bill, which then would put him in the situation of having to veto the bill, which would have been, it would have killed him. It would have actually killed him. Like for the first time ever, Donald Trump would have made a move too terrible that nobody, even those deep inside of the MAGA cult, would have been able to defend it. So he said, all right, I agree with you guys. I'll sign the bill into law, because what he recognized is that, well, he could sign the bill into law, forcing them to release the files, but then not actually release them, just break the law, then pivot and deflect away by, like, for instance, starting a war in Iran.
Wow. Well, yeah, I didn't know all of that. Thank you for sharing that. So who were the people that he was going against to not release them?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Republicans that said they wanted to release them. Thomas Massey, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and MTG.
Okay, wow, okay. Well, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
I'll definitely look into that. Yeah, I mean, those things I didn't know. And when I listened to the things that because you know how the algorithm pushes everything that you like, more what is appealing to you. So when I listen to the things, like, it's pushing the other way. I've never heard what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, all of these things individually did happen. They just probably aren't talked about by people on the right. You know, you could fact check all of these things. You could fact check Donald Trump vetoing Lauren Boebert's clean water bill as a retaliatory attack in response to her not taking her name off the discharge petition list. You could fact check the fact that the White House admitted to pressuring them into taking their names off the discharge petition list. You could fact check MTG being pushed out of politics because of this. You could fact check, Thomas Massey being grilled by Donald Trump day in and day out. He does that publicly. You know, you could fact check his administration labeling it as an act of hostility against them to vote for the release of the files.
What? That's insane. I've never heard of this, honestly. Are you serious?
Yeah.
What? And what was his reasoning for not wanting to release them? Do you know that?
He called them a Democratic hoax that we just need to leave in the past.
Wow. Wow, okay, well, you got some good points there.
Yeah. You know, I'm actually reading into this a bit further because I was telling you that you could fact check it, then I just started fact checking myself. Caroline Leavitt did a press briefing, and she stated that any Republicans supporting the bipartisan push to force the vote on the full release of the Epstein files would be considered as committing a very hostile act to the administration.
What? Why? I'm sorry, my mind's blown. Just
Isn't it-
because they're
isn't it
saying it's a.
nuts?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
know.
listened to her too, Caroline.
Yeah, that should be like the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't want them released. But
Right.
wow. Well, my dad's like on the other side now. He used to support Trump, and then my mom's full Trump. So it's like, I see what my dad's saying, but I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of like the faith is what pulls us towards Trump.
The, like
Sadly.
Christian faith?
Yeah, that's like why, because he claims, the faith. So automatically, like as a believer, we would want to follow somebody that
Kamala Harris also claimed
follows
the faith.
the faith,
Kamala Harris also claimed the faith, but she just didn't
Yeah.
make it a talking point of her administration.
Right. Well, it's just the things that she stood for I didn't completely agree with, but having the facts that you're pulling in front of me, like I'd have to obviously go fact check it myself, but that's just not right in my opinion.
Yeah. And then even about claiming the faith, man, I don't know. I think of every action that he engages in as so like clearly anti-Christian, with cheating on all of his wives, sexually exploiting the beauty pageant contestants, never apologizing for it, saying that, he's never asked God to forgive any of his sins in his life, killing the 174 Iranian girls at the elementary school, and about a billion other points as well. Like this clearly isn't a man of faith. Okay, saying that you're a Christian doesn't make you a Christian, contrary to popular opinion. There's some works that are required. The primary work that is unanimously agreed to would be sanctification, which would be the overwhelming process of becoming a better person over the course of your life. But that would require, feeling bad for the wrong things that you do, holding yourself accountable and trying to do better. And that's just clearly not what Trump does.
Right.
If you could point me towards one example of him ever apologizing for anything that he's done, I'll happily concede. But I mean, there's just not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't follow him that closely to like name anything, but I did see, all I've seen is just that, he supports the Christian movement and believes that our country should be under God.
I mean, look at the people that he's hung out with all of his life. Does he have, like the average Christian hanging out with him at Mar-a-Lago? Or does he have the Jeffrey Epsteins, the Ghislaine Maxwells, and the P. Diddy's of the world hanging out with him at Mar-a-Lago? He wouldn't let you into Mar-a-Lago. He wouldn't care that you claim that Jesus is king. He'd probably have a Secret Service guard tackle you. My point here is that he's never been a Christian. He doesn't surround himself with Christians. I'm going to move on to the next guest. I'm really happy that a lot of the points in which I brought up seem to resolve within you all, but have a good one. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up into the box. Hello?
Yo, sorry, buddy. I just came up to see if you're still LARPing, doing this LARP shit.
It's Brock! Brock!
Yeah, buddy, I got nothing to say, really. Just want to see if you're still doing this LARPing shit, and of course you are. Pathetic.
Can you still only pronounce one 3-syllable word?
I can pronounce multiple syllable words.
Oh, yeah, okay. Name 3 3-syllable words.
Hercules. Minnesota.
I actually
Syllable.
think Minnesota. That's 4 syllables, buddy.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's at least minimum 3. So.
No, I asked you to name 3 3-syllable words. I did not ask you to name 3 minimum 3-syllable words.
Okay, well, I don't care.
You don't care?
You quite literally can tell that I probably know more 3-syllable words than you could ever think of in your whole life.
Then name every 3-syllable word ever, Brock.
I don't have to. I just wanted to see if you're still LARPing, and it's pathetic.
What do you mean? I'm not LARPing.
You should actually you should actually just quit this and go
What am I LARPing as?
Just go fill out a job application, little bro.
Why? This is my job, Brock.
Oh, it's not your job.
Yeah, define job, buddy. Define that silly little word.
Well, what do you have to do for your job? Do you sign into a piece of paper so you're here at work and you go do physical labor, or do you sit on your balls and ass all day and talk shit out of your ass?
Well, I don't sit on my balls. That'd be painful, Brock. But I do sit on my ass and cook frauds like you.
That's hilarious.
It is hilarious. It is so fucking hilarious. Watching you little MAGA twerps squirm, buddy. I'm much more of a man than you could ever be. Look at the calluses on my goddamn hands.
Yeah, that's hilarious. You've never even seen a real callus in your life.
I've never seen a real callus in my life. I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh,
They're about
buddy.
to pop off my hand. Those are
I
real
got
right
two.
there.
Listen, I got
I don't
two
see 'em.
cal. Those are fake calluses. Those are callus stickers off
They're about to
Timu.
pop off my hand. They're about
Those
to
are
pop right
those
off
are
my
those
hand
are
'cause I actually
callus
work.
stickers off Timu. It's a little sticker you put on there
I
to
actually
make yourself
work.
look like a
I was
real
just
man.
chopping logs earlier today and pulling weights all day long for 3 hours every single day. I've told you that multiple times. You
So
know
are-
it's true.
Are you still a Trump supporter?
Dude, I low-key stopped supporting him like a year ago because he's not following through with what he says. I mean, we got to deport more. We had we got rid of the Isla Toila. The Isla Toila is good. We need to get rid of them. They're gone. So keep doing that. We can bomb the hell out of the whole Middle East. I don't give a shit. Make Israel greater. Make it bigger. Get all the oil there. I don't give a shit.
Oh, Brock, that's pretty gross.
I don't think so, bro. It's a gross world we live in, man. Have you ever been outside in nature? You see what animals do to each other? We're animals. We're organisms. Animals eat each other. There's something called the food chain. You have to do stuff to survive.
So you think that we need to completely bomb the Middle East and build the greater Israel for survival?
For oil. I mean, oil survival. If we don't have
for
our oil, then
oil.
how are people going to be driving around in their cars all day? You got to go to work.
Okay, so
yeah, I don't give a shit.
So you think that Israel's going to give us the oil?
I mean, who else would it? Of course they'll give us the oil.
Okay, so that's what we need to do. We need to give Israel all the oil, then get the oil from Israel.
So, yeah, you can do that. I mean, Israel basically is just a little separate America. It's another America that we propped up in the Middle East to basically gain control over that region. I mean,
Isn't that kind of anti-Semitic though? That like we kicked all the Jewish people out of America and just sent them over across the ocean?
It's not real. I haven't heard of that one before.
That actually,
That's nuts.
well, that's what happened after World War II. There was a shit ton of Jewish refugees that came to America, and then we said we don't want them. No, we don't want all the Jewish refugees. Go make your own country over there. Isn't that kind of anti-Semitic?
Yeah, I mean, that would be anti-Semitic, I guess. And it's a horrible thing that happens. There's people who are anti-Semitic. There's people who are racist. It's horrible. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Well, Brock, I think that you're an absolute moron.
Well, you're an absolute goofball.
Well, I mean, earlier you're
Your
calling me a
hair's
larva.
dry as shit. You need to put conditioner in your hair.
Well,
It's
the
about to
reason
fucking pop out of your head.
The reason why you probably think that my hair is dry as shit is because yours is always greasy because you never shower, Brock.
That's hilarious. My hair is luscious.
No, it's greasy. Big difference.
It's hilarious. People love it when they run their hands through my hair.
What do? Scream and run away? Then you
They
take
run
the
their
scream
hands through
as
my hair.
a
They
sign.
love it.
Well, I mean, they scream, right? And you probably think that's like an exciting scream. No, that's
You've
like
you've never had
horrible
anyone
baby
touch you
scream.
in your life, dude.
Well, do you? I'm sorry, that's just a weird way to like go about like making.
Yeah, you've never had that ever happen, so you can't say stuff that you've never experienced before. If someone were to run their hands through your head, you'd go bald, dude.
I would not go bald if somebody ran their hand through my head. Why would you think that?
Because your hair is about to fall out of your damn head, dude.
What? This is a really weird line of dialogue. I think that your brain has already fallen out of your head.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you don't have to continue talking to me, man. You could drop me. I literally just came out to see if you're LARPing, and you still clearly are.
Well, actually,
so
can I have you thank a couple people for the LARP real quick, Brock?
No, it's okay, man. I'm about to
Yeah,
go
because
outside
I
and do
just looked
actual
over at my
physical labor.
YouTube. Holy shit. Dustin, thank you so much for the $400 on Super Chat. My God.
That's ridiculous. What do you do with that money, dude? You actually donate it to food banks or something? You don't do nothing.
Oh my God. No, I just claim it as a business loss, pay $0 in taxes, and then spend it on giving
You
people $1
probably
million
do.
to vote for me. Oh, wait, that's... Brock, what does that sound?
I'm filling up my water real quick. I'm about to go outside and go do some stuff outside. I need to fill up my water.
Dustin, I'm like still really just like Dustin, I'm sorry for like quickly like getting distracted away from thanking you and reading out your donation. I think maybe the one thing that could quickly pivot my attention in like less than 30 seconds away from a $400 donation is probably somebody pissing in my ear. So I do apologize. He was not filling up a bottle of water. It was not that. It was not doing that, dude. Not at all. Okay, but anyways, no, back to you, Dustin. I'm so very grateful for you. Like, that is like legitimately fucking insane. Thank you. Thank you so very much for the love. I want to see 10,000 Dustin W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Dustin with the 200 says, she's a troll and a horrible person with kids. These people are the dumbest cult members I've ever met. Dustin sent that earlier when we were talking to the last guest, KP, who actually did end up coming around a little bit. But thank you so much for the love, Dustin. And then with a second $200 says, oh, great, another dipshit. Dude paid $200 just to call Brock a dipshit. You are so fucking cool. Okay, that's Dustin spelled D-U-S-T-O-N. Show some massive, massive love to Dustin down below. Then Full Band, thank you for the $20, who says Brick is an absolute moron. Couldn't have said it better myself, Full Band. Oh my God, I do not miss that guy. Pissing on live. What an asshole, dude. Then Neo, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm sure that many people are willing to forgive and forget just to find out that their forgiveness was abused. And the person who never improved themselves grew into a position of power as president, power over you and other women. And that was a response to that KP's comments about how well he only sexually exploited them 15 years in the past. So like, why would we care today? And that's a really good point. Same thing to you. Oh, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Gopher, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you, Gopher. And then Tori, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. Let's get 500 Tori W's. Thank you so much for that support, Tori. Tori with the 50 says, to this woman you're speaking to, once again referencing KP, but she's off the live now. Ma'am, when I was 3 to 5 years old, I was raped around 40 times by men that were much older than me. Didn't say anything until I was 25. Do you believe me? Do I have evidence? You're a huge part of the problem. First and foremost, Tori, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that happened to you. That is like legitimately, God, like the worst thing I think could ever happen to a human. And what your experiences are more than valid, and I'm so sorry if anyone would ever deny them. And I think that does really play into the problem that we hear described by many of the Trump supporters that will join our live. Well, oh, why did the woman never speak up or come out beforehand? She must be a liar now that she did speak up. It is the furthered perpetuation of rape culture, which doesn't just undermine the victims of Trump, but also demeans the experiences of victims across the globe. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Tori. And then Stephen Trun, thank you so much for the $50 donation on YouTube. But don't spam W's for Stephen in the comment section because we got to read his message. Who says, Dean is a hypocrite. He told the first guest that he doesn't debate the same people, yet will debate the same people in the past over and over. Creed, Liam, KP, Josh, who's next? Jill, Midnight. Prove me wrong and stop bringing them up for 1 month. So, Steven, I don't know if you didn't, pick up what I said earlier and you want to intentionally misinterpret it. Ty, thank you for the galaxy. I said that I don't debate people more than like 10 times, and that's absolutely true. You were referencing somebody who we had brought up on the live stream over 20 times. Torta Patrol, he's a very common name, somebody that we've spoken to a lot. And the names that you gave, like Creed, if you'll notice, we kicked Creed out in less than 5 minutes because I've talked to him so much. Liam, we don't debate Liam. I bring him up to tell him I pushed him in a push-up competition, then we move on. KP, we just changed your goddamn mind. Thanks, Steven. And then Jill, she's permanently banned from my live stream because I've all debated them too much. So, Steven, I know that you sent that donation to Heckle, but thank you for the $50. I'll be spending that on a nice dinner. Also, thank you so much, Nike, for the 10 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you so much. And then Anthony, thank you for another 50 Canadian over on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Anthony W's for the $50. Who says, Dean, I just wonder, do Trump supporters understand the financial hole this war is putting us in, not realizing that money could be spent on Americans in any other fashion? Yeah, no, absolutely, Anthony. We're spending over $1 billion a day on this war, and they were freaking out over like $10 million over the course of a year through USAID, claimed that it was the largest government fraud ever uncovered, and that no one should ever vote Democrat because of it ever again. But then when he spends $1 billion a day, no one gives a shit, right? Thank you so much for the $50, Anthony. Then Pay, thank you for the $10. Who says happy 1 year anniversary and many more to come. Thank you so much. San, thank you for the 10. And then Nike, thank you for another 10. And with that, we are all caught up over on Super Chat. I'm so grateful for you guys. Thank you so much for all the fucking love. You guys have all been so like unbelievably kind. Quickly on Vimeo, Tyler, thank you so much for the $5. Who says, since you yesterday getting spit in your mouth, you should definitely get an STD test, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I've been like really concerned about that. Like yeah, jeez. I'm probably gonna go to the hospital and do that tomorrow. JD, thank you for the $2. Kate, thank you for the $5. Who says, thanks for sticking in there with these folks who genuinely changed that caller's mind. You've given me hope. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Kate. And then Sammy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's get another 500 W's for Sammy. Sammy with the 50 says, happy 1 year. As a daily I'm a daily watcher, but I have to take a break after listening to 3 hours of people defending a predator. It's just too much. No, I get you, Sammy. It's too much for me, so I completely understand why it'd be too much for you. Courtney, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love. And then Bethany, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much. Also, Bethany, I'm going to keep that to myself. That's crazy, though. Stephanie, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, she knows that she would not be okay with Donald Trump entering into the dressing room with her daughter inside. I think that Stephanie's referencing KP. That donation was sent in 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm happy because after you likely sent that donation message, it seems like we were able to change her mind. And then Fussy and Cooper, appreciate you both for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ivy, thank you for the 6. And then Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Elizabeth W's. Elizabeth says, hey, Dean, huge congrats on your 1 year. Would love some advice. I've never been to a protest before. I don't know anyone in my area. I don't have a poster or anything. How do I get involved with a No Kings protest? Thank you so much for all that you do. Well, if you just look up No Kings Day protests, insert your city here, you'll get results from 5150 and different organizational groups that are definitely running protests in your area. And just show up. You know, you don't need to show up with a friend. Indivisible, look them up too. You don't need to show up with a sign. Just show up. You know what I mean? And that is a great way to get into it. What I'd particularly say is worth checking out would be mobilize.us. That is mobilize.us. They have an interactive map for the totality of the country where they will actually show you all of the protests. So you'll be able to find the closest protest to your area. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to Kamani. Thank you so much for the $55 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Kamani. Kamani says, hey, Dean, I hope that you drag that nasty man straight to hell for what he did to you. Happy 1 year anniversary to your streams. Next month, it'll be 1 year of me discovering you and tuning in daily. Love you. I love you too, Kamani. Thank you for the $55. You are awesome. And, I'm definitely going to be metaphorically dragging the shit out of him. Tass, thank you for the $5. Brianna, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm grateful for the awareness that you spread. I'm doing great. I'm just getting married in June. Well, I hope that the marriage goes perfect, Brianna. That is so exciting. I'm so happy for you. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that support. You are awesome. Alicia, thank you for the 15. Who says, keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Elisa. And then, my God, dude, holy shit. This is the last one on Venmo for now. Then we'll hop into that next debate. Miss Shelby, thank you so much for the $150 on Venmo. I don't even know what to say. I'm a little bit lost for words to you guys. You have just been so beyond kind. I don't even know what to say. You guys have been so fucking kind. Not a bone in my body deserves this much love. It's honestly a bit overwhelming. Holy shit. Shelby with $150 says, Dean, we missed you. This is for the 1 year anniversary. The wife's B-Day, and because I just found my cat does not have cancer, we thought she did. So to Momo as well. Well, shout out to your wife for her birthday. I'm happy that your cat doesn't have cancer, and thank you so much for the $150 in celebration of the 1 year anniversary of the show. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There's still a couple people that I do have to thank on PayPal, but for now we are just going to hop into that second debate, and then I'm going to thank you guys here in a moment. Welcome in, Hunter. Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, Hunter's not here. All right. I guess we're just going to go ahead and kick you out, Hunter. Move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be MAGA, we got Harley loading up into that box. Moving on. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, what do you think on the war on Iran right now?
You're trying your best to fake an American accent. You have a good rest of your day, but war bad. Pretty simple. Over on PayPal, Miss Danielle, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Thank you so much for that love, Danielle. Let's get 1,000 Danielle W's down below, who says, not nearly enough to cover a therapist, but hopefully it helps. Thank you for a year of keeping us sane and informed. Danielle, I know that you've been watching for a very good chunk of that year. You have always been so kind and so supportive, and I'm so thankful for you. Please show some very extra special love to Danielle down below in that comment section for the $100 and the very, very kind words. As well as, I'm just going to read one more out for now. Miss Taisha, thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. It says, it's Ty. Happy 1-year anniversary. Thank you for keeping class in session for 365 days of the year. Love you, dude. Bro, Ty, I love you too. Like I said, I'm just like, fucking, what is going on? So kind. So fucking kind. Show some love to Ty. That is T-I-A-I, sorry. Thank you so much for the support, Ty. I'm happy that the streams mean something to you. I'm happy that you take something positive away from them. Show some love to Danielle. Show some love to Ty. Show some love to all the donors. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
So I wanted to address your comment that you made about the U.S. kicking out Jews after World War II. That's completely not wrong, not true at all. So
Okay.
after World War II, right, there were about 40,000
Are you a Trump
people.
supporter?
There were about 40,000 people after World War II.
I really appreciate corrections when I say something that's incorrect, but we also have to make sure that we're abiding by the rules of the stream. So, are you a Trump supporter?
You got me. No.
Okay, all right. So then feel free to join my Discord and issue the correction in there, and ping me. That's fine. I'll happily read what you have to say, but we are gonna, follow the rules of the live stream. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Make sure that you're abiding by and following the rules of the live stream. Thank you, guys. Next guest is, we're going to get them right now. We got Mark Grant Cooper loading up into the box. This guy looks like a Trump supporter. Hello, Mark. Do you support Trump? Hello, do you support Trump, Mark?
Yeah,
You don't?
I do.
You do? Okay. How long have you been growing that beard?
Been a while.
What's that?
Been a while.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Can you please repeat yourself again?
It's been a very long time.
Been a very long time. Okay. What time is it? Okay. He just left. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Do follow the rules of the live stream, please, and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right. We got the next guest connecting into the live stream right now. We got key loading up, guys. Do follow the rules. Make sure that you're MAGA if you're trying to join the live stream. And then Ellen, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. He says, I call that a 99% conversion. Dead ass, fuck Trump. And Ellen, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I would really appreciate if you guys would show some love to Ellen down below in that comment section. For those that don't know, Ellen sent me a $50 donation at the very start of the stream, telling me that she'll send me $50 for everybody's mind who I could change. And then she just sent me $50. I would assume in reference to KP. So Ellen, that is beyond kind of you, and thank you so much for the $50. And by the way, you don't have to send me a cent for changing minds. I love the gratification I get from that is just knowing that there's one less person out there that's going to turn around and vote for the MAGA cronies in midterms, right? Let's go to get that next guest connected to live stream right now. Hi, do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, she's not here. Moving on. Guys, we're still looking for the next guest. I'm really trying my best here. I really am. Miss Shelby, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Oh my goodness, you guys. Let's get 1,000 Shelby W's. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you so much, Shelby. Shelby with a 100 says, happy 1 year. I don't miss a single debate, and thank you for all that you do and for standing up for what's right. Well, thank you, Shelby, for the $100 donation. There are so many of you guys that are being so fucking insanely kind today in celebration of, the 1 year anniversary of what we do. And just know that I'm so grateful for every single one of you. Please show some very special love to Shelby in that chat. Same thing with Pragya. Thank you for the $15, who says, I'm flying tomorrow for a debate conference, going through 2 airports ISIS reported to be at. As a brown girl, I'm terrified, but I know but I feel a little bit safer knowing that racial profiling is not socially acceptable. Keep up the debates. I wish you the best of luck, Pragya, not just because of the nervousness because ICE is there, but also just because of the delays. And I hope that you get to where you're going untouched. Thank you so much for the $15. Joe, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. And then Chris, thank you so much for the $20. And sure, yeah, I'll take a look at that, Chris. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Chris W's down below in the comment section. That is a very kind offer of you, man. Well, welcome in, Davian. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
And why do you support Trump?
I like his policies that he has to close the border and anti-abortion.
Okay, this will be really easy. What policies has he implemented to close the border?
Well, not really policies, but he's put more border patrol agents at the border.
Okay, yeah, but like more agents, more soldiers, it just doesn't really work, okay? We saw upwards of 30,000 deployed soldiers in a bipartisan effort between America and Mexico under the Biden-Harris administration, and we saw a surge in undocumented entry. Yet under Trump, we've seen a reduction of upwards of 94%, right?
Reduction of what?
Undocumented border entry.
Yeah, there's no one coming in.
Well, that's not true. There's still some people coming.
There's still some, but not as many.
Right, there you go. That's the
And that's a good thing, right?
Well, actually, I don't think it is because of what caused it.
You don't think it is? Why?
Because of what caused it. The reason why there's significantly less undocumented entry today is because Donald Trump has scared it away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here. If I'm the boss of a business and I make my workers more productive by killing their kids if they don't meet my standards, and then the workers kick it into high gear and they're the most productive that they've ever been, even though they're more productive, I'm still not a good boss, and that's still not a good thing, because what is causing them to be more productive is the threat of me killing their children. So simultaneously here, I think that the bad actions, such as the exploitation of human rights, the illegal deportation of people with no due process to be beaten and tortured in Sicat and El Salvador, the identification of undocumented immigrants being the enemy from within, the literal brutalistic killings and murder and execution of people like Renee Good, Keith Porter, Alex Preddy, which have in turn been defended by the administration, or the brazen racial profiling and unconstitutional detentions and arrests without judicial warrants that we've seen from ICE. Like, ultimately, no. The means do not justify that end.
I see what you're saying, but many of the illegals coming in are not coming in the right way, like seeking asylum or trying to actually get citizenship through the process that we have here.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's not wrong to violate their human or natural rights, and that doesn't mean that they don't have constitutional rights, and thereby we're doing things that are both wrong and illegal when violating them.
So you say they have constitutional rights, but they're not a citizen in the U.S. What makes them have those rights?
The fact that they're human people. So there are many natural rights that are protected by the Constitution for any human person, not just citizens.
So name me some of those, because I'm not familiar with those.
The Fourth Amendment with due process. Any person in America.
You said that they have amendments. Makes those amendments apply to them. What?
Yeah, an example, like I said, would be the Fourth Amendment with due process. That would also be an extension of the 14th.
Okay, explain that to me.
Okay. The Fourth and 14th Amendment say that any person has a right to due process before having their life, liberty, or property abridged upon.
Yeah, but many of the people violate the stuff within due process before they actually get the chance to become legal or get their green card or so forth.
What?
Okay. Are you confused? You want me to say it again?
Yeah, do you want to try to find another way to say it that I might understand? Because I don't know what you just said.
Well, many of the people are criminals and they have a criminal record, before they get to have their trial, and which makes them get deported immediately. As someone with a green card can also get deported too, and we can say that they're legal, but they can still be deported because of their actions within the country.
Okay, point number 1, even people with criminal records have due process. Point number 2, only a small minority of undocumented immigrants have a criminal record.
But and another question I have is, why do you want illegals living in your country? Why?
Well, I feel like it's unfair for you to jump to that conclusion, given that I'm just up here saying that it's wrong to violate their human and natural rights. That's a false dichotomy. But, you know, it is something I believe. I do believe that undocumented immigrants should be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship to stay or to live here because they're beneficial to you, they're beneficial to me, they're beneficial to this country.
Yep. And also another thing is, during the Obama administration, you guys actually funded ICE to do what they're doing right now under the Trump administration. As soon as Trump comes into control, you're like, defund ICE. You don't like it.
The big differences are now ICE is operating under the criminal directive to arrest people without judicial warrants. Now ICE is operating under the immoral directive of racial profiling. Now ICE is operating under the promotion and quasi justification of murder of citizens on the streets of this country. Like they could just kill people like Alex Brady, Keith Porter, and Renee Good. The next thing we know, the president's calling them heroes and patriots for doing it. Like there's very big differences between the ways in which ICE is operating today and the ways in which ICE did operate under Obama. Like clearly, okay, I would disagree with like many of the actions and directives of ICE under Obama and Democrats historically, but they're still yet significantly different from the even worse directives that we see to be true today under Trump. You know, at least in the past, we were not systemically deporting people in violation of their 4th and 14th Amendment protections to due process to a place in another country where they are literally, not metaphorically, but literally tortured.
To the point, what do you mean by racial profiling? What do you mean by that? Racial profiling in what way? Give me an example.
Detaining people on the basis of the color of their skin, because apparently one's skin color is informing ICE agents that they're an undocumented immigrant. It's basically judging somebody because of their race. I think that's a good way to state it simply. Racial profiling is to judge somebody because of their race.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I have an example. As someone I know is Mexican, her parents are Mexican. She's her parents were immigrants. You can definitely tell by her skin that she is Hispanic. Nothing has happened to her with ICE, and she actually does not like illegal immigrants, and she wants ICE to take them out. So what do you have to say about that? She's not getting racially profiled, and Yeah,
so just because not every single black and brown person in this country has been racially profiled by ICE, that doesn't mean that ICE is racially profiling black and brown people.
Well, why would ICE be racially profiling?
Right, like let me give you like an example.
Yeah.
Imagine that there's like some serial killer, okay? And I'm up here arguing that this serial killer is serially killing people. And then you're like, I don't think that the serial killer is serially killing people because I have a friend who wasn't serially killed by the serial killer. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Just because the serial killer hasn't serially killed everybody doesn't mean that the serial killer isn't serially killing. So like the analogy that I'm making here would be, well, you're trying to argue here that because ICE hasn't racially profiled every single black and brown person, therefore they're not racially profiling any black and brown people. That doesn't track. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you're basically saying that ICE has to be perfect or they can't operate. They need to get everything correct or they can't operate.
Well, I mean, idealistically, yes. Idealistically, I would like ICE to get everything right the same way.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, that's why I'm prefacing that by saying idealistically. Would you like me to finish my sentence?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So idealistically, yes, I would like ICE to get everything right. I would like every fixture of our government to get everything right. I would like everything to be perfect in society. Like, okay, clearly, idealistically, that's something we could all agree to. But clearly, because of the imperfect nature of humans, it's kind of impossible for us to create a perfect system. There's always going to be some shortcomings. But the argument that I'm not making here is that, well, because shortcomings exist in ICE, that therefore ICE needs to be abolished. I'm saying that there's either A, a sufficient amount of shortcomings, or B, not just shortcomings, but clear red lines crossed, like the introduction of racial profiling, that would lead me to the conclusion that we just need to revise the system as a whole.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, and we can all agree that we want it to be perfect, but it's not going to be perfect.
But that's not me arguing that it should be perfect. That's me arguing that it's too imperfect. Okay, yeah, like a system
you
that
think?
endorses the murder of citizens is too imperfect to support. A system that upholds reckless disregard of law and life to the extent of abridging the Constitution within their material department-wide objectives is, too imperfect to support, right? I feel like the concepts that I'm relaying to you are very commonsensical, and you're just being intentionally dense and not understanding them, right? Like without much thought, we could all identify the simple truth that no one person is perfect, while simultaneously understanding that some people are too imperfect to ever support, like violent criminals, rapists, murderers, so on and so forth. But I guess MAGA kind of does struggle with that identification, since Trump is a rapist and you want him to be the most powerful man alive. But, I don't want to topic change on you. I guess that's just my honest thought.
So you could say the same thing about the police saying that they're not perfect, and you would want to basically, well, you guys do say that you want to defund them, so you could say the same thing about that.
That's actually not my position. I don't know if other people agree or disagree. My position isn't that we need to defund the police. My position is that we actually need to fund them significantly more. I think that,
I agree, yes.
I think that being a police officer should be a highly revered job that is very difficult to attain. It should be more difficult to become a cop than to become a lawyer. It should be more difficult to become a cop than to become a construction worker or a barber. It should be just as difficult to become a cop as it should be to be a doctor. Because what's the similarity between cops and doctors? Well, they hold people's lives in their hands on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
So why does it take 12 years of schooling to become a doctor, but it only takes 3 months at a training camp to become a cop? It doesn't make any sense. So I think that it should be very difficult to be a cop. You should have to go to school for 12 fucking years. You should have to do in-person training for another maybe 2 or 3 years on top of that. And you should make a shit ton of money too, right? To then, attract people in consideration of the fact that it takes like 15 years to get into that position. I don't know. That's my personal take, is that a lot of people have it wrong with what we need to do to address the problem of police brutality. But that's also just like one issue with police brutality. It's also a larger systemic issue of, regardless of how benevolent of a person a cop is, still yet they are operating under disillusioned objectives, which are also very brutalistic. So we need a lot of legal reform on top of simple reform of who can or can't become a cop. But that's a whole other subject on its own. And I feel like you're just kind of using that as a pivot away from my comments on ICE. Like, can you agree that like we shouldn't support ICE because they uphold a reckless disregard of law and life?
Well, I think that we should support ICE because they're doing good for our country, deporting all the illegals, and I don't want illegals in my country. Would you? Like, give an example of China. If I were to go walk in there right now illegally, I'd be dead. You know that too.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, I would really not recommend using other countries as examples.
That in a communist country.
So I wouldn't suggest using other countries as
Why?
examples of what we should do here, because seemingly you seem to forget that every other developed country in the world has access to free universal health care, but that's not something they want here. And then B, no, it's not true that you'll literally be shot on sight if you were to enter into China. Maybe if you were to enter into Israel as a Palestinian, I mean, they literally did put 46 bullets in a little boy because they passed their new arbitrary line of where their borders fall, but that's Israel, that's not China. But my point here is now you're saying that you do support ICE regardless of the fact they uphold reckless disregard for law and life, regardless of the fact that they're murdering citizens in the streets of this country, regardless of the fact that they're deporting people illegally with no due process to be tortured in another country, regardless of the fact that they're harassing black and brown people on a daily basis to the extent that SCOTUS had to rule on it and called it legal to racially profile, regardless of the fact that they're black backing college students and then shipping them to detention centers 1,000 miles away in violation of withholding order from judges, and regardless of the fact that ICE and the administration as a whole are abusing the immigration systems to deny free speech to immigrants. And now, if you are an immigrant undergoing immigration processes and you speak out against Trump, you speak out against the tyranny, you speak out against the madness, well, then all of a sudden, your immigration process is on the line. Apparently, you still support them because at the end of the day, they're still getting undocumented immigrants out of this country. So what that tells me is that you think that there is some immediate precedence that ought be met with the immediate deportation of all undocumented immigrants. And if we don't do this, then our country's going to fall. And that's why it's still okay to support the people that are doing the mass deportation, regardless of all of these grave immoralities. And my question to you would, of course, naturally follow, well, what is the benefit this country is seeing from mass deportation? Because when I look at the state of America today and compare it to when Biden left office, when apparently immigrants were swarming the border, no one was being deported, no one was doing a damn thing about it, things were much better off. GDP growth was up, jobs were up, unemployment was down, inflation was down compared to where it's at now, gas was down compared to where it's at now. I mean, investment was up compared to where it's at now. Overall productivity was up compared to where it's at now. Everything is worse, even though, those really important ICE agents are doing the really important job of deporting all the illegals. So tell me now, how do we materially benefit from mass deportation? What is one way that America is made better?
Well, under Biden, all the illegals were funded by government money, like healthcare, housing, and a bunch of other things, basic necessities. Well, there were American citizens struggling to make a living. That's not a lie.
It is. Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1997 is?
No.
A piece of federal legislation that strictly prohibits federal funds from being used to fund public systems of welfare benefit for undocumented immigrants. It's literally illegal to use money from the federal government to benefit undocumented immigrants.
Well, they were. Look at Chicago. They were ICE. Not ICE. The illegals were put in airports for housing, and that's using federal money as
so
airports.
What you're likely referring to here would be asylum seekers.
No, they weren't. I guaranteed they weren't all asylum seekers.
Okay. So then I'm guaranteeing that you're a liar because that's illegal. And DOJ came into the picture. They were supposed to investigate all of the fraud, make arrests, and lock up all the corrupt Democrats. Yet there wasn't even one formal recommendation made to the DOJ. Trump controls the White House. Trump controls Congress. Trump controls the DOJ. Trump controls the Supreme Court. He opened up a brand new office just to investigate all of this crime and corruption. And they couldn't find any of it, my friend. So it seems like you're just parroting misinformation.
Well, I'm not, because...
Then prove it.
Because you're putting illegals first, America second is what you're sounding like.
No, actually, unironically, that's what you're doing. You're putting undocumented immigrants first, not to benefit, but to hurt, thereby,
Biden
second
did.
order, putting this country second, because when we do a mass deportation, we destroy this country and its social, moral, and legal fabric in the process. But I asked you a very specific question that you seem to not want to answer, so I'll ask you again. Show me the evidence that funds from the federal government were being used to pay for housing for undocumented immigrants. Prove it.
Well, you can search it up. Literally, there were hotels used for ICE agents or for illegals that were funded by the government so they could stay there.
I have
you can
my
search
keyboard,
it up.
I have my mouse, I have my Google search bar sitting right in front of me. Tell me what to type in to find the damning evidence that money from the federal government was being used to pay for welfare for undocumented immigrants. What do I type in?
Just type in was.
There's a word. What's the next word?
Was. Federal. Funding.
Okay.
Being used.
How about let's just do it together?
To fund illegal immigrants in the U.S.
Was federal funding being used to fund undocumented immigrants? We'll use the phrase illegal immigrants because that's more likely to return search results from right-leaning sources. And I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here.
We can try both if you'd like.
Being used to fund illegal immigrants in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I haven't seen the search results.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen the search results. Let's enter together. Oh. Wow. What does this mean? What does this say? Undocumented immigrants, genuinely ineligible for most major federal public benefit programs in the U.S., but they can access certain essential non-cash and emergency services, some of which are partially or fully funded by federal dollars. By the way,
right there.
if you're curious of what those essential services are that they could access, that's referencing the emergency room in American hospitals because of EMTALA, which was an act passed under the Obama administration that designated access to emergency health resources as a human right. Now, what does it say after that? Oh, wait. This is actually exactly what I brought up. The Personal Work Order and Responsibility Reconciliation Act of 1996 established a national policy that, quote unquote, aliens within the nation's borders do not depend on public resources and barred undocumented immigrants from most federal benefits. Wow. Honestly, you're just proving me to be a really reliable source of information. A goddamn reliable... Dude, I basically gave Google's answer. Look at that. Look at me go. I gave Google's fucking answer. I'm so good at this. Look at that. I'm patting myself on the shoulder here because on the fly, I gave you the same answer that Google would have.
You still didn't change my view on this.
I know, because you don't believe in things predicated on like reason or fact. I know you're over here screaming about how airports and hospitals are being turned into houses for the illegals. And then when I'm like, hey, bro, no, bro, dude, that's not true. That's not true. Like, that's literally like that. You cannot do that because of the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act. You cannot do that. And then you're like, no, you're wrong, Dean. Then I'm like, okay, so what's your evidence that of money from the federal government was being used to build houses for undocumented immigrants? You tell me to Google it. Then I'm like, what do I Google? Then I type in exactly what you tell me to Google. And then the very first search result is exactly what I said. So if I haven't changed your mind, then your mind is not made by fact. Your mind is made by the feelings.
My mind is made by God. Thank you.
Oh, so God determines what you believe? No, I'm pretty sure that's what... Oh, I was about to say
the Bible
something. I was about to say
prove you
something.
wrong.
I was about to say something to me, and I can't say that. Go ahead. Just respond. Why don't you concede? Why aren't you changing your mind, even when you've been exposed to facts in which prove your belief to be false?
Well, because there's a lot of other things that add up. It's not just the ICE standpoint.
Okay, but you specifically changed your mind on the claim that you made that money was from the federal government was being used to build housing for undocumented immigrants. Have I proven that claim wrong?
Sure. I'll give that to you. Sure.
Okay, then you said that your mind was made by God in the Bible?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I disagree with mass deportation because I think that we should treat undocumented immigrants fairly and equally to the same way that we treat citizens.
Ooh, but they don't have citizenship and they don't have the same... I don't want to sound mean, but they don't have like almost the same rights as us because if they mess up once, they get deported right away.
No, but what you're not realizing here is I'm saying that we have a moral obligation to treat them identically to citizens. Do you agree or disagree?
You think we should? I don't think we should.
So you do.
They came here illegally in the first place.
So just to clarify, you do not think we have a moral obligation to treat undocumented immigrants the same way we treat citizens, right? Right?
Life, sure, I'll say hi to them and stuff, but...
Okay, but you don't think that we have a moral obligation to treat them identically?
I guess, whatever.
Okay, so then you're not a Christian. Okay, because here's Leviticus 19 verses 33 and 34. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So this is God telling you that you have a moral obligation to treat everybody, including the foreigners, the undocumented immigrants, equally to the same way you treat the citizens, or as what's said in verse 34 here, the native born. So moments ago, when you told me that you formulate your beliefs off of God in the Bible, you were lying, which, by the way, is also a sin. If we want to take a look at the Ten Commandments...
Keep that verse up. Keep that verse up really quick. It says foreigners reside among you. That doesn't. It says nothing about illegals. And you could. I'm not sure about this, but it could mean that they are legal. They came in legally through borders, which they did have back then, and that
Indian
could
Outlaw,
fair
thank
well
you for all
what
the
it's.
galaxies. I appreciate you so much.
That's what it could be meaning for that too.
Well, see, the thing is it's literally God. So if God just says foreigners, then God fucking means foreigners because God is intentional with everything that he says and does.
Okay, so also,
Like, it's,
so you think
it's literally God, man. It's God.
okay, so you think that in the Bible it says abortion's okay? Because you guys support abortion too.
You're yes. Yes. Yes, I do think that the Bible says that abortion is sometimes okay. Yes, with instructions and everything. Numbers 5 verses 20. This is too funny. Numbers 5 verses 24 through 32. God describes that if your wife cheats on you with another man and gets pregnant, that you are to take her to a priest who will then perform an abortion on her by giving her quote unquote bitter waters to then force a miscarriage, killing the fetus.
Pull it up. Pull it up. I want to see.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
What version are you using? Because I've never seen abortion used in the Bible.
I read the version of the Bible that I use the version of the Bible that I could actually read, which is the NIV.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. Let's just go ahead and pull this one up real quick. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller, so then you could see it. All right. Listen. There's a lot of text. We're just going to start over here. Okay, perfect. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter in your body so that your abdomen swells and your womb miscarries. Then the woman is to say, Amen, so be it. The priest is to write these curses on a scroll, then wash them off into the bitter water. He shall make the woman drink the bitter water that brings the curse, and this water that brings the curse shall cause bitter suffering and will enter her. The priest is to take from her hands the grain offering for jealousy, wave it before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is then to take a handful of the grain offering as a memorial offering and burn it on the altar. After that, he is also to have the woman drink the water. If she's made herself impure, cheated on her husband, then when she's drinking the water, that will bring the curse. It will cause her bitter suffering. It will enter, her abdomen will swell, and her womb will miscarry.
Okay, I will have to do some research on that. So I actually did not know that was in there.
Yeah. Well, now you do. Now
Yeah,
you do. So
I will talk to my pastor about that and see what he says and just do some
Jimmy,
research on that.
galaxy.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that Trump is a godly man? Jimmy, thank you for the multiple galaxies.
Well,
Awesome.
he has. I don't think he is like very religious, and I know he is. I don't know how he. I don't remember what he said, but he did say something about him not like being religious or something. I'm not sure what he said though.
Yeah. Do you think that's why he raped Eugene Carroll, because he's a bad Christian, spawn of the devil? Is that why he killed the 174 girls in Iran? Is that why he refused to pay out food stamp benefits for 16 million starving American children?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I mean, but how could you support this man in consideration of these things?
I don't know. I'll do some research on this. So
okay. Well, okay. So what reasons do you think that you still have to support him as president?
A lot. I have a lot.
What are they?
I'm anti-abortion.
Wow.
Close borders.
Clearly, God's not.
I said I'll do research, so I'll see about that.
So you're questioning God, you heretic? He said it himself, bro.
No.
That's his book, dude. We just read his autobiography where he says he's chill with that shit. And you're over here saying, well, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you a better question. What branch of Christianity do you follow?
Non-denominational.
Perfect. Where in the Bible does it say that the sin of abortion is worse than the sin of lying?
I don't think it says that in the Bible.
Then what should we be led to believe? That the two sins are identical?
Both sins are very bad.
Are they identical in their wrongness?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know if they're identical in their wrongness or not identical in their wrongness. It could go either way.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that, but
Okay, so should we ban lying? Should we make it illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists?
I don't know. You tell me. You think we should make that illegal? Everyone's going to lie, and it's going to happen.
I don't think that we should make it illegal. How about you? Do you think we should make it illegal?
No, because it's going to happen.
So then why should we make abortion illegal? Because if they're two
why
sins...
would you want to kill a baby?
Well, why aren't you asking the same thing about lying? We just went over how they're both sins. They're probably just as wrong as one another, but we don't really know. I mean, lying could be worse than abortion. Abortion could be worse than lying. So, why are you so, determined on banning abortion, but you're not as determined on banning lying?
Well, you'd want to kill a kid?
Well, I mean, you want to tell a kid that Santa Claus exists? Because apparently, according to God, they're just as wrong.
But you'd want to kill a kid? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, I think it's just as godly to get an abortion as it would be to tell your children about Santa Claus.
Okay, that's wild.
Well, okay. Point me towards the verse in the Bible that disagrees, and I'll change my mind.
I can't. You can look. Do your research.
Exactly. There's no verse in the... Listen, that's the big struggle. What? Did you just fart on the mic?
No, that was my window. Sorry.
Okay. That's a big issue with the Christian Bible, is that there's no clear way to determine the wrongness of sins relative to one another. And a vast majority of non-denominational Christians actually believe that all sins are viewed identically in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy. And this creates the issue of, then how do we turn around and legislate on the morality of the Christian Bible? How do we do that? If all sins are just as wrong, then we can't say that one sin should be punishable by jail time and this other sin actually shouldn't be punishable at all. It should be perfectly legal.
I don't know. It's someone's personal preference, or in the Bible, you can do your research. I'm not sure.
Well, then you're just saying that it falls down to your personal preference and not the Bible. So you're just using the feelings in your tum-tum.
I'm going to have to research into this. It gives me something to research, so I will see.
Cool. Jimmy, thank you so much for all the galaxies, man. You're awesome.
And maybe I'll come back and tell you what happens and see what I find.
Another question. When does a kid become a kid?
Is it 4 weeks or something?
So at 4 weeks, a child... So why does it become a kid at 4 weeks? Not 3 weeks.
I think that's when it starts developing.
No, it's developing biologically speaking from the moment of conception.
Well,
the
yeah.
moment of conception is when cellular reproduction starts, and that's what we would refer to as, biological development, right? So why does it become a kid at 4 weeks, but it's not a kid at 3 weeks?
Sure.
Well, it wasn't a yes or no question, David. Okay. Yes, just fart and shit your way out of the live. David. Yeah. Fart and shit. Pick your nose. Fucking pick your nose too while you're at it. Might as well. Dude. Fart shit and pick your nose until I kick you because I think that's weird. Well, welcome in, Satana.
Welcome in. I'll just say that listening to that conversation, how could you expect anything more from him?
I know, right? God damn it, dude. Yeah, well, this is the welcome back, right? I didn't go live yesterday. I haven't been thinking about debates for quite a long time, and this is the welcome back that I get. I want to thank a couple people real quick. Thank you so much, Cassie, for the $14 donation on PayPal, who says, "Hey, Dean, happy 1 year. I appreciate what you do. My fiance and my best friend went through horrible experiences as kids, and it means a lot seeing people like you speak up. I've been watching you consistently since Trump got back into office, and now I debate people." Good for you, Cassie. I'm really happy to hear that we've gotten you into debating as well. And thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the $14. Same thing to you, Miriam. Thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Miriam, how do I find that? I would love to take a look and share it with the stream. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Says your brain is insane. Thank you so much for the support, Amanda. I don't know about that, but I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 200 Amanda W's. Skylar, thank you for the $10. She says you're in a silly, goofy mood today. Happy 1 year. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Thank you for the $10, and thank you so much. Yeah, that is crazy. 1 year. Nuts. Tyler, thank you so much for the $25. Who says happy Thursday. Thoughts on the Erica Kirk skit? You're talking about Drewski. He is so fucking funny.
He doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss. He doesn't fucking miss. Dude, he is absolutely hilarious. He is so fucking funny. Everything that he does, I just love it. Thank you for the $25. And then Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Carrie, that is crazy. It says, because apparently I didn't miss the 1 year. That donation and that message is rolling off of one she maybe sent an hour and a half ago where she said, I missed the 1 year. No, you didn't, Carrie. Thank you for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Carrie W's down below in that chat. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the love and support. Same thing to Malachi. Thank you for the $10. Who says for legal fees from Colton and Malachi. Thank you for the $10, Malachi. Yeah, I'd honestly assume that the legal fees for suing this guy aren't going to be too much because it's a really cut and dry case. But maybe, I might have to, pump some funding and to get in some good lawyers that will find the way to reach the highest payout possible, if that makes any sense, in consideration of all damages. Then Kalina, thank you so much for the $50 as well. Let's get 500 Kalina W's down below in that comment section. That is COLINA, who says, I love your passion. Continue what you're doing and what you believe in. Good luck. Oh, thank you so much, Kalina. And thank you for the kind words as well. Let's get 500 Kalina W's. Then Leslie with the 15, who says, hey, Dean, love you. Would love to see you doing bigger media someday, like news channels. The world needs to hear you. Thank you for all that you do. I honestly think about that a lot. I think that I'd like to get on that mainstream. And then Anna Sophia, thank you for the $40 donation on PayPal, who says, happy 1 year and fuck that guy who spit on you yesterday. Yes, fuck that guy, dude. Oh my God. I've just been so pissed about it. Then Attack on Pony, thank you for the $20, who says, so MAGA Trumpers cherry pick the Bible, but they get mad when we do the same. Holy hypocrisy, Batman. So real. Thank you for the $20. For those that don't know, I was talking about this a lot earlier and I've been posting about it on my Instagram. I got spit on. I got fucking spit on. Some stupid, drunk MAGA Trump supporter spit on my face. And I was trying to find him and who he is. And I got this guy named Tizzy to help me. I'm actually going to go ahead and just play you guys Tizzy's video real quick. Show it to the class. I was actually just laughing at a DM I got from Tizzy about it. I'll have to show you guys that too. Let's take a look. Give me one moment.
And for the chat, yes, Tizzy ENT. That's exactly who it is.
Bet you never saw this.
And don't worry, you'll be able to see it on YouTube too. Just give me a moment to get it framed up for everyone. Perfect. I'm going to go put this over on YouTube as well.
Day coming, did you, Dean? Bet a bunch you never expected to see my face and Dean Withers' face and me doing this with Dean Withers behind me. And if you're here because it's finally time to see Dean Withers get called out, you're going to be disappointed that's not what this is. No, I have Dean behind me because the video I'm about to show you was recorded by Dean, and what happened to Dean. Grand Junction, Colorado. He flew into the airport there. His mom came to pick him up. He comes out to get in the car. He's putting his luggage into the car. And then a man he'd never seen before walks up and spits in his face. And then Dean pulled out his phone and started recording, which was a smart thing to do. If If you pay attention, right in the very beginning, you're going to hear this guy admit that he spit in his face.
Did you just spit on me, sir? You just spit on me. What's your name?
In the car.
What's your name? Don't touch me.
You're
What's your
touching
name?
me.
Your husband just spit on me. Wait, he just admitted to it on camera. Let me get that license
I
plate.
don't think spitting is a crime. You and your
It's
mom,
not.
you guys need to go.
First things first, she says, I don't think spitting is a crime. And her husband says, ha, 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 it's not. Spoiler alert, it is. Specifically in Colorado. Actually can lead to serious criminal charges like assault and harassment. Also not for nothing, you put your hands on Dean to like separate them, and then you kind of hit his phone with your hand and your vape there, which also could constitute assault. Now you might be saying, I don't think they just came up and randomly spit in his face with no interaction. They did, according to Dean. They had no interaction with him. His mom told him after they drove away that she had pulled up to pick him up, and when she pulled there, they started yelling at her about how she was too close to them and to move. She was like, it's fine. And they kept yelling at her and being belligerent, which Dean says he did seem like perhaps he had been drinking. And she called them white trash. Guess what? You don't get to spit on people for calling you that. Certainly not a person with the person who called you that. So, Grand Junction, Colorado. Take a good look at this. Here's Chuckles here. Here's presumably Mrs. Chuckles. She got a nice little chest tat there. Someone in Grand Junction, Colorado, do me a favor. Tell me who they are. Bet you never saw this.
So there's Tizzy's video that he made earlier today. And not even 3 hours after Tizzy posted that video, did one of his followers find him. Craziest, most devious work ever. So the man's name is, let's see it here. Shane McDougal. Shane McDougal from Grand Junction, Colorado. And his wife's name, that's not as locked in. That's not as confirmed yet. But we think her name is Jamie. Because that's what it shows for like home ownership. It shows that they own a home together. Shane McDougal and Jamie. Also, found this guy's Instagram. His Facebook. And this is just all within the first, 8 hours of having his name. And basically, I want to find this guy's employer. I want to figure out where this guy works so that I could tell his employer what he did. And, hopefully get him fired from his job, depending on, the employer seeing it as unfit for what they'd want to see out of their employees. And, I've been a little bit hell-bent on this, since yesterday when it happened. And unapologetically so. I'm not going to stop talking about this until something happens. I'm not going to stop talking about this until he's fired from his job. And on top of that, also really important to mention, I did file up with cops. Moments after that video that you guys saw, I actually called the cops. And then they got in their car, they ran away. The cop showed up really quick. It was at an airport. They listened to me, they listened to my mom. And apparently this guy got arrested for misdemeanor harassment yesterday. So same day he was in cuffs. But because it's just misdemeanor harassment, what it looks like to get arrested is really just, the booking process, then you're discharged, and then you're given a court date. It might even be just a ticket. But, off-duty dispatch did tell me he was arrested. So whatever that means. But I don't know. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that, getting a ticket is really enough. I want there to be more like social accountability, not just because he spit on my face, but also because he argued that it was legal. He said, it's legal. I could spit in your face. I'm entitled to spit in your fucking mouth and have my drool run into yours. Oh, God. Duh.
You know, the one thing that I've been saying for a while now, and you know, I'm older, and I remember a time where the internet wasn't as prevalent, and I feel like the internet has, for some reason, made people feel like they can do things without consequences. Like there's no actual actions or anything that's going to happen when they do whatever they want. And so, like, I'm a firm believer, and you can absolutely, you know, do or say whatever you want. You just, you know, got to be willing to deal with the consequences. So good for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely good for you.
And huge shout out to Tizzy. I mean, I saw that Tizzy was watching like literally 10 seconds ago. I think that he may have like just clicked out. So fortunately, he'll be missing this. You know, huge shout out to Tizzy. I mean, what a G. He actually just sent me a pretty funny photo. The first thing that he sent me was a picture of Mr. Shane McDougal holding a deer. And then I responded by saying, that's him. And then he just like photoshopped himself on top with his face on Shane, and then Shane's face on the deer. Oh man. No, but anyways, that's the story. I just kind of wanted to take a moment to fully explain it on live, so it wasn't just you know, these 10-second chunks of random information you're getting from my Instagram story. Or, you know, Tizzy's video. I probably won't talk about it much more until I kind of figure out what's next, because I'm not letting this one go. I mean, I'm not letting this one go at all. So, Santana, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I was just gonna say, you know, I thought that I had a thing for triggering mediocre white men, but like obviously you take the cake because that was just wild.
Bro,
But I'm good.
That's the crazy part though, is like I, in many scenarios, will trigger the crazy white men and kind of like provoke various reactions. But this is one of the scenarios where I didn't. I was just putting my luggage in the back of the car. He starts screaming at me. I'm like, who are you? Like, what is going on? They just, oh, jeez. Craziness.
It's just insane. Yeah, I think people are a little bit more unhinged. It's, again, I keep going back to the whole idea of an extinction burst, and like they're getting desperate, and you're going to see people get desperate, and like, yeah, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Ooh, this is an update. I've noticed since all this came out that Shane has unfriended 4 people on Facebook. And deleted like 1 billion of his posts. I wonder why.
Of course.
I think that he's starting to feel the heat. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. We'll probably do one more debate before I end the stream for the night. Hi, do you support Trump? Alyssa? You could speak now. Hi.
How you doing?
All right. Do you support Trump?
I don't know that I support Trump. I think I support Republican causes, and Republican causes are unfortunately headed by Trump right now.
Okay. So overall, the election was held tomorrow between him and Kamala Harris. Who'd you vote for, if anyone at all?
I would have to vote for Trump just again because I support his causes more than I would Harris.
Which ones?
Small government, Second Amendment. I support strong national defense, lower taxes.
Yeah.
Typical Republican causes.
So point number 1, there's nothing small government about Donald Trump weaponizing the National Guard against the people illegally, refusing to pay out food stamp benefits, weaponizing the DOJ, consolidating power to himself. Second point, he doesn't support the Second Amendment. He thinks that it's okay to kill people for merely being in possession of firearms. He passed unconstitutional gun reform in his first term. And is now... Oh, wait, are you the Mormon lawyer?
I am, yeah. Good to talk to you again.
A good catch, Santana. Yeah, and now is just launched a brazen assault on the Second Amendment. With him asking his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for all law-abiding trans-American citizens, which even the NRA has called out as being brazenly anti-QA.
Huh. I also want to say, man, I am sorry that someone spit in your face. That's really not cool at all. I think it's cool that you are debating people and helping people get educated about what's going on in our world. I sincerely do. Why
Trying to
is it that
represent me pro bono?
I totally would. I totally would. I think that's disgusting. I think, honestly, if you sued him civilly, you're going to get a lot further than the criminal approach. He might get some, deferred sentence or whatnot, but if you hit him in his pocketbook, he'll think twice about spitting in someone's face again.
I know, that's right.
Funny enough, I agree with you completely.
Yeah, money's where it's at. Early in my career, I had someone come in and told me that someone was being mean to them and talking bad about them all over the place, and they wanted to sue for defecation. And it stuck with me to this day. Like, people just are so busy trying to be right instead of listening. I think late 90s, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Covey, I think was his name. He talked about these habits, one of them being first seek to understand, then be understood, right? And so often in these debates and in public discord, people are so interested about getting their point out that they don't listen to what is being said by the other person. And I think it's limiting our ability to learn, to be educated, and to help our country, help our government. When we're fighting against each other, we've got politicians who are lining their pocketbooks, getting rich, while so many of us are struggling. I think what you're doing is a good thing. Why it has to be so confrontational, I still don't necessarily understand, but I guess it's what we've got to do.
I think I can shine a little bit of light on that confrontational piece. Normally politics, I remember politics pre-Trump, right? In 2014, like, people didn't really talk about who they voted for, especially from the South. I'm from the South, and it used to be a thing that was like, you had Republican friends or you had Democratic friends, but you didn't know, right? And that you just didn't talk about who you voted for. But Donald Trump came along and made it very tribalistic and made it okay to be openly hateful and vitriol, and like, he shifted the entire dynamic and gave like a group of people who made this their entire personality. And since it's now their personality, when you say anything that's critical of Donald Trump, then they feel like they're personally being attacked. And that's the issue. This shifted from being politics to being personal because people made this their entire personality. Now, and when you literally have a fascist in office who's putting Nazis in place, and they're stripping away the rights of everyday Americans, they're crashing the economy, and they're overwhelmingly harming the majority of people. Like, this has shifted away from being just politics or even personal to a life or death situation. And so now it's a situation where people are actively fighting for their lives. So that's why it's not as civil anymore. People are dying.
You think it's possible to get back to where it was? Because I think it's going to be, again, better for our country if we can sit down. And I don't know necessarily what your politics are, or even better, I do know what your politics are, and we can still be friends.
Yeah. I don't know if there's ever putting a genie back in a bottle. I think that we've hit the point now where there has to be a complete different shift in order to like have something else. But going back, I don't think we could ever go back. It's like going back to life before, the internet. It's just not a thing.
I think the last time people were thinking that way was right around 1850, and that didn't end very well for our brothers and sisters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think that you guys keep doing your good. People are going to come around. Trump is going to be gone one of these days, and Republican causes are going to still be there, and we're going to still have our disagreements about what we call abortion and what should be legal about it, and what we should do about the Second Amendment, and how big our government should be, whether we should go to war.
You know what the problem is with that? And
Yeah.
I was saying this prior to the election. I said, whoever won this election, this is going to be the most consequential election for the next 60 to 50 years, right? And Donald Trump, who's already appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, has the potential to appoint 2 more Supreme Court justices, who has fundamentally shifted the landscape of our country. They're actively trying to pass the SAVE Act, which, if passed, will again fundamentally shift the landscape of our country. He's trying to end birthright citizenship, which again would fundamentally shift the landscape of our country, not only for immigrants, but like I tell Black people this all the time, we're not special, we're just next. And if they can change the 14th Amendment, and it's, they do it under the guise of like birthright citizenship, Black people, like we're next. So like the people that are in power, even though like you say, well, Trump is going to be gone soon, the actual tentacles that he's installed within our government is something that has like far reach. The Republican Party, the one thing the Republican Party has done a great job at is getting younger. So even though Donald Trump is at the top and he's older and he's going to be gone, there's a lot of young people within the Republican Party who share not only his ideas, but the the extreme religious MAGA loyalist ideas.
Yeah, you brought up the SAVE Act, and I think that there's little things that we can do to even tweak that. Right now, you have to show an ID and have to prove citizenship. The only difference is I can raise my right hand and swear that I'm a citizen and be able to vote. The SAVE Act is going to require some proof. Unfortunately, some states have made it so that you can get a driver's license or an ID without being a citizen. I think all of us, whether we're on the left or the right, want to make sure that only citizens can vote. And I personally don't want to disenfranchise anybody. And there's got to be a way to do that without it being so, dead on arrival, so to speak, as you kind of described.
The big issue with that though is like there's this whole premise that like undocumented immigrants are voting in the election. Like the Heritage Foundation, specifically the Heritage Foundation, did a deep dive as far as undocumented immigrants voting in federal elections, and found, I think it was like 30 over like less than 100 over like a 30-year history. I can look up the specific number, but like undocumented immigrants voting in federal elections is not a thing. It's just not a thing. And the most recent election fraud that was found was literally a MAGA Republican trying to vote for his dead mother for Donald Trump. So like it's not a thing. And then the SAVE Act will disenfranchise 21 million Americans who don't have passports, and so many women who are now married. Like it's a horrible piece of legislation.
Right. And citizenship is already required to vote. When you register, you have to give your social security number. What do you think the state or county registrar does with that social security number? They run it through the system to make sure that SSN belongs to a citizen, and they approve your registration, and you're good to go.
Also, one last call out, Dean, I don't know if you saw this, but they passed that legislation that auto enrolls people into, or from 18 to 25 auto enrolls them into the draft. Mm-hmm. If they can auto enroll people into the selective services, why can't they auto enroll people to vote? Like, if you have that ability.
Yeah, and well, that's where it gets also really fucky, and people aren't talking about that. Is in many states, when you get your driver's license, they are auto-enrolling you to vote. I guess for the most part, that would be, what is it called? Getting a new one after it would expire. Renewing your driver's license, given that you're over the age of 18. But like now, that becomes a lot more difficult. And I don't know if states will be able to do that. I don't know. So many people are going to be so disenfranchised. It's a shitty fucking bill that addresses a non-existent problem.
Santana, Dean, how far are you guys willing to allow them to go to prove that somebody's a citizen, or do you think that shouldn't even be a point?
Well, I mean, I think if they want to make it a point, that's fine, but they just have to ensure that legwork is upheld by them, not by the constituents of this country. If they want to like pass some legislation that would require like additional legwork on the back end to ensure that every registered voter that's coming in is actually a citizen, and they got to run the numbers and crunch them on the back end. Okay, whatever. I don't even care if that costs a couple $1 million. Who cares? My issue is when that legwork is passed off to the constituent base of this country. Now we're expecting people to spend $200 on a passport. Like, no way, man. No way. No way at all. Fuck that.
And you take a look at countries like Germany. Germany gets I think it's over 87% of turnout when it comes to their voting. But that's because other countries make it so much easier to vote. Like this bill is just making it harder to vote. If they would address the loopholes, like there's certain ways that you can do a lot of the stuff, but they don't want to address the loopholes. This bill is intended to disenfranchise people because it's voter suppression.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can see why you would say that. I don't know that you need a passport in every situation. The 22 million people, I think that goes way too far. Right now, we're only talking about 10 million illegal immigrants at this point, right? So are you saying that the Republican Party wants to disenfranchise an additional 12 million?
Oh, wait, hold on. So the 21 million is just the people with the passport. You know what they really want to do? They want to stop women from voting. That's what they really want. That's the key to the SAVE Act. So they're pushing the ideology of going back to like the single family vote, right? That's something that they've talked about a lot. That's actually something was in Project 2025 as well. But there's a large sector of women, again, married women, who are going to be disenfranchised when it comes to re-registering to vote, because of course if they're married and they change their last name on their actual ID is no longer going to match the last name on their birth certificate. So like that's the big problem.
Well, more than 50% of people that voted for Trump were female. Why would they want to disenfranchise
Women.
those same people that helped them get him in the White House?
Women, easy, because Donald Trump got the largest amount of white men in U.S. presidential history to vote for him. More than more white men voted for Donald Trump at a higher clip than anyone else, even Ronald Reagan. And so while there were a large majority of white women that voted for him as well, or women, but white women specifically, like they spread their vote across the aisle as well to Kamala Harris. But if you can reduce the amount of women as a whole and then rely on the men that have overwhelmingly voted Republican, then that gives the Republican Party a clearer pathway to maintaining power.
I think if you take away any voting block, you're gonna skew things for the short term. But you look through our entire history, and outside of FDR, there's not been a Democrat or Republican that stayed president for more than 18 years because we just like change. We think that somebody's not doing a good job, so we got to figure out a way to switch it. We've become a lot more tribal nowadays, so maybe that's possible as we move forward. But I think you guys and others like you are trying to change that.
But listen, the change that we've been going through is horrible. Think about this for a second. Like, Bill Clinton left office with the surplus, right? And then George Bush took over and got us into 2 wars, gave massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy, crashed the economy. Barack Obama had to come in and deal with like the housing market collapse, the banking market collapse, the airline market collapse. He had to completely revamp the entire economy. He passed it off to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump came in and gave massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy with the TCJA. And even before COVID, he was losing jobs. The actual the unemployment numbers were going up, like the border crossings were going up. It was bad. And then COVID just completely wrecked everything. Biden came back in and gave us the fastest economic recovery of any G7 country, and started to reshape the economy where we were trending upward. Now Trump has the actual office again, and our economy's in the tank. We're heading towards a recession. Like the actual ebbs and flow and back and forth from Democrat to Republican, every time we have a little bit of stability over the last, majority part of my life from the Democratic Party, the power's handed back to Republicans and they fuck shit up again. So like the back and forth is not doing anything good for our country.
I agree with that, but again, it depends on how you look at things. Clinton just happened to be president when this thing called the internet started. He's also the one that signed the 1994 crime bill. He deregulated with repealing Glass-Steagall. He had tons of scandal that messed up our country. You go into Obama, he expanded drone warfare. Conflicts like Syria were totally bungled. My point being is oftentimes these presidents get credit or get lambasted for things that just happened to be going on in the world, like, again, the internet happening. Wouldn't have mattered if there was a Republican or a Democrat. There would have been a surplus at that time.
Wait, hold on. But you know the issue with that is what's happening right now that we can like draw a parallel between the internet to like because we have a quote unquote internet that's happening right now, and that's like AI. Like literally, we have that same type of bubble, that same type of boom. But the difference is because there's been like a lack of regulation, a lack of transparency. The fact that these technocrats have bought their way into the White House, the government isn't putting any type of protections or securities for American citizens. And so American citizens are losing their jobs to AI when AI isn't even ready to replace people. They're literally just firing people so they can have more money to buy chips from NVIDIA. So like the difference between the internet bubble when Clinton was in office versus what's happening right now, Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people. And so we're being harmed. And so you can say, well, presidents are given too much credit. I do think that there's too much credit and blame given to presidents, but you can see when presidents actually do something and when they actually fuck up stuff. And Trump is actively fucking stuff up.
Yeah, I mean, if we were going to go there, I think we would maybe end in 1970s with Jimmy Carter when he totally screwed things up with stagflation, with the Iran cost. I mean, things were not good, which is why Reagan gets all this credit, you know, despite the fact he did a lot of pretty bad things. But you talk to most Republicans, and he's like the gold standard because you know the wall came down in Germany, and the Cold War ended, and he brought taxes down considerably when they were up at, you know, crazy high numbers. Mortgage rates were in the 30%. But again, he gets credit for all of that, and I don't know that he should get that credit. And just like I don't think that Jimmy Carter should get all the blame that he does.
And I get you, right? I mean, again, throughout the history of our country, it's been ebbs and flows and presidents have come and gone, but we've never seen anything like Donald Trump. I just made a video. I had to actually stop and make a breaking news video. The fact that Donald Trump is putting his signature on U.S. money.
I just want to clarify. This doesn't matter. Who cares if we've never seen somebody like Trump before? In the sense that even if we had seen people like Trump in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that wouldn't mean you should support Trump today. That would just mean that you shouldn't support Trump or the presidents from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. You know, I feel like I hear that a lot where people will literally reach back into presidents my grandma barely got to see in order to somehow quasi justify supporting Trump today. You know, like if you in your hardest of heart truly believe that the principles that we're describing to you insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump as president would also thereby cause you to blast Jimmy Carter. Okay. Yeah. If blasting Jimmy Carter means you're not MAGA, do it.
I don't know that it does good to blast him or Trump, honestly, because most of the people that you're going to talk to are not truly independent, right? They're going to be seeing things from the left or they're going to be seeing things from the right. And it doesn't matter what figurehead is sitting on top of the mountain. They're going to vote that way because of the last guy. Abortion was a big deal to him. The person before that, it might have been healthcare, law and order or something.
I'm going to ask you this question, and I'm probably going to end the stream for the night afterwards. Is there anything Trump could do to make you stop supporting his administration? To make you stand down and say that regardless of all else, he shouldn't be president?
You know, I'm sure there's something that we could think about that would, but outside of, you know, the far left or the far right of things that have happened since
like what? Can you give me an example of like
I don't
something
know
that he could
that there
do to
is.
like truly make you stand down and say he shouldn't be president?
I don't know. If he dropped a nuke on Canada, for example, I would not support that.
Okay. What about calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress?
I mean, calling for it is one thing, doing it is another. If he actually did it, yeah, it would probably make me not support him. But his bluster is how it goes right now in these, as what I talked about at the beginning. The left and the right need to get farther and farther left, farther right to get people riled up.
What about calling for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail?
Again, if she was thrown in jail, yeah, probably so. Calling for it, you know, whatever, bluster.
So him like raping a woman and then using his political platform to call for the woman he raped to be thrown in jail is just whatever political bluster or whatever you said.
If she was in jail, then let's talk. But calling for it, whatever.
Oh, come on. You got to recognize. You seem like a reasonable fellow. You should be able to recognize that this is just merely beneath the Oval Office. It's beneath the jail. To rape somebody and then to
Totally
use your
is beneath
power
the office.
to call
It
for
is.
them to be thrown in jail, that's just
Absolutely.
like despicable. Like that. These just aren't values that should ever be represented in the Oval.
I totally agree with you, and I wish he wouldn't do that.
But do you understand
I
what kind
like
of a message and signal that sends to like the rest of the world, particularly women and girls, that a man could rape you and then terrorize you for the rest of your life, and he should be president? Like, think about what kind of message that sends to like the women in your life.
I mean, Harris was talking about how grateful she was that we were supportive of North Korea, right? I mean, in 2022.
She never said that.
She did say that.
No, institutional Democrats would never, ever say such a thing.
She messed up. I don't know. Maybe she was thinking about South Korea, but she said it. Look it up.
That never
2022.
No way.
It did.
But regardless of that, what does that change about what I'm saying here? Why can't we agree that it is beneath the Oval Office to rape a woman and call for her to be thrown in jail? Why can't we agree that it's beneath the Oval Office to watch an American citizen get murdered by an agent of the state and to defend the murder? Why is it not beneath the Oval Office to call for the execution of Democrats in Congress? Why is it not beneath the Oval Office to ask the military to draft up a plan of invasion of one of our allies? Why are none of these things beneath the Oval Office?
Dean, I think those things are beneath the Oval Office.
So then let's get them out.
It doesn't change the fact that he stands for a lot of things that I support.
What's your favorite Trump policy?
I mean, pick one. It's all Republican stuff, right? Immigration enforcement probably would be my favorite.
But
immigration enforcement would probably be my favorite.
That's a part of an agenda. I'm asking you for policy. You're a lawyer. You know what policy it is. I'm talking bills passed through Congress, signed into law. What's your favorite Trump policy?
You know, since we were just talking about it, how about the SAVE Act? Why we're going in with the immigration enforcement? I think you go way too far in trying to confuse people that this is going to disenfranchise 22 million people. If they can figure out a way to make it so only citizens are voting, that's a good thing for our country.
Okay. Once again, we've already went over this. There hasn't been enough. There hasn't even been enough examples of election fraud in general, not just election fraud of undocumented immigrants voting in the last 50 years, to change the outcome of a state's vote in 1 year. That 1 year being 2024. The SAVE Act is designed just to hurt citizens. It's designed for voter suppression. We should not require birth certificate or passport in order to register to vote. That's bullshit. That's completely bullshit.
I don't know. You might remember 2000 when in Florida they were actually counting hanging chads.
Are you talking about the hanging chad? You keep going back. But again,
that hurt you guys, right? And that's in that instance, it hurt you
You're
guys.
saying that, but to Dean's point, like we literally have said this over and over and over. There's been like massive investigation. Donald Trump and his team went to trial over 60 times and found that there had been no substantial voter fraud.
Oh yeah,
the Heritage Foundation.
Let's actually just ask him. Do you agree with Trump? Was there voter fraud in the 2020 election?
No, I absolutely do not think that there was, and even if there was, he lost. So he needs to get over it.
So who's the larger threat to democracy? No. Who's the larger threat to democracy? The guy that went to the head of the DOJ, Bill Barr, asked him to announce widespread evidence of voter fraud when there was none. The guy that then tried to install fake votes for himself in Congress to sway the outcome of the 2020 election and to install himself for a second term. Or like the one undocumented immigrant that's voted in a federal election in the last 50 years. Who's the bigger threat? Because if you're going to sit here and argue that we need to pass voter legislation to disenfranchise 22 million people because of that first threat of the undocumented immigrant, yet we need to make the second threat, which is larger, the guy that tried to install himself for a second-term president, I view that as hypocritical.
I do not believe that 22 million people will be disenfranchised. But again, let's just say, starting from right now, let's forget all the bullshit from before.
21 million Americans don't have passports.
Fraud, whatever. But moving forward, we know for sure when the election happens, we don't need to have another Trump saying that there's been fraud or this or that, because we've nailed it down so strongly that we don't need to listen to people like him in the future.
We didn't need to listen to him then. Like, it wasn't.
Yeah, tons of people do. Tons of psycho people do.
Wait, what if
Unfortunately,
the SAVE Act
a lot of
required,
Republicans.
What if the SAVE Act required DNA samples instead of passport or birth certificate in order to ensure citizenship? That would be nailing it down really strongly. So if that's what the SAVE Act ran on, would you still support it?
I think that goes too far. But what about a
Okay, so
fingerprint?
then you accept that it could go too
What
far.
about a fingerprint?
So if you could accept that that it can go too far, then why don't you think
Sure.
that requiring like a $200 passport is too far?
I think maybe that does go too far as well, but I don't think the SAVE Act does that. My point being is let's go as far as we need to so that we can guarantee that somebody that votes is an actual citizen.
Also, just FYI, I just thought about this as well. You can't get a passport if you're a felon. And we know that, like, even if you're a felon, some felons have the ability to vote based off of the state that they're in. So not only are you going to be disenfranchising people who don't have passports, you're going to be disenfranchising felons that have the ability to vote, and you're going to be disenfranchising women. All four, and this is directly from the Heritage Foundation, since 1982, there's been 63 cases of voter fraud. Since 1982, only 63. What you're saying is absolutely asinine. This is from the Heritage Foundation. Do you know who the Heritage Foundation
there's only
is?
63 people in an election. There would be more than that.
Wait, do you know who the Heritage Foundation is?
I do, and I can say that if you're a felon, you cannot vote. You cannot vote federally, so that's not.
Yes, you can.
Not federally, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Certain states will allow you. No, you can't.
Yes.
States. You should know this. You're a lawyer.
States you can vote for it sometimes if you're a felon, depending on the state. You can't vote federally. You can't vote for the president.
You can get your.
You should know this because you're a lawyer.
I do know this.
The second article of the Constitution strictly gives the ability to states to manage federal elections. The federal elections are not governed by the federal government. Federal elections are governed by the state government. So different state governments set different regulatory guidelines. One moment. Set different regulatory guidelines for who can and can't vote, not just in state elections, but also in federal elections. So many states do allow felons to vote in federal elections. Like
Donald
for example,
Trump fucking voted. He's a felon. Donald Trump's a fucking felon that voted.
Do you know that he voted in the last election after he was convicted?
Yes.
I don't think that's ever been said one way or the other. But again, he would not be able to vote. And states don't get to control what the federal government does.
They get to control federal elections.
Bill of Rights talk about that all over the place.
Think about how in some states
we're getting too far off.
Think about I could prove what I'm saying here. Think about how in Maine, for instance, they delegate their votes inside of the Electoral College for federal elections differently than the delegations of votes in the Electoral College in other states like Colorado. That's because the states control how the vote works for the federal elections. Like, I'll give you a resource here, ncls.org. In Alabama, you have the ability to vote in federal elections under particular parameters. Same thing with Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts. Nevada, you only lose it while incarcerated. Automatic restoration after release. Montana, you only lose it while you're incarcerated. Automatic restoration after release. North Carolina, you lose it until the completion of your sentence. North Dakota, lose it while you're incarcerated. Automatic restoration after release. And that's how it goes. Vermont,
I'm not sure what you. Yeah, what? Say that again.
Vermont, you never lose the right to vote.
Yeah, I don't know much about Vermont. I'm from the West Coast, but I think Vermont and Maine are two states that do allow felons to vote under certain circumstances.
He lists way more than two.
Okay.
He lists he read the whole list.
Listen, I appreciate you for coming up. My stream's kind of getting done. We're about at 5 hours. Thank you for your time.
Can I say one thing really quick before you let him go? FYI, you were wrong on the comments from Kamala Harris. She not only did she strongly condemn North Korea's when she was in the the zone safety, whatever. Anyway, you were just wrong. You're wrong about the comments about Kamala Harris. You should go look
it
that
up. 2022.
I have it right here in front of me. I have it right here in front of me. She didn't. You're absolutely wrong.
Okay, we'll talk again.
You are a horrible lawyer.
You want to bet?
Yes, $100,000 right now. Bet.
Done.
You're a lawyer. That's a verbal contract.
It sure is.
Look up the video and check out the Guardian article about it. Look it up. This guy owes me $100,000, Dean.
Wait,
This
what did you
guy
bet
owes
him on?
me-
I was looking at my phone. What did you bet him on?
Comments from Kamala Harris when she was in what is it, the D something zone or whatever between North Carolina and South Carolina, when she talked about a brutal dictatorship, and she specifically, her words, I even have the transcript. It's on YouTube, like it's in 2022.
Here's what she said exactly. The United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
Where are you getting this from?
It's all, I mean, this particular one is USA Today, which is totally left-winged here.
Give me the title.
It's from, all right, September 29th, 2022. Vice President Harris mistakenly touts U.S. alliance with the Republic of North Korea.
Oh, wow. Don't worry.
I'll take Bitcoin. That's fine.
No. Look at this. I have it from Reuters right here. Do you trust Reuters?
Yeah.
You do? Perfect. All right.
It's an alliance that is strong and enduring.
Check this out. Check this out. This is great. Okay, this is from Reuters. All right, look at the website, Reuters. U.S. VP Harris denounces North Korea as a brutal dictatorship. Let's go ahead and read the messages. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris said North Korea is a country with a brutal dictatorship, an illegal arms program, and a rampant human rights violations, issuing unusually strong criticism during a visit to the inter-Korean border on Thursday.
She probably said that after she messed up the comment before.
Harris, in her first visit to the DMZ, separating the two Koreas, said that the heavily armed border was offered a stark reminder for the dramatically different paths the two sides have taken. "Quote unquote, in the north, we see a brutal dictatorship, rampant human rights violations, and unlawful weapons program that threaten peace and stability," Harris said. "Quote unquote, the United States and the world seek a stable and peaceful Korean peninsula where the DPRK is no longer a threat."
Yeah, she also said our shared goal of the United States and the Republic of Korea.
One second. I'll say this because, there's two different quotes. Apparently, so she said the one quote when she read it, and then around the same time. There's a one quote for the video that I found and what she said, but then there was another one that was off camera. So technically, both of us are right. It was two of them around the same time. No, seriously. I just found the one that you were saying because they said it was a gaffe.
Yeah.
I'm being intellectually honest. The one that I found was from the actual, when she was there in the area, because she was there between North Korea and South Korea, and she verbally said that she was reading off something, but it looks like later she ended up was talking, and she said it, and they said there's a quote saying that a very important alliance with the Republic of North Korea. So, but both things happen. So
fist bump to you, Santana, but honestly, she didn't mean that regardless, right? And these stupid people that say that she did when she obviously flubbed, the point being is we need to figure out a way to come together.
All right, I'm going to kick you now. Thanks for coming up. Couple people to thank here real quick. First and foremost, Gail, thank you so much for that galaxy over on TikTok. That's very kind of you. Couple people to thank on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $10. Ross, who says, do not read live. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for that input, Ross. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Kimberly, thank you so much for the 5. And then SJ with the $10 says, just wanted to send some love and don't read the rest out loud. Okay, thank you so much for the support, SJ. Oh, thank you so much for your kind words, SJ. You're awesome. And then Janine, thank you for the $23 donation on PayPal, who says, thank you for everything that you do. I saw you on MS Now, and you need to do more of that. You are fantastic and happy anniversary. Thank you. I appreciate you. I do think that I'm pretty good when I make my appearances on the mainstream media. I like it. Chris, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, no, to read out loud and no need to thank me. Oh, well, I'm going to do it anyways. Thank you so much for the support, Chris, but I will keep your message to myself. Then Annabelle, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And then Miriam, I did just see your last donation on PayPal. I would love a link or a way to find it. I will happily take a look at that. And then I just saw you send over the app. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that support, Jay. Jay with a 50 says, Dean, I'm so sorry over what happened to you with a personal attack. Spitting on somebody is one of the worst acts one could do to another. I applaud you. I applaud your power of restraint and am enraged. I cannot speak today, but not surprised that this could ever happen. Major love and respect. Thank you for the $50, Jay. Yeah, it was a little bit hard to show restraint there. You know, like clearly the first thing I wanted to do was to step back and punch him in his goddamn face. But the reason why I didn't do that is because I was on an airport. I was at an airport, you know, that could have like potentially led to, you know, me being placed on a no-fly list, litigation, both in civil and criminal courts, to justify self-defense. So I generally like tell myself that I'd only ever engage in physical force given that it was like required for my own personal safety. And in that circumstance, it wasn't. So I just didn't want to complicate my life. I just got him to admit to it on camera so then I could press charges. Madison, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. He says, I'm a former public defender and that spitting guy would be the most annoying client ever. This guy's a waste of our tax dollars. If you please require him to write an apology letter. Lamau. That's great, Madison. Thank you so much for the 15. Same thing to you, Carrie. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, wait, I don't know the specifics, but I'm an attorney if you want to chat. Oh, Carrie, no fucking way. Dude, Carrie, actually, I do want to talk to you because I actually trust you. I would love to send you a message. I just sent you a message on Venmo requesting your number if like you're down to text, but if not, no worries. But I actually would trust you because you've been watching for forever. I would really trust some input and guidance from you. Same thing from you, Delaney. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I watch your stream so much, I had a dream about you saving the world. Anyways, keep on doing what you're doing, fam. It keeps my anxiety somehow knowing that other people see through the bullshit. Fuck yeah, Delaney. I'm happy that it helps your anxiety out. I hear that a lot, and that makes me a happy person. Same thing to Eli. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you so much, Eli. And then Alan, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you. Everybody in the comment section asking when Jubilee's coming out. April 3rd. So 1 week and 1 day from today.
Let's go.
Yeah, Santana, I'm gonna end my stream here, but I want to pass the mic to you if you have anybody to thank or anything to say.
Two things really quick. Jenny, thank you for the 20. Allie, thank you for the 10. Joseph, thank you for the 5. Jacqueline, thank you for the 2. And Olivia, thank you for the 10. Did you? I think you might have been traveling. You didn't get to see me talk to Jill.
Oh yeah, you talked to Jill. Wow, how did that go?
Amazing.
Really?
Dean, by the end of the conversation, she was admitting that she shouldn't say the stuff that she says online. She says she says she gets emotional. She says that people sometimes say things. She says she realized that her supporting Trump is not being a good Christian, and the way that she's been representing herself is not a good thing. She said that she wanted to get help. It was a whole thing, Dean. I talked to her for like an hour. We started here and we ended up where we did. It was a whole thing, Dean.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Do you save your VODs on YouTube?
Yeah. It's on YouTube. I'll send you some. I thought about clipping it up, but I didn't want to like make it a thing. But like I'm telling you, Dean, afterward we went through because she was talking about the Bible, of course, and I made her go get her resources. We put it on the screen. We went through it together. We talked about it because at first she was supporting Israel, and then once I showed her like Israel wasn't the actual land, it was the people and all this stuff. The way it connected and clicked for her, complete shift. By the end of it, she was almost crying. It was insane.
You know what, Santana? I feel like something that is forgotten by many people is that you are the most mature out of the group.
That's because I'm old. You guys are young.
Parker, you're the most wise. You're the most mature. And yeah, maybe some of that does have to do with age. I'm sure that I'll mature more as I grow up. And I feel like you don't really get the special respect you deserve because of that. So I'm going to have to go watch the conversation that you had with Jill so I could take away a little bit of a master class, you know.
It was crazy. It was good though. So anyway, bro, I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for coming up, Santana. You have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Now for everybody who tuned into today's stream, thank you so much for being here. I'm really tired, you know. It's just been a long day, been a long week, but appreciate you all. See you tomorrow. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. Good night and goodbye.